Day 3 of the NFL Draft 2026. Live coverage, instant analysis right here on the Pick Is In Draft Show. Let's get this started right now. Welcome in, everybody, to the Pick Is In Draft Show 2026. It's day 3, and we're here. We're barely on time, but we're here. We're ready. I think the Raiders should be on the clock right about now. Can't wait to get this day started. This is the day that all the dreams happen let's face it, a lot of picks to be made. This is where franchises really get changed around. Can't wait for it. My name is Keith Brugman. I'll go quickly around the horn while I still have him. Want to say hello to my good friend, Kenny Kirkpatrick. Part of our delay was some internet issues. We hope to have Kenny as much as possible.
Hopefully that dial-up internet is fixed. We're going to hopefully be on. But day 3 here, excited. There's some good players on this board still that have really surprised me that they're in the 4th round. So let's go. We got 4th round through 7th round. We got a lot of fun. We're going to have our friends in here today. We're going to have giveaways for you all. So let's get the party started. Round 4 starting right now, fellas.
Round 4 has started. Can't wait to get started with the Rocket Man. He's got his coffee in hand. He might need a refill. It's a long day today, but it's a day, like I said, where franchises are changes, dreams come true. And let's face it, the meat and the bones of really what NFL draft is all about happens right about now.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely, you're right, Kenny, or kidding, Keith. Sorry, you can tell that I've had one sip of coffee so far this morning, but glad to be here. No, and you're right, Keith. This is where teams can find their gems today. It's not, especially when you get towards like round 6 and 7, it's a little hard, and especially in this draft. I mean, it seems like teams are really still boating up for next year's draft, which is a little bit more deeper, but still a lot of gems out there today that can be found for teams, and you never know with some of these players. I mean, again, the Broncos found Jonathan Cooper. They found gems here on day 3. You can find them at Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant. So there's plenty of stories out there that have come to fruition, and all depends on the player, the fit, and where they go. So, looking forward to getting into it. And again, action-packed day 3.
Action-packed day 3. For those who haven't joined, and thanks everyone who has joined, we'll hit the comments here in just a second. Kenny has been hosting, so as long as he can be hosting, I'll have him do that. But man, thanks for everybody that's been jumping in, been a part of the show, man. The work that's been put in. I appreciate all of the hosts that are on the screen. But like I said, man, this is for me. When you get into 4th and the 5th rounds, this is where some fun happens. There's a lot of good players still available. As I was looking over my a list of groups that I was going over, offensive tackles went way quick. But when we start talking about running backs, we start talking about wide receivers. Those are a couple of positions I'm going to be watching for right off the bat. Kenny, I'll let you take over in hosting and also give me your thoughts on some of your position groups.
Appreciate it. Let's hit the chat. Let's hit the chat, everybody, because we got a lot of comments coming in. I'm going to start with Paul Shatter coming in with the first comment. It was before we went live. I'm coming to terms with the 66th pick. Defensive line is a premium draft position, which brings those players up the boards. Still a reach. He did have a good senior year. Let's say hello to Ernie Mays. Go Broncos country only. Hello, Keith, Trevor, Jody, and Kenny. Jody is going to try and come in with us throughout the draft. His daughters are having a Taekwondo tournament today, so best of luck to them. If they're out there listening, good luck to Jody's daughters in their Taekwondo tournament today. Good friend Michael Monquillo saying the Broncos are moving back. Any truth to that, Trevor? And is also coming in with his comment. Good morning to you, Michael. Good morning, Keith, Trevor, Kenny on the Pick Is In Draft Show. Go Bo Broncos, blue and orange. But he's also got those Go Giants, blue and white. He's coming in with 100 stars. Everybody's friend, Michael Ronquillo, starting the show off with a bang. Thank you, Michael. Have a fun day, three guys. Graham saying we got some friends coming in that you all a lot of you may know. So can't wait to have some of our friends and fellow brothers out there coming in for us today with the little guest appearances. So looking forward to that. And Paul's also saying good morning, Horseman. And then let's see who else we got here. We got Dan coming in. I actually think that this draft is actually loaded on day 3. Michael Ronquillo saying pick 199 will be the Tom Brady NFL draft pick. And Raiders are on the clock. And Dan coming in. I still want the tight end from Stanford, Sam Roush.
He went yesterday, I believe.
He did go yesterday. That's right. Late, Dan.
Bears.
Trevor, we're still waiting for the pick, or is the pick in yet?
Still waiting for the pick.
All right, so then let's do this. I got a lot of Bronco fans in the audience. I got 2 co-hosts that are Bronco fans.
Oh,
you guys got a busy. All right, we'll do it after the Raiders pick.
I'm going to interrupt you. Let me bring this up. With the first pick in the 4th round of the 2026 NFL draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select one of the guys that's been slipping in this draft, cornerback Jermod McCoy out of Tennessee.
There it is. Jermod McCoy, first pick in the 4th round. I had a feeling it was going to be Raiders or Bills calling for him, but he goes to the Raiders, guys. This is not a good scenario for you if this guy ends up being a top 10 talent. This is a steal for the Raiders. Trevor, you and I did the mock drafts. We had him mocked pretty high. So what are your thoughts here?
This is pick 101, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But I mean, he's fallen this far. It's day 3 pick. I don't think he was going to fall much further. Honestly, he fell quite a bit yesterday. But with some of the news and injuries that he's dealing with right now, he could be out all of next year. So this might be more of a developmental pick for the Raiders. But this is a team that needs secondary help. And I've said it multiple times, this defense is not where it needs to be. You can talk about Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty. Oh, great. Fernando Mendoza, this offensive line, they're fixing, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, their defense is still not very good. It wasn't good last year. They got Max Crosby this year. I mean, and they still got some players added to this defensive unit this year, but I'm still not sold on this Raiders defense. This is a developmental pick, in my opinion. If he can't go next year, I think this is still an upside pick for the Raiders, and a player that, hey, if he, you let him get healthy, you let him get everything he needs intact, you give him everything you need, and let him develop. This could be your number 1 corner here in 2 years. So this is, I think, a strictly developmental pick if he can't go year 1, but certainly some needed secondary help if you're the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, I know I was talking to some Bronco fans before the show, and a couple of them said, he's there for the Broncos. You take him. If he's going to sit, you're a playoff contender. He can take over for Raleigh Moss in the future. But here he goes, first pick here in the 4th round. Brings me to my question. 4th through 7th. Yeah, we're gonna, as the draft goes on, everybody, we're not gonna announce every single 5th, 6th, 7th round pick. We'll do them in bunches because today's going to be about questions from all of you, bringing our friends and guests on, and also mentioning, a couple giveaways we're going to have today. We got a couple special ones, one grand prize, one at the end of today's show. We'll mention those shortly as well. But I'll go to Trevor first. Keith's putting up some graphics for us. Trevor, what do you want to see the Broncos do today, at least in round 4?
Yeah, I mean, everybody says running back. I kind of said it earlier yesterday. I said, I don't know if they go tight end. I don't know if they go linebacker right away. And I was sort of right with where they went defensively, not the player they went with, but they went to the defensive line. Also, they had strong consideration from the offensive line standpoint, so they're looking to add some big boys inside. And so for me today, I mean, I think linebacker needs to be in play. That being said, today, day 3, I mean, you got 2 4th-round picks coming up at 108 and 111. Running back, I mean, running backs have fallen in this class. If you certainly want to take one here, this is the time to do it. For me, I think there's still talent down the board where you don't have to take a running back in round 4. But we shall see. I think linebacker should be in play. Cornerback, there's still, even with Jamal McCoy going off the board, there's still quite a bit of corners out there. Safeties are out there. So secondary help for me still definitely in play for the Broncos. With Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan situation going on, you've got flexibility where you can go in and get some secondary help and get some young talent there. So I think this is strictly depth. You're looking to get more depth, add more depth to this team. George Payton talked about it last night. And so, for me, it's still secondary help. I think would be somewhere where I'm looking, and possibly tight end.
Same question for you, Keith, because Dan was asking if running back Mike Washington's still available, and Michael said yes, he is available along with Emmett Johnson. Do you think Broncos look running back this round, linebacker, etc., like Trevor said?
There's 2 positions I really like. One position that I was covering, which is running back, still very deep. We've seen very few running backs go off the board. So you really get the kind of the pick of the litter right as it sits right now. The other one is, if you want that receiving tight end, there's still receiving tight ends. The tight ends that have been taken outside of Kenyon Sadiq have been primarily blocking tight ends. So if you're still looking for that Evan Ingram type of replacement, Justin Jolly, just a great example, a guy that's still sitting on the board. I think you could go that way as well. Linebacker, I'm not as sure on. I like your guy, buddy. And also now I'm blanking his name. Kyle Lewis. Yeah. Kyle Lewis as kind of a flyer, but how far does he fall? That's the question. He's that tweener type of guy. You have to have a real dedicated idea of what you want to do. And boy, I don't know if the Broncos have really shown that they have dedicated ideas of what they want to do with guys on defense. So that being said, maybe Kyle Lewis is a project, and maybe a project the Broncos should run away from.
Yeah, let's get another hello in. Of course, our good friend Patrick Wiltsey. Aloha, boys. Good morning. Good morning to you, Patrick. Hope you had your Lion coffee this morning. Patrick took care of us with a nice giveaway that Clayton won, a 5-pack packages of Lion Coffee's best-selling flavors. Excited to when Clayton gets that. And I also got a little care package from Patrick today, and Trevor's drinking, and we're all having some Lion coffee this morning. So thank you, Patrick, for the 100 stars and all the support you give us here and take care of us here, all at Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Appreciate you, my friend.
Appreciate the stars as well, Patrick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The stars, this freshly ground Lion Coffee, best stuff on earth. I'm telling you, lioncoffee.com. Check them out. I just had to throw that in there.
And let's say hello to our good friend Clayton. He better go to play the lottery because he's won 2 giveaways. He's won a $25 NFL gift card on day 1, and he also won the Lion Coffee giveaway last night. So 2 for 2 for Clayton. Michael's saying the picks are coming in fast. Yeah. So if you want to hit a couple picks, Trevor, because, we could catch up a little bit. Like I said, we're not going to announce pick one at a time. So we could catch up with a couple picks that came in.
Yeah. We've got 2 picks coming in, actually. Pick 102, the Buffalo Bills select Judge Bowery out of Boston College, tackle. Mm-hmm. And I pick 103, the New York Jets just took Jarrell Jackson Jr., defensive tackle out of Florida State.
I'll talk about Bowery real quick. And if you want to, that might give you a second. I don't know if you know the athlete that you guys just selected, but Bowery, this is a guy that has all the athletic traits. He's tall, he's long, he's got great long arms. He just isn't ever shown like he plays to his strength of his body. He doesn't have a whole lot of tenacity. You'd like to see him kind of come into his own, I guess, is the biggest thing. Has all the measurables. Just didn't seem like he played to those measurables. But as far as the pick, this is a surprise. I guess because there's so few offensive tackles left. I just got done talking about how so many of them went. Maybe this put a premium on Jude Bowery. That being said, Trevor, I think you're going to be busy with center and guard in the near future, my friend. Yeah. I'll let Kenny talk about the next pick, man.
Jarrell Jackson was the number 7 defensive tackle ranked in Athlon Sports. I thought he was going to go yesterday. So another start, the 4th round has been on fire. 6'5", 337, 22-year-old out of Florida State. His frame is unmatched out of any defensive tackle in this draft. He's got a rare combination of size, length, and power. 12 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks in his 2 years he played with Florida State, so he can have some pass rushing skills too. He's not the most explosive athlete, so that's what makes him maybe fall here, but he does have the ability to have an above-average ceiling. And I'm going to say his floor is not that low neither, so I think this was a really solid pick, and that was for the Jets, right, Trevor?
Yep.
Yeah, Jets are nailing it with Darren Moogie still heading into day 3. Yeah, I'm going to pass it off to my co-host, to Keith, who's going to talk about our first giveaway. It's our Broncos giveaway, which we couldn't give away yesterday. So going to change it up a little bit today. Keith, take it away and let everybody know what they have to do to be entered into this Broncos giveaway.
Well, yesterday we made it more complicated. We thought we were doing a great thing, but we're like, hey, just pick who the Broncos are going to pick in their first overall pick. That didn't work out for anybody. So we're going to make it a little bit more easy this time. We'll take a little bit of work for those of you who might not be following along on YouTube. Right now, if you go over to YouTube and you look at the profile pic, it's no longer Rocky Mountain Sports Network. If you go over there, I changed it to a current player on the Denver Broncos. All you have to do is put that player's name in the comments, current player's name in the comments, and you're entered to win. We'll put it on a wheel. Kenny will be giving it away. We might get spicy. Who knows what we'll give away? We kind of teased at least one of the pieces that we're going to be giving away. There might be more. So that being said, that's how you get entered. Once a few of our YouTube friends get in here, my guess is they'll go ahead and they'll drop that name in the comments, and then people might be able to copy. But do me a favor. If you're over there, hit a like while you're over there. We'd appreciate it a ton.
I could tell if you're cheating, by the way, because I know if you're on Facebook or YouTube, everybody. So you got to be on YouTube to be.
Well, now they might not be able to comment over on YouTube because if they don't have an account over on YouTube, so they might be able to still go over there, take a look, see what our profile pic is, and comment on Facebook. I'm fine with that, my friend.
We'll trust our friends. And when do we want to give this one away, Keith? So I know when to have the wheel.
We'll give it away at the end of this round and have a brand new giveaway. 4. We'll start, at the end of round 4.
Awesome. So let me get caught up on some comments, some new hellos coming in. Our good friend, and we're going to see our good friend later from down under. Good early morning, Keith, Kenny, Trevor, Ernie, Juicers and Posse. Aloha, Patrick. As Kenny knows, I'm pulling an all-nighter. Yeah, he's hopefully he got some good, strong coffee over there in Australia. If not, Lion Coffee taking care of you, Glenn. Appreciate you pulling an all-nighter and looking forward to hanging out with you for a little bit later, my friend. Let's see, talk some Broncos with you and NFL draft. A lot of knowledge, and can't wait to see you. Another defensive tackle pick, Paul saying. Roy Osborne coming in. What's up, Roy? Let's go get Coleman now, especially after the dumb pick last night. Roy, Keith and I are with you. I didn't like the pick. Keith, did you like the pick last night?
Upon further review, I'm liking it more. Now, it's still not going to be like, hit the field running, but he has an opportunity to maybe knock a guy or two out that's been riding on the Denver Broncos roster for a while. I'll just put it that way.
Can I give you an outside perspective why I don't like it? My outside perspective why I don't like it. Isn't this the Savion Jones pick from last year? Now you're going to have these guys competing. If this pick doesn't start or is a contributor that you picked yesterday on Yedcom, it's a failure. If he beats out Savion Jones is a bust. One way or the other, this is a loss for the Broncos, in my opinion. You have other needs, in my opinion. You can get a special teamer. There's players that can contribute. I think this was a terrible pick. I could be 100% wrong, but if Onyedkum becomes good, then Savion Jones is an F. If Onyedkum doesn't beat out Savion Jones, then this pick is an F for the Broncos this year. Sorry. Love your thoughts in the comments, chat. Let us know. As the names are coming in, Keith, Patrick saying Bowles. He was the first one that said Garrett Bowles is the picture, and Paul and Roy Osborne is also saying that. So Bowles the answer, I'm guessing, Keith.
Yes,
Put
Bowles
the names
is the
down.
answers. We also have Paul. Yeah, Paul came in. GB, my best, my man, best left tackle in the league. He was the first one I saw come in. He was the first one. Good old Paul Shatter.
Paul Shatter came in. I got Paul. I got Patrick, and I got. That's it right now.
Yeah.
And here's our good friend Kurt
and Roy. And we got Roy.
Yeah, Patrick, Paul, and Roy right now.
All right.
Kurt, you might want to get into this giveaway. I'll share what it is since everybody really knows what it is, right, Keith? The people from yesterday.
Yeah, they know at least one part of it.
Kurt's got a great sports room. There's a John Elway large starting lineup doll, Kurt. All you got to do is type in the player that's on the YouTube page.
Action figurine doll.
You
gonna go play with your doll?
He's got dolls, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Keith's got dolls. I can confirm.
I had G.I. Joe action figurines when I was a kid, not dolls.
Figurines. Well, what about now?
Ernie's saying he can't get on YouTube.
Man crushes and dolls. I don't know what you're doing to me, man.
Where's that?
A lot of laughs with that. We're getting a lot of laughs with that. Keith, I'm going to make an executive decision. I'd like you to back me up. Ernie's saying he can't get onto YouTube. Huge supporter of the show. I think I can enter Ernie in on the giveaway if you're okay with that.
If he can look at the some of the other comments or what we just said.
Look at the comments, Ernie. Look at the player. All you got to do is give us the player, and we'll get you.
Someone give it away to Ernie. Someone out there on Facebook, give it away to Ernie.
we got all fourth round, so we'll give a shot there. But Kurt's saying neither one should start. Kurt wants he wants to go get Cam Jordan or Calais Campbell.
I disagree with that. I think these two picks, you took two third-round picks on your defensive line in back-to-back years. I don't think they're going to get Cam Jordan, Calais Campbell now. I think that I'm not completely ruling it out, but I think it's unlikely now.
Savion Jones didn't play it down last year, though.
But you got to give him time.
I'm respectfully disagreeing there, and I'm on Kurt's page. Savion Jones didn't play anything last year. This guy was a reach from Roy Osborne and myself. If Campbell or Jordan come in on a cheap, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. You're a Super Bowl winning team now, and the Broncos are showing that by trading for Jalen Waddle and now trading back and not really making any significant picks so far in this draft. It's Super Bowl or bust this year, guys, and you should be happy with that.
I will say, though, I mean, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you're going to take two guys in the third rounds back-to-back years in defensive line just for them to set the bench or be inactive all year. I know Savion Jones was last year, but you also had John Franklin Myers, a veteran. Unless they trade for a veteran today, you probably rolling with some of the couple of the young guys. You got Wazirike, too. So I think they're just trying to get younger on the defensive line. I think that's the biggest takeaway from last night's pick. And the board I don't think fell necessarily with the Broncos' way. And I know George Payton said, well, he was one of the six. And we hear it from every GM. That was our best guy on the board. I'm so tired of hearing that. They're never going to come out and they're never going to say, yeah, we missed on our opportunity to get the guy we wanted. They're never going to say that. They're always going to tell you, yes, we got our guy. That was our guy day one. He was the number one guy on our board. It's never that scenario behind the scenes a lot of the time. So I think they just want to get younger on the defensive line. I think that's my biggest takeaway from last night's pick.
Ernie is in. He put Bowles, and Glenn is in as well. So keep the Garrett Bowles comments coming in if you're not in yet. Get in. Nice Bronco giveaway. Keith, you're going to be the tiebreaker. Kurt's saying they're going for a Super Bowl. Not going to play Savion Jones. Hello, Cam Jordan.
I don't see it. I don't see them bringing in a veteran at this point. I think that you are loaded, and I wouldn't have the same discussion if we were talking about Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan and say if one starts and the other doesn't, if one's on this team and the other one's not, that's a failure. I think you've put a couple of great young athletes on the interior of that defensive line, and you got to load up. You got a big contract for Bo Nix right around the corner. And I understand that you want the Super Bowl this year but you want it the next year as well, and the next year as well. And you can't do that by loading up with old talent that pushes young talent out of the way. Just my thoughts.
You can't
You
block
have
those
talent
guys.
on this team. They're one of the top defenses.
Minus the John Franklin Myers position, which you just lost in my defense. I get Savion Jones couldn't smell the field last year, and now you reached for a defensive tackle. You want to win a Super
So is
Bowl,
John
you got to
Franklin
go get a
Myers
veteran.
good,
I'm
or is he
sorry.
bad? Because it sounds like you're saying, man, you lost this guy, but Savion Jones. Well, yeah, who played behind Dexter Lawrence last year? Or name a who plays behind Max Crosby.
Oh, and I want a defensive tackle. I know if we didn't get it in the draft, I want a defensive tackle, DJ Reader or Shelby Harris. I want somebody to come in next year. I do. I just think, in my opinion, it's Super Bowl or bust this year. You're going to be losing talent next year. If you can improve with a veteran, go get it. I mean, Broncos are showing they don't care about the draft picks this year. Their first draft pick was in the 3rd round, guys.
Yeah.
I know the talent, you're saying talent's there, but Trevor, catch up. We got some picks coming in, and then you can announce the Broncos pick. And I think Bronco fans will be happy with this one.
I believe the last one was I'm going to catch up on picks really quick. Pick 104, the Arizona Cardinals take Caleb Proctor, defense tackle out of Louisiana. Pick 105, the Los Angeles Chargers take Brennan Thompson, wide receiver out of Mississippi State. And at pick 106, the Houston Texans take Fabachi Nawagu, the guard out of Oklahoma. And the Broncos, with 108th pick, we got the San Francisco pick coming up. But at 108, the Denver Broncos are taking running back Jonah Coleman out of Washington.
Oh, there you go.
Congratulations, guys. You hit on that one. And there you go. Running back. Go ahead, guys. It's your show now. Take a few minutes here. We're going to have Bronco guests coming on too. I think Broncos got another pick coming on. So round 4 could be the winning round for the Broncos. But go ahead, guys. You take it away, Keith and Trevor.
Trevor, I'll let you go first. I'm going to pull this graphic real quick.
Yeah, Jonah Coleman. I mean, I think it's really good value. I mean, I think he fell this far in the draft for a reason. I mean, but he was still there day 3. I mean, this is the first of 2 picks here in the 4th round for the Broncos. You can you can really get a chance to take this guy. Got some upside. He's been long mocked to the Broncos and been at least connected to the Broncos. Wasn't my favorite back, but I think he does offer some size ability too. 5'8", 220. He's a bulky running back, a dual role guy. Could be possibly a 3-down back one of these days as well. But he's going to be in competition with these rest of these running backs. I don't think this is completely pushes RJ Harvey out the door, but it's like, RJ Harvey, you better get your together this year, because we have Jonah Coleman sitting here waiting in the wings. He's early day 3, 4th round pick. So I think there's added pressure to some of these running backs in the Broncos running back room. Jonah Coleman, one of those guys that, again, receiving hands are there. He's got those, he's got that elite, that speed that as well, and he's a bulky running back. He can literally do a little bit of everything. Now, again, not my favorite running back, but not the running back I would take in, but certainly understand putting pressure on these running backs in this running back room.
1,000-yard rusher in 2024, guys. I'll just add that, and then I'll let Keith go, and then we'll get the comments.
Yeah, this might start the run on the running backs, because they've kind of been pushed down. I haven't seen a whole lot of running backs go. We've seen 3 running backs. This makes number 4, if I remember correctly. So, Jonah Coleman, and by the way, this is the one graphic I knew I had a mistake on. I didn't go back and change. Not 5'9", 128. He was listed at 5'9", 228. Washington running back senior. He is a 3-down back. He does have good hands. He does have the ability to block. I think this does put a lot of people on notice, mainly, J.K. Dobbins when this season's up, because I think this is a succession possibility for the Denver Broncos after this year. J.K. Dobbins, hopefully he lasts the entire year. If not, maybe you got a guy that can be a 3-down back and even offer something that J.K. Dobbins doesn't, because the hands on Jonah Coleman are significantly better than what we see from J.K.
Passing on Mike Washington to take Jonah Coleman too. That's interesting.
Yeah. I had these guys, Mike Washington and Jonah Coleman, ranked like neck and neck. I mean, it wouldn't have hurt me one bit if Mike Washington was selected here, or Jonah Coleman. I really had them closely rated.
I think this is more like a Blake Corum kind of thing for me. He kind of reminds me of Blake Corum in a lot of ways. Like he's a big guy, and we see Kenny on the screen twice. Holy crap! It's just a mirror image. But yeah, no, I think this is I think you're right, Keith. I think this is a J.K. Dobbins kind of backup plan per se. I would say, like, if J.K. Dobbins goes down, Jonah Coleman's going to be fighting for playing time and going to be in there in this running back room. This is a pretty crowded running back room now. Like Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Badé, some of these guys. I mean, it just goes to show, hey, you're not, there's no guarantee you're going to make this roster at all, and there's going to be a lot of competition this year.
Got to give Roy Osborne a shout out. He called Jonah Coleman too bad. Unfortunately, they picked that Roy didn't like that defensive tackle, and it may have cost him the Broncos giveaway because he had Jonah Coleman as the first pick. Clayton liked to know how to get in the raffle. Clayton,
the raffle, it's really easy, Clayton. If you just go over and look even at our YouTube page, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and see what the profile pick is. It's a current player. Then put that name in the comments. Love it if you did it on YouTube. Some people don't have a YouTube account. I get that. So if nothing else, you can still go look at it. It's free of charge. If you get an opportunity over there, we'd love that thumbs up as well while you're over there on YouTube. We'd love it on Facebook as well. Worst case scenario, you'll probably find that player's name in the comments listed, and you'll be like, why is everybody talking about this player when it's in the middle of the NFL draft? That's a cheat code, I guess. There you go, Clayton. Thanks for supporting us, my friend.
I want to put this one up from Glenn. This will not do anything to the development of Harvey. People need to remember this will be the year for as in running back. He's got high upside to grow long term. Coleman has great hands, so we can add him to create some mayhem. Plays out of the backfield. I don't think this is going to affect RJ Harvey. This could affect J.K. Dobbins.
I think it does a little bit, though.
Can I just say one thing real quick? Yeah. There's been a lot of talk that there could be a 2 running back situation in the backfield for the Denver Broncos, and we have not seen that, and we're loaded up. So now if you start thinking of these guys in pairs rather than just being a single guy back there, that could change the equation.
Yeah. Well, and I think it does add some sort of pressure to RJ Harvey. Like he's got to really take this running back room by the hands and by the grip. And he was a second-round pick a year ago. You're not taking a second-round pick, running back and just like, oh, yeah, he's a complimentary back. No, he needs to be the lead back to this team and have that capability. So the development of RJ Harvey still needs to be there. This pick, though, does put all these running backs on notice, and it puts Sean Payton in this offense on notice. You've got to have a better running game this year. You cannot run the football as bad as you did last year. J.K. Dobbins, when he was healthy, that was the best running game we've seen from a game-to-game perspective when J.K. Dobbins was healthy. After J.K. Dobbins went out, holy crap, the running game fell apart. Like it shouldn't happen like that. And so added pressure to get this running game right this year has to be what's in play for Denver offensively.
You know what I like about this? Kenny, you just got done talking about it. Kurt, I know he's all aboard. Playmakers. Get some playmakers. Get some guys that could possibly hit the field and do something for you. You have something in Jonah Coleman. I saw some lack of doesn't have the juice. He doesn't have the top end. I don't think he doesn't have the top end of some of their other running backs. But yeah, I think Jonah Coleman is something that could hit the field. It's the first piece for the Denver Broncos that I feel now all of a sudden Jonah Coleman goes out there. Yeah, it's another thing to worry about.
Mm-hmm. Got some picks you want to share, Trevor? I see some people putting some names in there.
Yeah, we got at 107, the San Francisco 49ers took Grace Halton, the defensive tackle at Oklahoma, and then the Chiefs at 109, because since we skipped to the Broncos pick, assuming it was in. Pick 109, the Chiefs took Jadon Kennedy, safety out of Oregon.
Grayson Halton slipped. That's a sneaky pick there. I like that pick for them.
I will say, since I just cued into my inner Jody here, Jody Moncrief was clapping, applauding every time the Chiefs picked somebody that was not protecting Patrick Mahomes. He's like, that offensive line is depleted. Patrick Mahomes is coming back from an injury, and he kept applauding every time the Kansas City Chiefs kept not choosing an offensive lineman of any sorts.
And just it couldn't be more spot on cue. Jody comes in with a comment as Keith's talking about him. What's up, boys? Justin Jolly will be next. Love the Coleman pick. And Jody was probably there at Taekwondo, and it's probably the third round. Or daughter's in there, and they're fighting, and Jody probably jumped the gun and started doing the claps before his daughter got the win. So hopefully they're doing good, Jody. Keep us up to date how your daughters are doing at their tournament. Love to hear how they're doing. So miss you here, but we know why you're at a better place today, and good luck to your daughters, my friend.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Good luck.
And Pasta members as well. Are you guys surprised? And again, please, Kenny, play along as well. But are you guys surprised that Denver went running back first and didn't go tight end first, or didn't even address linebacker or anything? Are you surprised they went running back first day 3?
I'll go first real quick so you can take a little more time. Forget who told me. It may have been Kurt Valenti. It may have been somebody else that said Mike Kliss, and I know he's big in Denver media, said Jonah Coleman is going to be the best running back in this class. So he must have had some inside information that Jonah Coleman was on the Broncos' radar. I'm not surprised, Trevor, if this guy was really high. He's in the 4th round. It's the guy they were targeting because we all know J.K. Dobbins' injury history. Is he going to be safe to play 17 games? Now you bring another rookie in with R.J. Harvey. Now you can ease the workload for J.K. Dobbins. I'm not surprised, and I actually love this pick. It's an A- for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I would say for me, this pick, it's to be determined for me because, hey, you could pick all the running backs you want. This running game better be showing out this year, though. You've loaded up in this running back room. This cannot be another down season for the Sean Payton offense. You can tell me about Davis Webb calling plays all you want. Sean Payton's going to be heavily involved in this offense still, and this running game's got to get back on track. Under Sean Payton, this running game has not been good. You haven't had 1,000-yard rusher since Sean Payton's been in Denver. Last time, Philip Lindsay? That's ridiculous. That's insane. That cannot happen this year. Not saying you need a 1,000-yard rusher per se, but you need to be having an effective running game to take the pressure off Bo Nix this year.
Yeah. Bye-bye McLaughlin and Bidet. Got a few comments, including Jody put that one in. A few other people put that one in as well. Bye-bye McLaughlin and Bidet. I think one of them maybe stays on as practice squad. Would Jaleel McLaughlin be the guy or Tyler Bidet if they did that route? Yeah. I mean,
my thoughts on it, though, I'm okay with them going the running back. Like I said, this is one of those opportunities where not a lot of running backs have went off the board, and you had the opportunity to get hopefully one of your guys. Now, tight end, that's a completely different situation. We saw some tight ends already go off the board, and quite honestly, we know that Sean Payton likes a blocking tight end in his offense as it is. So now, like I said, receiving tight ends, that's what you're going to be looking at. Justin Jolly, maybe that possibility, as someone was mentioning. I like that as an option if you're going to continue to go with weapons.
I've had that argument with Trevor. I want Justin Jolly on the Broncos. That's my sneaky good tight end in this draft. Poor man's Kyle Pitts. Yeah, he's going to be a receiver, but you can teach this kid to be an average blocker as well. He's got that size that you can teach him how to block at the NFL level.
If you like Evan Ingram, what's your long-term plan if Evan Ingram has to leave this team?
Yeah, there is no long-term
Justin
plan.
Jolly.
Yeah.
Justin Jolly would be that a perfect fit.
Mm-hmm. And Sean Payton likes those athletic tight ends too. I mean, Jimmy Graham was pretty dang athletic when he came out, so that's something to keep in mind. When you're talking about tight ends, that's the thing. Sean Payton hasn't made it clear though, what tight end he's really looking for. Like that tight end room, there's a mixed baggage of Evan Ingram, Adam Troutman, and those are completely two different tight ends. And it's like, okay, what are you looking for at tight end per se?
Question for the chat. Question for Keith and Trevor. I'm going to throw names out there with the position. Linebacker. Tight end, Justin Jolly, Jack Endries. I know Trevor likes Endries. Keith likes Jolly. Mm-hmm. Linebackers, Kyle Lewis, Caleb Elamzor out there. Which position do you want the Broncos to address if you could be making this pick? Go with Trevor first. He's on the left.
I wouldn't completely rule out secondary either. I mean, honestly, there's still again a lot of safeties and cornerbacks still available on the board. It's just the board's
But if it
falling,
was
and
those
so
positions, who would you want here?
wow.
Because I'm seeing a lot of people say, take tight end, please. But so linebacker, tight end, who would you want? I know Endries is your boy that you like.
Mm-hmm.
And linebackers, you like Elam Zor and you do like Kyle Lewis. So which one of those three would you be making the pick for?
That's an easy question to answer. I would say probably linebacker. I just don't love what they have at linebacker right now with Singleton and Chernot. I like Chernot, but can Singleton be healthy all season? Plus, moving Drew Sanders outside again, it's like, yeah, I just linebacker for me is where I'm concerned about more. So, I mean, this year you still are probably going to have Evan Ingram in play. So.
Clayton's going linebackers. Dan's going linebacker. Kyle Lewis. Hard choice.
And actually, it's a pick that, again, this is where I'm saying Broncos are going a little unexpected with this pick. Just to let you know, guys, know I have the pick.
Okay, so Keith, you don't have to answer. We got the Broncos pick, so let's get that breaking news in from Trevor.
With the 111th pick in 2026 NFL Draft, Denver Broncos take Boise State tackle Cage Casey.
Yeah.
Told you.
I do have a graphic, staying home, I guess, for Boise State. He does have some fairly good measurables, but the question will be, his level of competition. I'm going to pull the graphic here real quick, but yeah, offensive tackle. Need to be able to figure out which way you want to go. In the future with a couple of our guys, and I guess this is more future proofing. Kenny, you're not liking it. You were talking about the Denver Broncos doing going now for a Super Bowl. This is more of a plan for the future, obviously, with Cage Casey. So
this is a developmental tackle you're getting in the 4th round. Again, Super Bowl team winning now. I know Kurt Valenti says this a lot, and other people say it now too. What's a 4th, 5th round pick? Are they going to play? No. What you want to get in the 4th and 5th round is special teams contributors. This guy ain't helping you win a Super Bowl. You're in Super Bowl window this year. I'm sorry, and I'm going to keep saying that a lot this year. You hit with Jonah Coleman, and this is another miss in my opinion. 15th tackle off the board in the 4th round with so many other needs. Linebacker, you could have went. Tight end, still not addressed. Secondary, you go and get a developmental tackle here. No, sorry, don't like it.
I mean, he's good. If you watch him, he was one of the best linemen, obviously, on the Boise State offense, and he's a junior. But like I said, the biggest question I have is, what will that look like when he comes to the next level? Boise State program does not go up against the SECs of the world. So now we're taking a big jump from Boise State all the way up to the NFL level. He's got a lot of things going right for him. It'll just be the jump. I don't mind the player. I just question why here and why the pick. We'll find out.
Roy and me are on the same page. I'll give it a D as well. And Paul, I know you're saying developing a dynasty, get on board. I want a Super Bowl first. You were there last year. Unfortunate injury from Bo Nix. These opportunities do not come every year. Okay. Dynasty's fine. Playoffs every year is fine, but I want Super Bowl. Super Bowl is where you want to get to. This doesn't get you to the Super Bowl.
I got to say this really quickly, and I was looking at what I had as far as notes. This is so far down the line as far as offensive tackle. Expect him to go inside. This could be a potential Ben Powers replacement as well. Yeah. So that's where that at least gives a little bit cleaner line for Cage Casey.
Yeah, with Pelcheski, this probably also points the direction of Pelcheski moving back outside of tackle.
Correct.
I think this is that kind of pick here. And again, but I've called it, guys. Like, this is not – you can tell me about positions and needs, the Broncos' positions and needs, and ours is completely different. Like, that doesn't mean I would expect them to go tight end. Don't get your hopes up. They go linebacker. Like, they are all over the board. They're going depth. This is one of those depth picks, and I know some people may be surprised with this pick, but I'm like, I'm not. I'm not surprised with what they did yesterday. They want defensive line. I just said it day 3 earlier. I said they said they may go offensive line. Like that was in play for them last night. And they just won that and done that day 3. So like it's something that where they're investing in the trenches. I do like that they're investing into the trenches. I do question like at some point in time you're gonna take a tight end and cornerback, like safety, like still a lot of talent on the board. We'll see. I want to give the Broncos time before we can grade out their draft, but I do like them investing in the future because you can never have too many big guys inside.
Well, I'm gonna ask you this then, because guard and center was your position group.
Mm-hmm.
You've just taken one of the lower graded offensive tackles and say most likely, and our assumption, he gets pushed inside to the guard position.
Mm-hmm.
The guard center position, I came on here and I think it's loaded.
Yeah,
I think there's some great guys out here. So, I mean, that's one of the things I think we need to think about as of right now. Take that snapshot of, what guards are still available out there, because we valued Cage Casey higher than any of the guards that are currently on the board, which, the tackles have gone. The guards and the centers are there.
Yeah. It's again probably wouldn't have been if I'm going to go inside. He probably wouldn't have been one of my picks right now. I still think if the Broncos wanted to trade down, I still think he would have been available top of the 5th round. I do think this is a pick where they maybe jumped the gun a little bit more, taking him this early. But I mean, they must love the player that they had and they wanted to secure him early. But I still think this is a player that's probably going to be available in the 5th round. I don't mind them going, interior offensive line. More than likely, this is where he's going to play. But I just wonder, 4th round, I'm not sure. I think you could have moved back, got more picks, and still gotten this guy. I would have probably went more that direction, traded back, still taking him in the 5th round, and got another draft pick in this year's draft. Continue to add depth to this team.
Mm-hmm.
This is another guy next year you're going to see on the sidelines wearing the jackets, because he'll be not on the active roster to start. He's a developmental guy. There's no way around it, in my opinion. I want to say hello to Biggie Bronco. Sorry, Keith. Biggie Bronco coming in. Biggie Bronco, type in, you're on YouTube. Go on our YouTube page. Tell us who the player is on there. And anyone else as well who's just coming in. Broncos giveaway coming in after this round, Biggie. So if you want to be involved in it, just give us the name of the player on the logo there, where the Rocky Mountain Sports Network logo usually is. He's okay, but he's not okay with these picks. Taking a 5th round defense attack in the 2nd round. Roy, I may join you. If I was out there with in your neck of the woods, I probably would go with you, Roy. He's with me. I might as well go to the watering hole and say hi to my sexy bartender and servers, laughing out loud. I'm with you, Roy.
The snapshot that I want to give real quick: Jalen Farmer, offensive guard; Billy Schrouth, offensive guard; Bo Stevens, offensive guard. These are all guys that are fantastic at the position and have kind of slid this far into the 4th round that I still would have looked at in consideration. Remember those names. I just want it on record.
Yeah, I was just going to say that same thing too. A lot of interior offensive lines still on the board, and that was the case. We didn't see a lot of them go yesterday, and that's the thing. Like a lot of them slipped into day 3, and I think that not love necessarily the player. I understand taking a position here, but I don't. Yeah, I don't know if I love the player here. I mean, again, if you traded back and you take that player, I can understand it a little bit more.
Funny thing is that Jalen Farmer just went to the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, so, right.
Not to kill your smoke. If you want to get caught up on a couple of picks, we can do that. So
yeah, I was going to ask you, Keith. Do you kind of feel the same way about yesterday's pick on defensive line? Like, do you think that wasn't necessarily the best defensive lineman on the board? Could you have been a little bit more aggressive and gotten somebody a little higher yesterday in the 2nd round?
There was a lot of picks. I think that if we go back and we look at the first 2 rounds of the NFL draft, where you're like, wow. I mean, like, so right now, if you go to wide receivers right now, there's still great wide receivers on the board, and ones that were taken that you're like kind of scratching your head over. Mm-hmm. Even tight ends. I mean, I know that, like I said, that a lot of blocking tight ends, but I was kind of surprised that the receiving tight ends end up getting pushed down the board. So there are some head scratchers that I think the Denver Broncos were maybe in that same group of teams. You know what I mean? That's like, wow, didn't expect that to be the case. You know what I mean? I didn't expect that player.
And that just goes to show their evaluations, different valuations of front offices. We talk about it all the time in these shows. I mean, what one front office thinks and the others think, and then what we think is completely different. And that's the thing we got to wrap our heads around. Like, they obviously are thinking different compared to us and some of these players. But I want to get a couple of picks really quick. Cowboys took at 112 Drew Shelton, the tackle out of Penn State. Like you alluded to, Keith, at 113, the Colts take Jalen Farmer, guard out of Kentucky. And my guy goes off the board, the guy I've talked about multiple times, at 114. Dallas Cowboys take Devin Moore, cornerback out of Florida.
Dallas having a sneaky good year. I got Mr. Mouse in the contest. And I was saying to Big E and Roy, I'm going to join you where you are because I'm not happy with the Broncos pick. But let's continue as we who's up on the clock, by the way, Trevor? Next couple
Baltimore.
picks. Baltimore,
Tampa. Baltimore just selected, but Tampa Bay and the Chargers.
Gotcha. Sorry with the adapter problems here. I know everybody's joking, saying the dial-up. I am having adapter issues, so apologize for the constant getting knocked off there. Everybody, bear with me. Appreciate
Kenny gets on
you
some
all.
pretty sketchy websites. Just gotta bear with him over there. So there's your guy, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, I love this. This is why I'm saying, like, why did they not invest in the cornerback room? He was gonna go. Like, I don't understand it. This is where I'm like, why? You got talented safeties and corners on the board still. This is your opportunity to trade a Riley Moss. You're not going to pay him $20 million next year. Move him. Get more picks this year. You reinvest in your cornerback room. Get younger. Devin Moore can start day one for this team. He can. He's going to be one of those corners that will play day one for a team. He's got upside. I love these Florida players. Like Jake Slaughter earlier, he went yesterday, the center, and I love Devin Moore. And I just drives me crazy sometimes, not seriously considering cornerback or safety here when you've got questions marks down the road coming up with Brandon Jones going into the final year of his contract, or you've got Joe McMillan, you've got Riley Moss in the final year of their contracts. You're not going to be able to pay all these guys. Move them now and get younger, get more picks, and take a chance on a young guy like this and develop him. Let him develop in that cornerback room. That's where some of the frustration for me. That's why I've said cornerback and safety multiple times starting early day 3. There's a lot of them, a lot of talented corners and cornerbacks and safeties still available.
Yeah, Paul's saying we have the deepest right in the league, but do you? Because Riley Moss, are you gonna? That's what I'm talking about. Next year you're going to have some issues. You can bring players in that contribute on special teams this year. This could have been a special teamer this year. I'm with Trevor. Cage Casey's not bringing you any special teams help this year. And you got players that are going to need to sign. That's why I say it's win now this year, Broncos, Super Bowl or bust this year. And they're showing that they're going for the Super Bowl. But make some picks for, that can contribute this year as well. Linebacker, tight end, need to be addressed for special teams help and depth on this team.
Yeah, I just thought it was a missed opportunity now just to kind of move off of Moss. I mean, it's not completely out now because you can trade him for next year's picks, and maybe that's where they're going to go. But if you're going to take a chance on somebody in the secondary, I think that this would be the chance to do it early day 3. There's a lot of talent on the board, and you can move Moss and McMillan, either one. For picks, and then you don't have to worry about that as the season goes on, because that's the thing too. Contract situations, they linger throughout the year in the players' minds and the team's minds. The Broncos like to get contract extensions done earlier. They're not going to be able to bring back all these guys, though, like Keith said.
And Patrick nailed it with this comment. There's no team in this league that tries to get you got PS2. Go get Jermod McCoy, who could be a top 10 player in this draft. Just saying a name, or go get Colton Hood. Go get somebody, in Avion Terrell. Go try and get a second corner. Why? I'm just using the Broncos as an example because PS2 is there. Why do we not see that in the NFL? 2 lockdown corners in general. I'm just using the Broncos as an example because they have PS2.
I'm going to go a completely different direction, though, Kenny. I want your perspective on this. If the Broncos traded Riley Moss for Kyle Pitts right now, would you be happy? if that was the plan, that hey, we didn't go out.
Fair,
we didn't
fair
get
question.
Justin Jolly right now.
Yeah.
The selection is we're going to go ahead and we're going to make that move.
I would be on board with it, but Kyle Pitts is not my favorite player in the NFL, but I'd be on board with it because that's the type of tight end I want on the Broncos in this offense.
It's the type of mentality you want, the win now. I know that. So that's why I asked you.
Yeah, that's the type of player. I'm not a Kyle Pitts fan, but I would be on board with it if that was the trade. I would 100% be on board with it. And say, okay, he's going to fit in this offense. That's what I want on this offense. And like you just said, win now. This is your best chance to get to the Super Bowl this year. I'm not saying next year is not going to be out of the question, but this is your best year.
I will say I don't think that solves your issue necessarily with trading for Kyle Pitts, though, because now you're still having to pay him at the end of the year. Like, yeah, he gives you a elite, vertical threat downfield for sure for a year. But then who else is out the door if you're going to try to bring back Kyle Pitts? It's just this is what good teams deal with, though. Seriously, we just seen it with John Franklin Myers. You couldn't pay John Franklin Myers, but you paid Zach Allen. You paid DJ Jones. You paid Malcolm Roach, but you couldn't pay JFM. They didn't even offer him a contract, for gosh sakes. Like, you're not going to be able to pay everybody. That's the difficult part of having a good team. But you've got to understand when to move off that player a year ahead. Sometimes it's a better route to go than just hang on to the player. You lose him in free agency. Oh, yeah, let's get a comp pick next year's draft for him. But, like, you lose the player. You lose the value there. So it's like there's something to keep in mind. Like, with these good, having a good team, you've got to be able to stay ahead of the game and try to, pay the guys you want to pay. But some of the guys you're not going to be able to pay, you may have to make those difficult decisions to move off of them.
I just want to, in getting caught up with a couple of picks, Elijah Surratt just went off the board to the Baltimore Ravens. I don't have a graphic for him, but the Baltimore Ravens were looking for that guy to go with Zay Flowers. Kind of surprised, smaller guy, but this is a guy that if you went out there and I had to watch a lot of Mendoza tape, I'm kind of surprised Surratt fell here, and I think it's a great pickup. I think he could be electric in the NFL. So Fernando Mendoza liked himself some Elijah Surratt.
I would have liked Elijah Surratt on the Giants. We got Malachi Fields, but real quick I know it's Trevor's group too, but Elijah Surratt was hands are there. This kid is really, really good, and the Ravens are having a heck of a draft and nailing it on both ends. So congratulations to my neck of the woods down here and a lot of Ravens fans in my area. We'll see what happens. And I do want to mention, we got a couple more players coming in from Glenn. Keontae Scott to the Cardinals, Trevor's and Travis Burke, offensive tackle, to the Chargers. Keith, if you have anything on Travis Burke, I do have Keontae Scott. I can share with him because of the Miami Hurricane fan. That was Jody's group, so I can nail Keontae Scott pick. This, I think, is the Cardinals' best pick of the draft. They've been hit or miss on their picks, questionable on their picks. This guy surprisingly lasted into the fourth round, and I'd like to know why, because the talent is there. I watched him make plays in the playoffs and get to he was one of the reasons, besides Ruben Bain and Mesidor, that the Miami Hurricanes got to the national championship game. This kid's legit. I think he'll be really good in the NFL, and I think the Cardinals hit finally in this draft. I think unanimous give him an A at this point in the draft. And then Travis Burke, do you have anything on him, Keith? Because our first guest is in the waiting room.
Yeah, I'll just be really quick on Travis Burke. Travis Burke, one of the last offensive tackles I expect to see. There's going to be a couple more that are going to be drafted, but now is your time. If you have a need an offensive tackle and you think this guy can come in and contribute an offensive tackle, it's time. Another guy that could obviously slide inside though as well. But at this point, tackles are almost depleted. Memphis product got good measurables, but obviously not a top-rated tackle. We've had a ton go off the board.
Yeah. Let's welcome our first guest. He's bring him in. A lot of people know him from K&K Sports Show, but most recently Broncos Daily on Fan Arts. Kurt Valenti is here, the Bronco fan himself, the biggest one on the East Coast you'll find. My best friend, Kurt Valenti. How are we doing, Kurt?
Am I the first guest?
You're the first guest.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Well, Patrick's on yesterday.
Today,
You're first tonight.
Yeah. But today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little nervous, guys. I'm a little nervous. Listen, I got it's like I don't have kids, but it's like I have kids. I got to take care of the Broncos in the morning, and then it's 6:00. We're heading over to the Garden to watch a watch party. And listen, things are gonna get ugly today because do or die tonight. We have to win today. So it's like I feel like I have kids, you know. So, but that's other than that. I hope you guys are doing well. You guys do a great job with the draft coverage. I've been watching it since Thursday night. So you guys have done a phenomenal job. The mock drafts that you guys have done awesome.
Thanks, Kurt. And real quick, because I want Trevor and Keith to ask you a few questions. We got you for about 15 minutes.
Okay.
Please share what your new project is going on and very successful with our audience. Broncos Daily on Fan Arch. Please let us know what you gotten over there. You're the voice of the Broncos now, my friend.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's I do daily videos, about 15 to a half hour video a day. I just actually topped 1,000 subscribers, so I'm pumped up about that. And thank you for that. And no, it's exciting. You know, I'm going to do one tomorrow for Monday. But tune in, Broncos Daily. It's on YouTube and it's on Apple Podcasts, Spotify. But listen, you know what? I still love doing this, the live interaction. So let's go, boys. Let's talk some Broncos.
You got some people saying hello, like Michael Ronquillo, Kurt. So
he's always tuning in, Michael Ronquillo on Broncos.
I'm gonna have I may put you on the spot in a few minutes, but I'll give Keith and Trevor the floor first. Keith, if you want to go first and talk to Kurt, Broncos, and anybody in the chat wants to ask Kurt a question, jump on it right now, everybody.
I just want two questions. I'll ask one, I'll let Trevor go, and then I'll ask my second. First question: biggest hit, biggest miss so far in this NFL draft for the Broncos?
Well, I mean, I love Jonah Coleman, right? Because I just think that when you look at our running game last year, and you know what? I've always said this. I'm a big, I listen to Benjamin Albright, I listen to Cecil Lammey, and Cecil Lammey from day one, and I know this might be a little overboard, but he said from day one, he wants Jonah Coleman, and he said Jonah Coleman will be the best running back in this draft class.
Oh, Cecil Lammey. I gave Mike Kliss the credit. Sorry.
No, it was Cecil Lammey, but I'm saying, so that might be a little overboard with Jeremiah Love, but it's something we didn't have. Like, how many times, guys, last year was it 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1? And look, we lost our quarterback because we couldn't run the ball, right? I mean, we couldn't run the ball. And now we got a guy to turn around, give it to him. So I love Jonah Coleman. And I don't think it's a knock on RJ Harvey. I really don't. I think it's, you know what? Listen, neither one of those guys are going to be, a 3-down back and an everyday back. Hey, listen, going forward, let those guys work as a tandem. Second round, I think it was a little of a reach, but I don't know. I mean, the 1 weak spot is that defensive end spot, right? We don't, we lost JFM. We can't pay everybody. So listen, he got his money in Tennessee. Congratulations. But I don't know. I don't think anything's a reach, to be honest with you. Listen, he's going to be a piece. Again, I don't know if he's going to start. I know you guys are against the vet, but listen, I'm a fan of this, guys. We have everything. We have the best roster in football. The one spot is that starting defensive end spot, right? So, hey, I'm selling Cam Jordan. I'm selling Calais Campbell. Listen, come home. Listen, do it for $1 million, $2 million. Now, if Savion Jones and this kid, they work out, that's fine. But if they don't, we're not stuck. Hey, Cam Jordan, I need you to, on a 3rd down, play, Calais Campbell, go play in a playoff game. That's why I want those guys, not for every down, whatever. And hey, if the young guys beat us out. Listen, hey, then we're golden. But if not, I have insurance there. So that's why I wanted Cam Jordan or I wanted Calais Campbell. Now, I'm not giving those guys $12 million, but sell them. Hey, you want a championship, or you want to go to a team to win 4 games, or you want to play for a championship, Calais, in your hometown? That's what I want to do.
Keith, Trevor. I want to say real quick hello got a bunch of people saying hello, Kurt, but Phil McLaughlin coming in. Good morning, Keith, Kenny, and Rocket Man. In and out this morning. Grandkids have events going on. Got to ask Kurt if he's happy so far. But Kurt, before you answer that, Clayton saying hello. And then a couple other people asked a similar question. I do want to get them up as well. Keith Stober, how do you think the Broncos draft is going? And Glenn Ashley also saying, hello, Kurt. Get up, Kurt Valenti, my brother. Unfortunately, the South Park Cows will win an NFL game before the Knicks get a Larry O'Brien trophy.
I got to say this. Glenn left me some great he leaves me voice messages and Facebook Messenger. Oh, they're great. I can't play them on here because you guys would get shut down. Profanity, but he leaves some great messages. That's all.
And Ernie Mays, listen to Kurt. He is the Broncos man. Go Broncos country only. So, Kurt, two people asking, and Phil's comes with 200 stars. So thank you, Phil, for the support with 200 stars.
Thank you.
But how do you think the draft is going so far, and are you happy?
I am happy. Listen, I'm happy because of Jonah Coleman. I think that's a guy that's going to play right immediately. And again, the other two spots, the tackle spot, listen, McGlinchey's getting older. Bowles is getting older. Now, is he going to, hopefully, thank God, pray to God he doesn't see it down this year, right? Because those guys are healthy. But going forward, again, we can't pay everybody and they're getting older. So I have no problem with that. Again, I have no problem at all with the way the draft goes because we got Jonah Coleman. If we didn't get that running back, now going forward, Kenny, me and you spoke before. Who am I a fan of? You're a fan of. Who do we like, Kenny?
The linebacker.
No, you said before. Nope, gadget guy.
Oh, the gadget guy. Haynes King and Michael Ronquillo wants him too.
Let's do it. Later on, get it. That guy makes the roster. He could play quarterback. He could play a little tight. He could do it all. So, other than that, I have no problem with the way. I don't know how you guys feel. I have no problem with the way the draft has gone.
Trevor, you got something for Kurt?
Yeah, welcome, Kurt. Great to have you as always. Love what you do on Broncos Daily. Congratulations on that. So great. Here, Kurt. I'm gonna put you on the spot here. Grade the Broncos picks so far, because it sounds like to me you love Jonah Coleman, Tyler Onyedem. Sounds like he's kind of hit or miss, and Cage Casey kind of hit or miss. So I want you to grade the Broncos picks so far in this year's draft.
Well, you know what? I'm glad you asked that question, Trevor, because I'm mad at myself for not even starting this conversation with this. It's an A+, because we didn't talk about our first round pick. Our first round pick, number 30, Jalen Waddle, who by far the best wide receiver in this draft class. Probably the best player in this draft. Maybe Jeremiah Love's going to be it, but so we have to incorporate that, right? So it's an A+ because there's no player. Our weakest part was having another wide receiver last year to go with Cortland Sutton. Those guys were just not ready. And listen, that's on us. We didn't make a trade at the trade deadline. We didn't get Shaheed. We didn't go get Waddle. Whatever. It hurt us. But you know what? They learned their lesson. They got it done. And so I'm going A+ because there's nobody in this draft, nobody, even if we had the number one pick in the draft, that could have helped us more than Jalen Waddle. It's exactly what this team needed. So I'm going A+. The other pieces, again, whether it's, get a little play. Again, listen, for the tackle spot, you guys agree with me. I don't want Bowles and McGlinchey to miss. Hopefully they don't miss a snap this year, because in the best world, those guys don't miss a snap. And everything else, listen, I have no problem with depth pieces, right, for the defensive end spot. But I want to vet there. And then, like I said, if he beats him out, if Jones beats him out, hey, then you know what? Then it's a bonus for us. But I just don't want to go into a season not having a guy there and having one weakness on this team. And listen, that could be a weakness if we don't have that position solidified. JFM was good for us, guys. He was a nice piece for us. It's just we could not afford him. So I'm going A+. Just because of the Waddle situation. I don't know how you guys feel, but you have to include Waddle because he was basically traded for the number 30th pick.
My last question, then, if you don't. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I got one for Kurt.
Wait, can I give you guys one? See, This is what I have been arguing for the last 2 years, and especially since Bo Nix is in, right? On the offensive side of the football, we just have not had top end talent, right? We haven't had top end talent, and it hasn't showed. What it does show is just how damn good Bo Nix is, because he's been doing it with second and third rate talent. But look now at the skill position. You got a first round quarterback. Your running backs now are a second rounder, and a fourth rounder. Your top three receivers are now a first rounder, a second rounder, and a second rounder. And your tight end, Ingram, was a first rounder, right, Kenny?
Yes.
Yes. You're looking now. That is what you want. You can't go and say, I have a 4th rounder, an undrafted running back, a 4th rounder. You're not going to win big with that. This now, you have legit skill guys, right? Adding Waddle, a 2nd round pick running back, a 4th round pick running back, especially Dobbins is a 2nd round pick. Your wide receiver room, Mims a 2nd rounder, Sutton a 2nd rounder, Waddle a 1st rounder. That's skill. Right? That's skill. Now you're ready. Now you're ready to roll. Now there's no BS. I don't care if Peyton's calling it, Davis Webb's calling it. There's no BS. You got talent all over the field on offense now, and you got a great offensive line. So there's no excuse now. So that's why I'm pumped up. It's not about we don't count on Adam Troutman anymore. We don't count on Jaleel McLaughlin. But those guys are like, who cares if they even dress on Sunday? We're not going to depend on Troy Frankman. If he helps us, he helps us. If not, go stand on the sideline. Like, it's not like they'll help us, but we don't need them. Like, now teams are going to, I said this the other day. I said it to you guys yesterday. How are you defending Waddle, Sutton, Mims, Dobbins in the backfield and Ingram with that's a problem now. There's no more, single. You're just going to single cover Waddle. You're just going to single cover now Sutton. Teams couldn't defend Mims. So that's my question to you guys. You know what? I'll start with Trevor, then I'll go to Keith and then Kenny. How excited now are you for our offensive personnel, Trevor?
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely added more weapons. I will say tight end is something where I feel like they could still use tight end there. A young tight end. I'm not the biggest Evan Ingram guy, and I don't buy that he's going to suddenly be a big part of this offense in year 2. I still think that's a position where they need to invest into a young tight end long term to try to develop one, because that's so huge for a quarterback. It's a quarterback's best friend is tight end, a safety blanket. And so other than that, though, I do think they've invested, in the playmakers around Bo Nix. I will say, Kurt, this Jonah Coleman pick, it's kind of incomplete for me right now, because I don't care what running back you take. This running game better be better this year, because teams are going to load up with Bo Nix, and they're going to put pressure on Bo Nix. That injury with Bo, it's going to take him some time. I mean, so this running game's got to be better. You loaded up in your backfield now. Added pressure for me with this Jonah Coleman pick on Sean Payton to get this running game right, because since he's arrived, you haven't had one 1,000-yard rusher.
1,000%. Keith, what about you? You excited with the offensive personnel now?
Matt, you laid it out. I think you've laid it out, and you laid it out beautiful, because this roster is a ready now roster. The weapons are scary. We're ready to go. We've covered all corners. We've, shaped all facets of this offense into something that's very scary. Like you said, when you start talking about, and hats off to you, my friend, you start talking about all the top round talent that we have on this, and you can start even going into the interior of the offensive line.
Yeah.
Which didn't. And there's plenty there too. So, I mean, this team is scary, and it's ready to go. I'm not worried about tight end as much as Trevor is, because honestly, who are you going to bring in that's going to supplant Evan Ingram this year, though, and just wash him out and say, no, we don't need this guy. This is the guy. Kenyon Sadiq, maybe. And then it really was a fall in this draft. You didn't have top tight end talent. So we need to get development, the whole 9 yards. But if you're talking purely about the roster as it sits today, scary.
And Kenny, before I get to you, I want to just ask the Bronco guys one more question, because you guys both make a great point, which I agree with. And I agree with Trevor with the tight end, just for this reason, because if you said to me, this roster is going to stay the way it is, no injuries. And I know we can't predict that, but if we could just stay like that, I'm going to sign up for it and say we're going to win a Super Bowl. But Ingram, that's the thing. I don't want to go from Ingram, he gets hurt, back to Troutman. So that's why I'm saying a Njoku, a Cole Kmet, if we could. Is there somebody out there we can get on the cheap that, just as an insurance policy, just in case Ingram goes down, we're ready to go? Is there anybody, Trevor, that, instead of because I agree, Keith, you can't pick somebody in the 5th round and say you're going to be ready to go on a championship team. I don't think that's going to happen. So Trevor, give me anybody. Who could we go get?
Well, if the Lions are ready to move off Sam Laporta, I would certainly take Sam Laporta in a heartbeat.
100%.
If you're talking about, we're talking about Kyle Pitts and stuff like that, I'm like, no, I want Sam Laporta over Kyle Pitts. I think Sam Laporta would really help Bo Nix and give him a tight end. And that's the thing. People say, well, Bo Nix don't look at tight end a lot. Okay, well, Evan Ingram hasn't earned his trust. That's where my thing is. Like, as a pass catcher, he hasn't done enough for me. I'm concerned even with Evan Ingram on this roster. I'm concerned because he had the most drops on this team this past year. Like, he's not the same Evan Ingram he once was. He's a shell of himself at this point in time. Hopefully, he proves me wrong this year, but this tight end room is still very concerning. It's one of the worst tight end rooms still in all of football, and they haven't addressed it yet. And that's the thing. Like, get a young developmental tight end. I've said that now, Kurt, for 2 years now, and they still haven't done it. Like, at some point in time, you've got to do it because they don't just fall off trees. Like Brock Bowers, you got George Kittle, Sam Laporta. They were all draft picks. Then these teams develop them. You've got to have one waiting in the wings to take over to go along with your quarterback, and this team has failed to do that so far.
Kurt, real quick, I do want to hit Michael because this was rumored for the Broncos. A lot of us like Mike Washington. Michael's given us 100 stars with this comment. Thank you, Michael. Give you the claps. Everybody's friend, Michael Matteo. Raiders are selecting Mike Washington. Little backup plan there with Ashton Janty. So thank you, Michael, for the Facebook stars and all the support you've been giving us all 3 days and all our shows on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. I know he follows you on Broncos Daily, Kurt. I've watched some of your shows. Michael's everywhere, and we love Michael 100%. Thank you,
I was
Michael,
listening to a podcast. Keith, I'm driving into work the other day. I'm listening to a podcast. I forgot which podcast it was, and I hear the guy goes, "Oh, there's Michael Ronquillo." I was like, "This guy's all over the place."
He's all over. We love Michael.
What about you? Do you like? I laid out an offensive, high draft picks with talent. Do you like it now? Do you like
the best way I could describe it, Kurt, because it's a great question, is I'm going to compare it to potentially the Giants' backfield. R.J. Harvey, Tyrone Tracy, right? R.J. Harvey, the smaller speed guy, converted as a quarterback turned running back. Tracy, wide receiver turned running back. You got your power guy potentially with Jonah Coleman, the small little bowling ball, could catch the ball out of the backfield, kind of like Cam Scatterbo maybe. And then you got your veteran, and J.K. Dobbins, when healthy, is a lot better than Devin Singletary, but Coleman and Harvey could be the future. Dobbins, you got him for this year, injury around. Jonah Coleman pans out. R.J. Harvey does well. That should be the plan for the Broncos' future.
Yeah.
I love it.
But Kenny, with everybody, with Waddle, do you think our offense now is, listen, we know how great our defense is, but would you say we have a Super Bowl caliber offense right now?
Yes.
I do too.
With your starters, yes. Anything else for Kirk? Keith, do you have one more you want to throw at him real quick? Or I know he's got a busy day.
Final question, man. I think it's a quick one, hopefully. Appreciate you coming on, man. Love your insight, love your knowledge, love your passion for the Broncos, right? You do amazing over on your show. You can plug it one more time, but my question is, how do you keep it such short form? Because every time I see you in this format or on King
I know. I'm not going to lie. It's like so hard. I look and they said, you're really supposed to get done by like a half hour. So I'm like, okay. And I look and I'm watching the clock and it's like, all right, 9 minutes. I'm good. Then all of a sudden I'm like, oh shit, I got to get this done within like 3 minutes. I'm like, all right, I got to end it. But no, what's awesome. What I do too now is I do like a fan take Friday. So I take everybody's comments throughout the week and that's the Friday show. This Friday was a little different because of the draft, but I love interacting with the people. Listen, there's a lot of people who disagree with me, which I love. Like there's one guy I'm trying to say he's like Trevor. He didn't want Pitts, which is fine. But then there's another one who first he said to me, the Jets have the best offensive line in football. I don't know what game he's watching, but anyway, but no, I love doing it. Like there's a lot of people, there's a lot of people that want to win a Super Bowl this year, guys. I mean, people don't realize like, there's a part of us that like, I feel robbed, right? Like, don't you guys feel robbed? Like, not like cheated, but kind of like robbed because listen, we blow New England out with Bo Nix. I'm not even talking about that. We blow them out with Bo Nix. Drake May stinks. Come on. We blow them out. And you know what? Listen, I think we could have beat Seattle, so I feel robbed that like, we didn't get there last year. But you know what? I'm more motivated, and if I'm motivated and you guys are more, I mean, imagine what that team is by saying, you know what, we got robbed, we didn't get there. So I'm just so excited for this year, man. This team is going to be phenomenal. I'm super pumped up. But let me guys ask you this: Trevor, Denver Nuggets in trouble?
Yes, very in trouble, and there could be some shakeup if things continue to go the wrong direction. I can't believe that the Game 3 turnout and how that team looked defeated. It's insane.
Keith, Avalanche win the cup?
Oh, let's go! Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
So too. I think so too.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And Kurt, yes, the Knicks will win tonight. Kurt,
Knicks are going to win tonight. Knicks will win tonight. No, but guys, listen, I'm
Don't
super
be nervous.
I'm super pumped up for this season, man. I mean, I cannot wait for this season. Look, all right, my last question for all three of you, rapid fire. I'm starting with Kenny. Two-parter. Will Stidham be the backup? And do you want Stidham as the backup, Kenny? Yes or no?
Will he? Yes. No.
Keith.
I'm going to go with Kenny. Yes, no. Trevor.
Gosh. I'm going to go yes, but competition.
I like that. You know what? Hey, Peyton, I love that. Listen, he went from a top 32 quarterback to competing real quick, didn't he? Remember, I got a top 32 guy. Now all of a sudden, we're competing with Sam Ellinger. That's a little different story. So, but,
Kurt, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. One rapid fire question. Yeah. Does Sean Payton take a quarterback in this draft?
Yes.
There you go.
Haynes King.
There's a lot of people say he likes the Rutgers kid.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but Kenny, I want your guy.
Haynes King.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Let's go. Kurt, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming on. Let's go Broncos. Let's go Knicks. Kurt Valenti, Fan Arch, Broncos Daily. If you haven't subscribed over there on YouTube, do it now. Daily videos, Monday through Friday. Kurt's the voice of the Broncos. You want to see passion, go over there, hang out. And, of course, over at K&K, we'll be doing some more stuff come football season. So,
if you want to see thank you so much. Well, if you want to see passion, come see me tonight, 6 o'clock on 7th Ave and 33rd Street in the city. I might go through the Jumbotron if they can't beat the Atlanta Hawks tonight.
One and only right, Kurt Valenti. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Go Broncos.
Go Broncos.
Nobody does it like Kurt Valenti.
Nobody quite like him. Nobody Trevor, quite like him.
I gotta pass it to you for a couple minutes. Give us some of the notable names. I've been seeing them come in the chat. Some of the notable names that came out in the last 15 minutes. Starting with Mike Washington.
Yeah, let me get
Keith,
to this.
Want to talk about Mike Washington going to the Raiders?
Ain't this so funny, man? Last year, if you think about it, it was the Chargers. Omarion Hampton was the guy that we all maybe coveted, and then he ends up going to the Chargers. This year, I think a lot of us coveted Mike Washington Jr., Arkansas running back. He's pretty freaking dynamic, and comparatively, when we talk about burst, this is the other end. When it comes to Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington has some burst for sure and can break one at any moment. Addition for the Raiders this year, though, so here we are once again. I think we'll have an opportunity to be comparing running backs in the AFC West. Now, not top of the board, maybe like we saw last year with R.J. Harvey and Omarion Hampton, but now we're going to see Mike Washington Jr., Jonah Coleman, their development in FC West. Like I said, I had these guys kind of neck and neck, but completely different type of running back, man. This guy's got top end and ability and moves, and not the bowling ball that we got in Jonah Coleman. That's going to, like you guys alluded to, going to be more of a goal line type of guy that you can really count on there. So
smart pick.
We got a couple of picks to catch up on, by the way, Kenny. I'm going to read them off. I don't remember last where we left off at. I think it was Travis Burke. So I'm going to go 118 with the Detroit Lions. Jimmy Rolder, the linebacker out of Michigan, went 119 for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Wesley Williams, edge rusher out of Duke, went at 120. Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher out of Penn State, went to Green Bay. At 121, Pittsburgh took Caden Wetchen, the wide receiver at Iowa. 122, of course, Raiders took Mike Washington. At 123, the Houston Texans take Wade Woodaz, the linebacker out of Clemson. At 124, Chicago Bears have selected Malik Muhammad, the corner out of Texas. 125, the Buffalo Bills select Skylar Bell, wide receiver, UConn. And at 126, the pick just came in. They took Caleb Elums or the linebacker at TCU.
There was one guy we just mentioned for linebacker, maybe for the Broncos yesterday. But I want to mention one guy, and then maybe we can talk about Caleb Elamzor as well, Trevor and Keith. Kalen Wetchin, I'd like to mention him. He could be a punt returner. He was the guy because you gave me punt returners, kick returners, and I labeled 2. And Kalen Wetchin was the top one on my list that could be a potential, threat in the kick return, punt return game. Excellent skills at Iowa in that punt return game. As you see him there, 5'9", 196 out of Iowa. He's got some talent there, and I'm trying to find his stats when he was. I don't have them with me, but I'm telling you, this kid's going to be a punt returner and could maybe turn into a slot wide receiver there to replace Calvin Austin for the Steelers. I think this in round 4 is a solid A pick, and you don't get many solid A's in the 4th round. I think this is a solid one. Keeps the same colors on as well, black and yellow, so black and gold. He doesn't have to change uniforms, really. It almost looks like a Steeler uniform besides the helmet, right? But solid pickup here and a sneaky good draft for Mike McCarthy first year with Drew Allar as well in this draft. So on the offensive side. So I like that pick. And then if anybody, Trevor, we've been hitting Caleb Elamzor a little bit. That was Jody's group. He's at his daughter's Taekwondo tournament today and hope she's doing well. We haven't heard any updates from Jody yet. That's good, probably a good thing. But Caleb Elamzor, Trevor, we were hoping he'd be possibility for the Broncos later on today, but not happening.
Yeah, Caleb Elamzor. I mean, he's a linebacker, one of the later linebackers that I like. Again, Kenny's boy Kyle Lewis still on the board, so that's good. I like Kyle Lewis still as well, but with Elamzor, I mean, 6'2", 234. That's a linebacker size. I think he's a guy that can really do a little bit of everything in coverage, and also a really good run defender. I think he'll have to start off obviously slow, but I think this is a guy that can eventually turn into a starting caliber linebacker. I like this move for Buffalo, and I think they're getting 2 really good players. Kenny, we've talked about Skylar Bell as well, the wide receiver. So I mean, these are 2 picks that I love from Buffalo's standpoint. I mean, you get a chance to add another coverage linebacker to this already talented linebacker room, and then Skylar Bell to this wide receiver room as well.
Yeah. Yes, Dan, he is still available and been one of my day 2, day 3 sleepers that I think could be really good in this draft. And his perfect scheme for him would be, I don't have him listed as a 3-down linebacker right now, but he'd be the perfect linebacker in nickel and dime coverages. I had him listed as the top coverage linebacker coming out of this draft. So he's still sitting there, the captain out of University of Pittsburgh. And, it's his size and run defense is maybe what's making him drop. But if you want a guy, Broncos, you need a coverage linebacker, bring him in on 3rd downs, 3rd and longs. This is your guy. So we're going to see what happens. I want to mention the Broncos giveaway. How many more picks we got in the 4th round, by the way, Trevor? Keep us updated on that because we have our giveaway after.
While you're looking at that real quick, I just want to say one of my position groups we kind of skipped over because it was right in between some Broncos picks. Cade Klubnik did go to the New York Football Jets, quarterback. So not very many quarterbacks expected to go. He's going to have a chance to go up there and compete, obviously, right off the bat. So watch out for Cade Klubnik. Watch out for what the New York Jets are doing because they went with a lot of offensive weapons. Now, finally, maybe they have a quarterback as well, if nothing else, to add competition for the meantime. So Cade Klubnik went, I forget where he was at, 110 overall. So
wow, little surprising that Taylor Green and Garrett Nussmeier are still on the board, especially Garrett Nussmeier because Carson Beck and Garrett Nussmeier were top of the draft 2 years ago. and they have down years, and Carson Beck gets drafted in the 3rd round, but Garrett Nussmeier is still sitting on that board for somebody. A little surprising there.
But we nailed that Drew Allar pick, Kenny. We talked about Drew Allar going earlier than some people thought. some people thought he may go early day 3, and he went last night in day 2. So we nailed the head on that one. Getting what Drew Allard, his upside. Obviously, the Steelers loved him enough to take him last night. So
I'm going to have Keith describe our first giveaway today once again, and when Keith is done, I'm going to read the names on the list so far, and then Trevor, let me know how many more picks we have.
We have 10 picks left.
There you go. Okay. So we'll go quick on that, and then I'd love to talk about Cincinnati's pick as well.
Yeah, sure.
So our giveaway today, Denver Bronco giveaway, all for Denver Broncos, but we want you to go over to Rocky Mountain Sports Network. We want you to check out the profile pic on YouTube, and it's a player currently. You put that player's name in the comments. You're entered to win the Broncos specific. I say that because Rocky Mountain Sports Network and a lot of what we do over here is all 32 teams, but we do have the Denver Bronco Roundup. This was kind of a paying an homage to all those fans that have been around for a long time with us. So there is a profile pic right there, Denver Bronco Roundup, or I'm sorry, Rocky Mountain Sports Network profile pic over on YouTube. I put that name in, and we're going to be making that drawing happen at the end of this round. So
listen for your name, everybody. If you're not on this list, put your name in there. You got 10 picks left. Clayton, Patrick Wiltsey, Paul Shatter, Roy, Glenn, Ernie, Michael Ronquillo, and Mr. Mouse. You are on that list. If I missed you, put it back in there now. Or if you haven't yet, put it in there now. You got 10 picks left to be entered in that awesome Broncos giveaway. And then we'll have another giveaway at the start of the 5th round to announce a very special one, our grand prize for the three days of draft coverage and all the time you all have spent with us. So can't wait to announce that one at the start of the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So Keith, you want to talk about the Bengals pick?
Yeah. Trevor, do you want to get us caught up and we could talk about the Bengals pick? How's that?
Yeah, absolutely. So Connor Lew, and I'm going to Cincinnati. That was the pick for the Bengals. And that's the pick that Keith was loving and excited about. We had a couple picks that want to get caught up though.
Yeah.
Before you go, Keith. And then at 129, we have the Panthers taking Will Lee, the 3rd cornerback out of Texas A&M. At 130, the Dolphins just selected Trey Moore, edge rush out of Texas.
Some good picks there.
This is just a guy, I know this is way outside my group, and this is Trevor's group actually, but this is a guy that I absolutely loved. And like I said, Garden Center was a place that I thought really has slid, and I'll let Trevor talk about it. But this is, in my opinion, the premier center in this draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I like Connor Lew as well. I mean, he's probably not my top center on the board. Well, not at least not. I would say today, yes, but I mean, like just in general, I was a bigger Jake Slaughter guy, but Connor Lew for me, I think it's definitely worth taking a chance on here. For Cincinnati, you get a chance to project Joe Burrow long term. It's something they haven't done a great job with, is developing offensive linemen. So hopefully this turns around for Joe Burrow and that Cincinnati Bengals offense. I think this is a guy that can come in and compete right away though for a job.
Let's say hello to our good friend Rodney Garcia coming in on YouTube. Rodney, I think you came in right after Keith mentioned we got a Broncos giveaway coming up in less than 10 picks. You're on YouTube. Tell us who the name of the player is on our logo there. In place of Rocky Mountain Sports Network, there's a player there. Put it in the chat, and I'll enter you in our giveaway that we got coming up shortly. Specific Broncos giveaway for those Bronco fans out there. Thanks to Denver Bronco Roundup and Jody Moncrief, who's not here. It was his idea. And thank you, Keith, for donating the wonderful prize that one lucky Bronco fan or NFL fan's going to get at the end of the 4th round. So, Rodney, if you want to be entered, just tell us who that player is on the logo there in the thumbnail, and we'll get you on the list. But Connor Lew, I agree. There's one other center that I like on this board yet, and that's Pat Coogan. I liked him. It's my wild card. I expect him to go as well, for a team, and could be a nice depth piece for somebody. So I'm going to let you guys – I'm going to start putting the names on the wheel because we're getting close. I'll let you guys, talk about a team, a topic, a player, whatever you guys want to do. I'll give you guys a couple minutes before I come back. Let me go get this wheel taken care of. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
I will say, Keith, unless you have something different,
no,
the AFC West. I mean, the draft so far for some of these teams in the AFC West. I think the Raiders have killed it so far in this draft. I mean, with what they've added, I wasn't a big fan of what they did in free agency, but Mendoza, Stukes, Crawford, Zahn, the guard, that's probably a little more questionable for me. But I mean, Jermon McCoy. I mean, Mike Washington. They have added now. I mean, they've added some players to this team, I think, on both sides of the ball. So I think the Raiders, to me, have killed the draft so far. Chiefs, I'm not overly in love with their draft. Chargers, and they've been relatively quiet. But I think Raiders actually having the best draft out of the AFC West so far.
Raiders are turning it around, man. I was bigger on Fernando Mendoza than Jody was. Jody wasn't big on Fernando Mendoza, but I see all the right traits and I see the right coach there. You already have pieces around on offense, and then, like you said, the pieces that they end up continuing to add in this draft. It's going to, we've been waiting for it here in the AFC West, maybe hoping it would the day would never come, but I think the Raiders are really on the turnaround. They're going to be competitive. We've said that year after year after year. The Raiders are going to come in. They're going to be the AFC West is going to be one of the toughest. I think this one year is with this draft class, with what they did in free agency as well. I think that they're going to be competitors.
Yeah, I do too. And then having Ashton Genty and Mike Washington behind that offensive line is pretty scary too. That's going to be a tandem to deal with, taking some pressure off Mendoza too.
Yeah, and you think about where their coach comes from. Obviously, Clint Kubiak comes from, and the type of offense that he likes to run. Yeah. I mean, done seeing what he constructed up there in Seattle, and the running backs was Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker. Now Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet are much in question this season, obviously, for the Seattle Seahawks, as Kenneth Walker found a new home and Charbonnet is on the way back. But he loves that two running back system, and now he has two great running backs. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, and that's something to where the more weapons, Brock Bowers. I mean, that's what they've been. The only thing I would say is wide receivers, something probably to watch out for them to add going forward in the future. That's something where I think like Jack Betch they added a year ago, but other than that, they haven't done much. From a wide receiver standpoint. So wide receiver, they could add a little bit more there, but yeah, I mean, it's crazy just seeing the amount of talent the Raiders are putting together. I know they have high picks and they have a lot of holes, but got a lot of, like, really some of the young talent they've added, and then having like Linda Baum in free agency, being able to overpay for him, yes, but you've still got one of probably the best offensive linemen in free agency.
Yeah, I agree. You got the best offensive lineman. By default, you have one of the best pass rushers when healthy on your team. You have a tight end that everyone agrees with is probably one of the best, if not the best, in the NFL at this point. I mean, there's a lot of reasons that the Broncos need to be concerned when they head off to Las Vegas, or when Las Vegas comes to town. So,
Keith, what would early grade? I know we have the Broncos giveaway coming up here pretty soon, but I do want to ask you, and really quickly, what's your grade for the Broncos pick so far? I asked Kurt earlier. This is early, I know, but and we can revisit this, of course, later down the line when we get all the picks in. But early analysis, give me a grade on the Broncos pick so far.
Yeah, I'll just go B- right now. I after I rewatched the tape on our pick at Tyler. How do you say his name?
Onyedem.
Onyedem. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get used to it, just like I've gotten used to a few. Tyler Onyedem. After I watched a little bit more tape on him, man, I think he has a great skill set, and I can see why he was in the top 6 for Sean Payton and George Payton. I like Jonah Coleman as well, so that is a decent grade for me. The rest of it I have to score out. You know what I mean? So easy answer. I'm going to go a B- right now. Go watch the tape of the Boise State tackle we took. All of a sudden, it's eluding
Cage
my mind.
Casey.
And Cage Casey, and see what he projects like as a replacement for Ben Powers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm back, guys. I added a couple names. Phil was asking, is the name on? He doesn't have YouTube, so I saw Rodney put the name in, so I added Phil as well because I know he'll be putting the name in there. So Phil and Rodney, you are on the list. We got a couple picks left before we make that. I think I'll make one more announcement in a couple minutes to give everybody one last chance for the giveaway. But we got a lot of nice names on there and a deserving Bronco fan and a deserving fan of ours is going to win a nice little prize.
Kenny wrote. So when we were talking, I asked Keith to grade the Broncos picks so far. I want your grade of the Broncos picks so far. I know you're not high, and be realistic. Be harsh.
I'm going to be realistic.
I'm
going to be realistic.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm not going to give an F or a D for the defensive line pick, but I am going to give it a C-. I'm not in love with that pick because Kurt brought up some good points that I didn't think of too. You know, it is a weak position. John Franklin Myers did leave. You know, what if Savion Jones, who didn't play last year, and this rookie don't pan out? What else you have there? So I did like his points. Go get a veteran there, but C-. Let him compete. Jonah Coleman, I'm giving it an A-. I like that pick a lot. Was it my top running back? No, but I am liking Jonah Coleman a little more since the Broncos picked him. He's more of a power, smaller back like Cam Scatterbo. He's not Cam Scatterbo. Nobody's Cam Scatterbo. Let's be realistic. With nobody's running into telephone poles like Cam Scatterbo is, but he's that type of back, though, power back. I like that. I like what the Broncos did there. It could be the future 1-2 running back for many years to come. R.J. Harvey and Jonah Coleman. I like that pick. Not in love with the tackle pick. I'm going to give that one a D+. I really think, like you said, Trevor, secondary was there, and if you're not going to use him as a starter, you're going to need special teams. This kid, in all due respect, is going to be sitting on the sidelines with the jackets on. Is going to sit with the jackets on sidelines because he's not going to play unless you have a lot of injuries, and that's what it's going to come down to. So overall, I guess if you put all three picks, A, C, and D, I guess they get about an average of a C+ with their grades so far.
We want to get the Michael Ronquillo's comment too. Really quickly.
I lost that one in shuffle.
There you go, right there.
Okay.
That comes with Facebook stars.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Appreciate the support.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was getting caught up on the wheel, Michael, so I missed your comment with the stars. I've been keeping track of it, so I appreciate you letting us know that you sent stars. Apologize, I didn't get to that sooner.
No worries. Michael, yep. I think there's a safety that a lot of teams liked and a lot of people liked. Genesis Smith, safety out of Arizona. You liked him. The Chargers liked him. And safety is one of those positions I thought that still had a lot of depth. And now we're starting to see maybe that start to go. Genesis Smith, I would have had no problem being a Denver Bronco. Now the Denver Broncos might have to go up against Genesis Smith at least twice a year. And I think that's probably the best pick I've seen by the Chargers thus far, at least in memory. So,
yeah. Quick update on the wheel. Biggie Bronco, you are entered. Got also Phil McLaughlin coming in. Trevor, while you were asking that question, Phil sent us 50 stars. Thank you, Phil.
Thank you, Phil.
Like how he did it like Kurt, with Waddle included, grade B. So, yeah, you know what? You do, I guess you could grade the Broncos draft with Jalen Waddle because you traded for Jalen Waddle for pick 30. So I guess you could put that in the grades. So it does raise the grades up for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think quickly for me before we get to more picks, I'll go both. I mean, with Waddle, it's probably a B. Without Waddle, I'm C+ on this draft so far. I certainly understand the direction they're going with some of these picks, but I just maybe could have been a little bit more aggressive to get a little more talent. I just don't buy that. Oh, Tyler Onyedem was one of your 6 players. I think players started coming off the board relatively quickly, and we don't. That's the thing. We don't ever. The GMs and front office don't ever talk about players that they weren't able to get. They talk about players they're able to get, and they're in love with them. And so, something to keep in mind when we're talking players in like post-draft press conferences and stuff like that.
And Keith and Trevor, what I'll do is, I know you guys will do it too. go back and look, like, who did the Broncos really miss? Like, top of the head thinking that Jacob Rodriguez, but I'll go back and look because I truly believe Emeka Ibuka was in play for the Broncos last year, and they went with best player available, Jahdae Barron. And that was not on there. There was nobody they liked when 62 came up. Like you said, all the players are coming off the board. They knew that this kid on Yedem would be there 6 picks later. And if he wasn't, there was no love lost there neither. That's why you trade back, in my opinion. So, and to only get a 6th rounder in return tells me something else. They really didn't like anybody at 62, and there was nobody willing to come up to 62 for what the Broncos really wanted, which probably would have been a 5th round pick.
Yeah, I think there is a little bit of, and we'll go back. We'll have some great episodes coming up. This draft, the draft picks, how it went down on the Denver Bronco Roundup, on the Juice. Hey, you guys are going to be doing a final pick is in mock draft show. That'll be a fantastic recap of a lot of these stories as well. But, to go back and look to see, I think you're right, Kenny. I think a lot of players were right there and they thought they had them in reach and they started to get plucked off. And, you're thinking, oh, one is going to sift out. One is going to sift out. I would hope they're not lying to us. Tyler Onyedem is maybe that guy that they really like, and I like the player. Like I said, I fell more in love with him, man.
Glenn was with me. He still has nightmares about Ibuka because he really thought Ibuka was going to be a Bronco last year for sure. Michael giving us an update. Trevor, you want to hit this one?
Yeah. With the 135th pick of the 2026 NFL Draft, Indianapolis Colts take Bryce Boucher, the linebacker out of Oregon.
Another linebacker off the board that, people had Denver mocked in the 5th, 6th round. He goes in the 4th. They're going off the board. Elam Zor, Boker, but Kyle Lewis's size is coming into play here. He's still sitting there. And, as the linebackers are starting to go off the board, it's getting a little thin there. Tight ends are still on the board. Some good ones, but we're getting close now, Trevor. We got to be really close now on how many more picks in the 4th round.
We got Saints, Cowboys, Dolphins,
5.
Niners, Bengals. Saints, the pick is in. So after that, Cowboys, Dolphins, Niners, Bengals.
After the Cowboys pick, I'll make a last call, and
we can just do it right now. It's probably going to be pretty close. We'll just say last call, and then that way. Okay. Get everybody in. I don't think it's going to make a big difference.
Yeah.
And we can even let's go ahead and we can, as it's kind of, I'll notify you, my friend. Maybe as we get close to the end of this round, we can go ahead and get it done. So, okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, man.
Just give me that notification.
I'm too excited. I want to give this away, man.
Like, let me know.
Let's give it a last call. I'm like, now.
Let me know when you want me to pull the wheel up, and we'll do it. Biggie Bronco was the last one entered in the giveaway. Go on YouTube, awesome. Take a look at our logo in place of Rocky Mountain Sports Network. We have a player there. Name that player in the chat, and we'll get you on that wheel of Bronco giveaway. If you don't have YouTube, one of our friends in the chat may be able to help you and give you the name in the chat. So if you're not in there, get in there now. For anybody just coming on, I see over 20 people watching live. Don't have 20 people on the wheel. So if you want to be entered in a Broncos giveaway, get your name in there now.
Well, it keeps growing. It keeps going up, Kenny. More viewers coming in. Just watch out now. Now you're going to ask for it. You're going to have all of a sudden this flood of names.
That's good. I like that.
Oh, no.
I had somebody asking a question. Where was it? Yeah. Daniel asking, is Kyle Lewis still out there? Wow. Yes, he is. Yes, he is still out there. And I think his size may be concerning to some teams, that in-betweener. Because the last guy that was drafted very high in the 1st round, that was an in-betweener that I'm comparing him to, didn't really have a good career, and that's Isaiah Simmons. Mm-hmm. But Kyle Lewis can cover can cover, and he had 4 interceptions this past year. And when I watched the game against Stanford and watched tape against Sam Roush, who he was covering a lot, he had lockdown coverage on him. Sam Roush couldn't get free on him. So I have him as the top coverage linebacker. But, teams may be looking for run stoppers, not coverage linebackers. So that's why he's fallen. But I'm shocked he's still there. I'll be happy. Keep showing the picture on the screen.
I do want to, Glenn's throwing this in chat. Glenn, I will say here, Glenn, I will make you happy. I will get the trade whistle going. This was a trade previously, though, I will say, with the Colts and Steelers. It was the trade last night. Day 2 trade was what the Steelers, when the Colts ended up moving their second round pick, the Steelers ended up moving back. So this pick at 135 with Bryce Overture, the linebacker, that's part of the trade from last night, just to clear things up with the Colts and Steelers.
Keith Stober, I just entered you on the wheel. I know you're trying, and I got you, my friend. I'm gonna cheat for my friend Keith Stober. I don't think anybody's against that. He's trying. He doesn't have YouTube, and he's keeping an eye. Been with us. I'm gonna
that's fine, man.
Yep. No, Glenn, I don't have the whistle. I can't even whistle. If I tried to whistle, it'd sound like almost as bad as chalkboard screeching.
And your might freeze. So
yeah. Computer might have a seizure if I try and whistle.
We have the Saints pick that's in at 136 as well. They're taking Bryce Lance, wide receiver out of North Dakota State. It's a good pick there.
Trey Lance's brother. That's a sneaky good pick there. Now is when you take chance on those small schools.
Upside pick there. Yeah.
Everyone thinks of Trey Lance, as like maybe a smaller quarterback type of prospect. His brother Bryce Lance, 6'3", 204. So not a small drink of water for a wide receiver.
Here's a good topic that I'm going to turn into a topic from Rodney's comment.
Oh yeah.
Raiders,
we just talked about this. Yeah.
Killed the draft. Give me another team that killed the draft so far. Keith, I'll go to you first.
I said it yesterday, and I was going to grab my notes. Where the heck I put them?
Cleveland Browns. Well, you look for your notes. I'll go. I think my Giants killed it, and we're going to have a Giants guest on a little later, so I don't want to go too much into it. But you get Arvell Reese at 5, who the Giants said, and I've been listening to some Giants podcasts and some shows. The Giants had him as the number 1 player on their board. Get him at 5. Francis Maninoa at 10. They had him at number 4. So they get 2 top 5 players at 5 and 10 on their big board. Add Colton Hood, who stepped up big time with the Jamad McCoy injury over at Tennessee, and my 5th best corner in this draft. You get him early in the second round, and then you move up for Malachi Fields. I think the Giants killed it on what they needed, and I think they're going to be improving. And all 4 of those players so far drafted in this draft are going to not only contribute, but some of them are going to start and play in that elite level, in my opinion, for the New York Giants in the future. Trevor, you got a team that killed it?
Yeah, I think the Jets. I mean, I love their first 4 picks of the draft. I mean, I don't overthink it. Take the best edge rusher, David Bailey. We've mocked him to the Jets for weeks now. Kenyon Sadiq, they got him at 16. Omar Cooper Jr., he fell, went to pick 30. Broncos pick there. And then D'Angelo Pons, I love that pick. He's one of my favorite corners in this draft. A little bit small, but the guy's a baller. He knows how to find the ball and very good in coverage. I mean, again, it could be I think that's 4 starters right there that you just got with your first 4 picks in the draft. I love what the Jets have done so far. And they're setting themselves up for taking a quarterback in the next year's draft, I think, really well.
People, good comment and question this has turned into. Before I go to Keith, Rodney's saying the Giants as well. Giants and Vikings. Dan saying the Jets killed the draft just like you. Paul Shatter, Carolina has had a good draft. Glenn coming in with Miami, the Giants, the Cardinals, and Jets. Cardinals scare me a little bit. That's going to be hit or miss. And Michael saying Raiders. Keith, who are you going with?
I'm going back to my Browns. It's one of my Browns. It's one of the teams I've been covering for the draft coverage. But you start off with a Spencer Fano, you get Concepcion, you get Denzel Boston, you get Emmanuel McNeil Warren, you get offensive tackle Austin Barber. I mean, for me, the Cleveland Browns in a 2026 NFL draft, they got a lot of things taken care of. They've gotten help for whoever's their quarterback. Spencer Fano, probably one of the top rated. Jerry Judy's the only wide receiver there, not anymore. Concepcion and Denzel Boston come in. You want one of the best safeties out there. You got him in Emmanuel McNeil Warren. And then you double back and take care of on offensive line. Austin Barber had a good grade on, man. So if you're picking him up that late in the third round, I like what they did.
Yeah, Biggie's with you. And Biggie, hope you're feeling well. I'll just say that. I don't want to put that up on the chat, but I will say, feel better soon, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us. Hopefully we can keep your mind off it for a little bit.
I'm going to throw another team out there. I'm going to say the Cowboys. And that's a team that hasn't been mentioned much, but Caleb Downs getting him, I think he's a blue chip prospect in this class at 11. I like Malachi Lawrence, like the upside there. And I love Devin Moore and Drew Shelton. I mean, I think those are really good picks in the fourth round. So I think the Cowboys have had a sneaky good draft so far, Kenny. I know that's something that you don't really want to hear, but I know you're right. Yeah, I think that they've had a sneaky good draft so far.
Yeah. Brown snuck up on Glenn. Paul saying Dallas.
Yep.
Ernie Mays, as always. Broncos get an A. Giants get another A. It's 2 A's in a row. He's sticking with an A for them. Kenny, other teams are above sea level, but they're
Kenny, I will say, I want to ask you this with the Arvell Reese pick. This is my thing with the Arvell Reese pick. I mean, he's a great athlete. I mean, I think that I
think I know where you may be going, and I have an answer for you if you're going to answer the question. I think you're going to answer.
Since they look like they're going to be moving him to Will inside linebacker, do you think that's still a really good pick? Because I think Arvell Reese struggles in coverage. I think he's a very, very good run defender, and he's sneakily really good athlete, an athlete, one of the best athletes in this class. But do you agree taking a inside linebacker, a will linebacker that high in the draft? When I mean, again, he could. A lot of teams were talking about moving him to edge.
I do, because I think he will be an edge eventually. Abdul Carter was moved back last year, and once we put him up at edge, he was great last 5 weeks of the season. That was his prime position. Arvell Reese is a linebacker and an edge, So I do think eventually he's our future edge rusher with Abdul Carter. I think, eventually we move on from Kayvon Thibodeau, if not this year, then next year, contract up this year. So maybe trade deadline move if the Giants are not having the season that I hope they don't have. I hope they have a good playoff run in them. And we'll see, because I do think Kayvon Thibodeau will be the odd man out, and Arvell Reese will eventually move up to edge rusher at some point.
Okay.
Got it. And after this next pick, or Trevor, why don't you? We're not doing pick by pick. Trevor, get us up to date on picks, and then I'll pull the wheel up in the meantime, and we'll get this drawing out for one special Bronco fan or NFL fan. It's going to get a nice Broncos giveaway.
Yeah, with the at 132, the New Orleans Saints took Jeremiah Wright, the guard out of Auburn. At 133, the Baltimore Ravens take Matthew Hibner, the tight end out of SMU. At 134, the Atlanta Falcons take Kendall Daniels, the linebacker out of Oklahoma. 135, we just talked about Bryce Boucher, the linebacker going to the Colts from Oregon. Bryce Lance going, the wide receiver from North Dakota State, going to the Saints. And 137, the Cowboys picked again. LT Overton, the edge rusher out of Alabama, is going. And then Kyle Lewis, Kenny, just got took by the Miami Dolphins at 138, the linebacker out of Pittsburgh.
Wow. Miami getting Jacob Rodriguez and Kyle Lewis in the same draft.
Yeah.
So they're a nice little linebacking core there with two different style linebackers. That's what you want to get in a draft if that's a need. And, of course, that was a need for the Dolphins. So,
and another team that's having a good draft, by the way.
Yeah. I'm going to share the screen in a second here, Keith. I'm going to read in the meantime, I'm going to read the names while I'm doing that. If you haven't heard your name, let us know. I'll give everybody about 30 seconds. Patrick Wiltsey. Let me put it up on the screen first and then read it to everybody.
By the way, there was a question in there. When's the Broncos' next pick? Currently, 5th round, number 170.
Gotcha. Let's do this. Let's do the view I've been doing for this one. Let's put us down below. There we go, to make it a little bigger. I'm going to read the names, and I'm going to give the wheel three shuffles. So we got Patrick Wiltsey coming in, Ernie Mays, Phil McLaughlin, Glenn Ashley, Roy Osborne, Paul Shatter, Mr. Mouse, Michael Ronquillo, Rodney Garcia, Big E Bronco, last but not least, Keith Stober. If you haven't heard your name, 30-second countdown roughly starts now. And Keith's giving away. You could see it barely there on the bottom left. Starting lineup, action figurine. Starting lineup, John Elway.
Did you get Dan's name in there?
For a Bronco fan.
Did you get Dan's
Dan,
name?
I'm going to get Dan in there right now. Awesome, Dan. Thank you.
And Michael,
anything else?
And Michael, we will get to your comment right after this drawing. Appreciate the Facebook stars, by the way.
Can't see that one, Keith, very large.
No worries.
Of the,
no worries.
The size you are. You want to share what it is?
Got a Marvin Mims rookie card I'm including with this as well.
Oh,
awesome. Nice little bonus there. Last call, everybody. Little 10-second countdown. I don't see anybody else's names. I don't think I missed anybody.
Yeah, Glenn.
All right, let's give this three shuffles.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3. Good luck, everybody. Let's give it a spin.
One lucky winner, and that
Phil
is
and Dan. Phil
wow,
and Dan.
Phil McLaughlin.
Phil McLaughlin.
Wow. Congratulations, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. Big congratulations, Phil, man.
And this was
Kenny,
a special.
This
was a special giveaway. Phil, you will be entered in the grand prize drawing at the end of the show as well.
As long as he gets entered in.
Right, yeah. You have to be entered in, of course, but if you get a chance later to enter, we'll have a new giveaway at the start of the round. Congratulations, Phil McLaughlin. Keith, I'll put you up on the big screen so you can show everybody.
Got that Marvin Mims rookie card.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
You want to show that on the big screen, the John Elway?
Got that as well.
You need to call it all this time, Kenny.
Yeah, he's
the
giving
action
me man
figure
crushes and dolls earlier.
Yeah.
So
Well, you know what? I got joked around my whole life about being Barbie doll Ken, Barbie and Ken. So that in my
now
defense,
you're picking on me, bully. All right, no, I'm Phil. I'm so happy for you, man. Again, Marvin Mims rookie card, and yeah, John Elway figurine heading out your way, Phil. Thank you so much, man.
Awesome.
Phil, for all your support.
All the support, awesome. And we got a big one coming up for everybody in a little bit. Well, let's start announcing that in a few picks. Gonna take some time here. You know what, guys? I'm gonna go backstage for a couple minutes, erase everybody's name, get the wheel ready for set up for the next one. I'm gonna take about 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Keith, I do want to get to Michael's comments because I told him. And Phil saying, "Oh my gosh,
yes.
Thank you, awesome." That's just Mr. Phil McLaughlin's reaction. Phil, congratulations and thank you very much for all your support. We really appreciate it. And we're going to get to Michael's comment really quick. I lost it in the shuffle. Let me see where.
Oh goodness, man! Don't lose our fans in the shuffle, man. They're like children. You need to make sure you keep an eye on them when there's a crowd like this, man.
Right. Michael comment in here, and this comes with Facebook stars. Thank you, Michael. I can't see how many stars quite yet right now, but I know it's any amount of support you give us. It doesn't matter how many stars it is. It's really truly appreciated. And it's amazing. You're amazing. And again, thank you for everything you do. Michael says, "Who is the loser? What NFL team is a loser so far in this 2026 NFL draft, Keith?"
Ooh, well, let me look
question.
over the teams that I was watching over. I liked what the Vikings did. Baltimore had some good run as well. Boy, Cincinnati came back late. If I had to choose between all all the teams I had, though, maybe it would be Baltimore. I'm not like overly, impressed with what Baltimore did, and I really felt like they needed to address the interior line. They ended up going wide receiver. They ended up going edge. They did go Ione, but he's not going to be your center. You know what I mean? I think they have a big need right there. I had them pegged for Connor Liu, but Jacoby Lane, is that going to move the needle that much at wide receiver when you need to move the needle at wide receiver? Zion Young at edge rusher, good as edge rusher, but I wouldn't say necessarily elite. So I guess of the teams that I was watching over, that would be the team that didn't blow me off the charts. So.
And something where Baltimore, it's kind of an interesting thing. They usually don't take wide receivers in the draft, especially early. They obviously already took Elijah Sherrod as well, and in the 4th round. So they're really kind of stacking up a couple wide receivers in this draft for Lamar Jackson. That's interesting.
And Elijah Surratt, the one thing I would say about him is how much different is he from Zay Flowers that you already have on your roster? I mean, it's like going out there and getting the big body guys. I understand, but going and doubling up with Surratt, I love the guy. I just don't understand the fit.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. I'm going to go with the team that I thought I'm not a fan of their draft one bit. I honestly might be one of the closer Fs in this class. I'm not going to give an F because I do like their 1st round pick. I just don't love the fit. I'm going to Arizona Cardinals. I do not like what the Arizona Cardinals have done in this draft class so far. I think their picks have been very questionable. I do not like the Jeremiah Love pick at 3rd overall. I thought they should have moved back in the draft, got more draft capital. They got to fix that offense, and they got to fix that offensive line. That offensive line was horrible last year. I mean, how do you expect this guy to have a breakout season when you have this bad of an offensive line? You have quarterback issues. Carson Beck. I don't love Carson Beck. I think he's got a high floor. His ceiling's not very high. I would have went Drew Allar if you're going to want to develop a quarterback long term. Drew Allar would have been the young guy I would have went with instead of Carson Beck. But I just do not love the Cardinals draft. I honestly, right now, I would say D right now for the Cardinals. I do not like their draft at all. I think a missed opportunity from Cardinals front office brass right now when it comes to draft picks so far. I think a big miss in this draft so far for the Cardinals.
The one thing I'll walk back on, because I was a big proponent about Jeremiah Love and Arizona Cardinals, and the one thing that I didn't necessarily take into account. Now, I don't like the whole idea of we're not ready for a great running back because our offensive line sucks, so we shouldn't go get a great running back. But taking him at number 3, and the way that the NFL salaries are slotted, Jeremiah Love has just became one of the top paid running backs in the league. So you absolutely need to make sure that he is a top running back in the league. If not, you're overpaying from day one. And that's why you see, 2nd round, 3rd round running backs and not top 5 running backs typically, is because that position isn't valued there that way. You look at the Giants, Arvell Reese, right? Potential edge rusher. You can pay him top 5 money. You're expecting a top 5 type of money in this NFL draft, which is going to be like 17 to 13 million for most of these average guys. If that's what you're willing to pay right out the gate, great. For an edge rusher, great value. For a running back, maybe not the best value. It'll be interesting to see how that dynamic plays out.
And then you know what?
I like the Cardinals pick as a loser potentially.
Yeah, and here's the thing, Keith, and this is also why I'm not in love with the just Jeremiah Love pick, not just because of the fit, but also I heard so much in the front office and ownership, like ownership's getting involved with the draft. This is more of an ownership pick. We got to sell jerseys. That's what it feels like. It's the kind of draft pick that it's going to sell jerseys, not necessarily win you football games. I do not like that from a team's perspective, from a building a roster perspective. I heard so much different chatter of the GM, the coach, and the ownership have 3 different opinions on who they should take at number 3rd overall pick, and they tried trading down, but it's like, are you kidding me? This seems like more of a jersey selling draft pick for the Arizona Cardinals than it is from a team building standpoint, a strategic team building standpoint. It drives me crazy. And the rest of the draft has not panned out for me so far either.
Maybe the owner can I just say real quick, and then I'll let you go, Kenny. Maybe the Cardinals ownership looked east all the way past New Mexico into Texas and saw Jerry Jones, and they're kind of just mimicking the involvement of ownership into these draft picks, and you know, all of a sudden the Arizona Cardinals are becoming a storyline, I guess you could say.
I got a potential loser. They're not a loser yet, but they very well could be a loser when we talk 3 years from now. LA Rams. They did not address wide receiver in this draft. Ty Simpson, Max Clare, and Keegan Trost. No wide receiver behind Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua. One of those two guys gets hurt. Where's your receiver? Where's your wide receiver 2 coming from? There's no depth there at wide receiver. They have not addressed it yet in this draft. Is surprising. Max Clare they pick. I like that pick for them, but I didn't like the Ty Simpson pick at 13, Trevor. I don't understand it when you could have had Mekhi Lemon. You could have had any one of these top wide receivers, and then you pass up again in the second round. At 61, you pass up on wide receiver as well, and you go tight end Max Clare. Potential loser. I don't have him as loser yet.
Mm-hmm. No, I think I agree with you on that, and to a degree, Kenny. I will say, I think their mindset as an organization is let's get ahead of this quarterback potential controversy that we're going to have after Matthew Stafford's done. And I think they kind of talked with Stafford ahead of time and said, okay, what's your plan? Are you done after this year? And if that's the case, we got to try to get ahead of the game, because next year's quarterback class is going to be harder for us to get into the top half of the first round when we're picking the back end of the first round. Like, we're going to have to give premium draft picks up to do so. So having Ty Simpson in place now, I know it's a first round pick. I probably would have tried to move back to get him a little bit more, move back a couple more draft picks to get more draft capital, and then taking him there. I know Sean McVay seemed like he wanted a playmaker early on, and then maybe move back up into the first round to get Ty Simpson. That's probably the direction I would have leaned more towards. I didn't think taking him at 13 was necessary, but it was definitely on the table. We talked about it a couple of times, Kenny, on our NFL Pick Is In mock draft show. But I think they're trying to get ahead of the game and let him learn behind one of the best quarterbacks to come through that organization in a long time with Matthew Stafford. I'd rather him do that and them do that. Let him learn behind Stafford, and then see what you have in a year. I mean, I think Simpson, this is the right fit for him. I think if you're looking for, Simpson to have a successful NFL career, I can't imagine it's going to be anywhere else other than under Sean McVay in that offense. Cardinals would have been interesting too, but the Rams, I can certainly see the fit there. Just maybe a little high, taking him at 13.
Maybe, and you talked about your loser, the Cardinals. Maybe this is my fandom for Miami Hurricanes coming out. Carson Beck, though, was in a pro-ready offense. I do not hate the quarterback pick there. 2 years ago at Georgia, we're talking about him, if he doesn't get hurt, being a top 5 pick. Mm-hmm. Drew Lohr was also rumored very high. Garrett Nussmeier, who we're watching, dropped tremendously here. I'm surprised he hasn't been taken. But I have no problem with the Carson Beck pick. He's an older, Jacoby Brissett there. You let Jacoby Brissett play a few games. If it don't work out, guess what? New England did it. They brought their rookie in, Drake May, and he hasn't looked back. Maybe Carson Beck does the same thing. You got Trey McBride, you got Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison there, and now Jeremiah Love. That offense could be, maybe not like you just said, like potential loser for me, the Rams. Potential winner could be the Cardinals if Carson Beck does pan out.
That Jeremiah Love pick, Kenny, to me, and I don't know if you heard this, it feels like let's go sell jerseys. We're going to pick the guy that sells jerseys. Absolutely. And I just can't get on board with that. How do you expect this guy to be successful behind this offensive line that he has massive holes in it? And even Carson Beck, how do you expect him to be successful? You haven't even addressed offensive line. Like, it's insane that, like, it's one of the biggest teams.
I will say this. When you have a new coach and you draft a quarterback, it's probably Drew Lohr, McCarthy's guy. This Beck could have been on, list for Mike LaFleur. Let's just put it that way. New coach there, offensive mind. maybe Ty Simpson wasn't on board there, because if you like Ty Simpson Cardinals, you should have took him at 3. Nolan McVay did like Ty Simpson, so maybe LaFleur wasn't in love with Ty Simpson, but in love with Carson Beck. Need our guy. This could be our guy in round 3, and they took him. So we'll see. That's why I say potential winner and potential loser. You guys nailed it with your, right now the Cardinals are a loser for me too, but they could be a potential winner. That was a nice question there, Michael. Talking about the Cardinals and got a pick coming up from them. It's not a bad pick. I see Michael saying Reggie Virgil, Trevor, to the Cardinals. Any other picks before that?
Yeah, let me get to where now we're in to round 5. So with pick 141, let me get everybody caught up. The Houston Texans take Kamari Ramsey, the safety out of USC, one of the top safeties still on the board. 142, the Tennessee Titans take Fernando Carmenoa, the guard out of Arkansas. 143, another wide receiver goes off the board for the Cardinals. Reggie Virgil, wide receiver at Texas Tech. And 144, Sam Heck, the center out of Kansas State, just went to the Carolina Panthers.
Thank you, Trevor, as we welcome Keith Brugman back. What's up, Keith? Good to see you back. Trevor, do you need a break? You've been with us. You need a break yet, or are you good?
I'm about ready to pretty soon, not going to lie.
All right.
But I'll certainly let you guys know.
Okay. And, we're going to have more guests on this afternoon. Looking forward to spending some time. Phil McLaughlin coming in with a question. So let's hit that one. Go to you first, Trevor, because Keith's just settling back. Guys, before June 1st, do we have a new veteran player? This would have been a great question for Kurt Valenti.
I do think so. I think they'll have a couple veterans, Phil.
That's coming with 1,000 stars.
Holy Phil. Wow. My goodness.
Thank you, Phil McLaughlin.
Answer it well, Trevor.
Yeah. No, I mean, for me, like, if the longer this team doesn't address tight end, like, is David Njoku still in play for this team? You got to bring some competition that tight end. And I'm sorry, I do not trust Evan Ingram next year. I will say that he's a shell of himself what he used to be. Kenny knows he's one of the more disappointed Giant picks in the first round with the Giants. He ended up flourishing with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And again, I'm not sitting here trying to knock Evan Ingram all the time. I'm just saying I just don't trust him going into next year. You want to talk about adding competition to rooms? You just did at running back. Okay, tight end needs to be the next one. You've got to add competition, whether that's the draft, free agency. You've got to add competition there. I think the more weapons, the better for Bo. I will say defensive line. I don't know that they're going to go that direction now with where they went in the draft. They've addressed that 2 years in a row now in the 3rd round. I don't know if Calais Campbell or Cam Jordan makes sense now. You're going to be blocking young players. I don't agree with that. Maybe linebacker now, since they haven't went the linebacker direction, then maybe a veteran linebacker could be in play here for this team too. So those are a couple positions that I think linebacker, tight end, if they don't address that in the draft, could be a couple areas they end up looking to.
Keith, can I go first? Because I'd like you to go be the finale on the question, deservingly so as a Bronco fan. 2 rookies, like you said. Bring in Calais Campbell to mentor them. A role player. He's up in age. He doesn't have to play every down, Phil, and that's who I would go with. Doesn't have to be a 3-down guy. Can be a veteran there if you need him, and also maybe teach the young kids something. The rookie and Savion Jones, who's still a rookie to me because he really didn't play last year. To develop these 2 rookies, bring in a guy like Calais Campbell, give him a chance to win a Super Bowl as well.
Kenny, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say steal this guy from the Giants, steal him from the Ravens, go get DJ Reader. I mean, I want a big nose tackle right there in the center. When we look at our draft pick, when we look at Savion Jones, we're not looking at guys that can just eat up the middle. Now, maybe the Broncos address that in the draft, but if you go out there and you steal a DJ Reader for 1 year and you stick him right there in the center, now that makes sense to me. Yes, I think the Broncos add a pick, maybe 2. Tight end could be in play like Trevor was mentioning earlier, but if I'm going interior defensive lineman, I'd say go get DJ Reader. I like the upside more. I think Cam Jordan had a fantastic 1 year, but you look at the years prior to that, I think he was playing for a contract that might have put it all out there on the line for whoever he wants to go play for. That's what worries me. You're really gambling when it comes to. I think DJ Reader's the more consistent guy.
I will add another name, Bobby Okereke. I still name that's still out there on the open market at linebacker. I like that addition for this Broncos team if they end up going that direction.
Very well. Let me get to our first mention of our grand prize giveaway, Keith and Trevor.
Yes.
And audience. Thank you, everybody, first of all, for 3 wonderful days with everybody. We truly appreciate all your support, and it's been great giving away some wonderful prizes to everybody. And Patrick Wiltsey, Lion Coffee as well, giving away coffee, and you and Jody with the recent Bronco giveaway, and our winners on the gift cards as well. We have one grand prize one for everybody. Type in the chat, the pick is in, and you will get a $100 NFL.com gift card. We're going to give it away. What was that?
You'll be entered. We won't give it to anybody who types that in.
Entered, type it in between now and the 7th round. We'll give it away in the 7th round. You do not have to be here live with us to win it, but you have to type the word pick is in to be in it.
Oh, I think we'll do it before the end of the show.
At the start of the 7th round. Start of the 7th round, I'm going to do.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yep.
Start of the 7th. That'd be good.
All right, so I'll start writing names down as they come in, guys. If you want to continue to chat away and come up with a topic, picks, whatever you guys want to do, start writing these names down.
We got a couple stars to get to as well. Patrick sending stars. Patrick says, bring back Simmons, Miller, and David Njoku. Thank you, Patrick, very much for the stars, my friend.
Patrick, Lion Coffee. I got my care package. I got a bunch of different flavored coffees from Patrick. I'm excited. As always, takes care of all of us, not just me, takes care of all my coworkers at Calvert Health Systems in Prince Frederick. I want to shout out my nurse and friends. Amazing job we do over there. We've been named top 50 small community hospitals in the United States. So congratulations to all my coworkers.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome. And then Phil's coming in with this comment. I don't know if this is with stars, and I feel like apologize. I can't see that on my screen. Phil says, "Why in the world would you draft a top running back with no online to help him?" Talking about the Cardinals. Just exactly what I was saying, Phil. Love is going to get beat into the ground. I hate watching great young talent get killed in his first year. Yeah, definitely in play, I think, Phil. And that's why they're a loser for me.
And by the way, I got 5 names in early here. We got Ernie, Patrick, Glenn, Keith Stober, and Paul Shatter. Good luck, everybody, and keep them coming in. The pick is in. We got now until the start of the 7th round, so got some time, but don't sleep on it. Get in that drawing now.
$100 NFL.com gift card sent directly to your house. Spend it on whatever you want, whatever team you want. Do it for yourself. Get a gift for a friend or family member. We figured this would be the best way, especially with all the different friends that we have out there, all the different teams that everyone's watching and are fans of. This is your opportunity. Pick is in. Even if you're like Rodney Garcia and saying pick is in, go Broncos. It could be go Steelers too.
And our good friend Martin tuning in. Good to see you, Martin. Been a fun 3 days. Always great to see you. Glad you're in. Big E's in. Glenn, I do have you in. I did not forget you on this one. I promise you're in. You'll see your name on the wheel a little later. So I got some names coming in. So, and Dan saying killer prize. And Dan, you're in as well. So good luck to everybody. And we'll mention it a few more times before to let some people have an idea what we're doing. So, continue
make sure you put pick is in comment pick is in order to get entered in. So that's the good. Go ahead.
No, ladies and gentlemen, we got a trade. I'm going to sound the trade whistle. The Raiders have traded pass rusher former first round pick 7th overall in 2023 Tyree Wilson to the New Orleans Saints. So we talked about Kayvon Thibodeau possibly being traded to the Saints. I believe it's for a pick swap, it is 150 and for a pick 219 in Wilson.
Wow.
Yeah,
player trades. That's something that we don't see a ton of, but we've seen more of that, I think, in this year's draft than I can remember in recent memory. So that's pretty wild, man.
We'll see if Kayvon Thibodeau ends up getting moved before the end of the day.
Phil's giving us 100 stars. I won enough. Thank you, Phil. If you really truly give us so much. The Bronco giveaway was a special giveaway. If you'd like to be entered in, you are more than welcome to join. The Broncos was a special side giveaway, Denver Bronco Roundup giveaway. This is a Pick Is In draft show giveaway. So more than welcome to join. Phil, it's totally up to you, but appreciate you maybe wanting to let other people win too. So I look at it both ways. So thank you, Phil, for all your support, all our shows on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Patrick's already talking about what he's going to get with that $100 gift card. I can get some Bronco covers for my golf clubs. Whoever wins the gift card, we'd love to see what you get with the prize. If you want to send us a photo of what you get, I'd love to know what you decide on getting. It'd be nice to show on the show what you get, because we're all family here. We love everybody, and it's what makes us unique. We really truly enjoy each and every one of your comments, conversation, conversing with all of you. So speaking for my co-hosts, I know they feel the same way.
Mm-hmm. We had a couple.
I do feel the same way.
We have a couple of draft picks that we want to also get out there. 145, the Los Angeles Chargers. Nick Barrett, the defensive tackle out of South Carolina, goes. 146, the Cleveland Browns select center out of Alabama, Parker Brailsford. And then out of 147, the Washington Commanders, Joshua Josephs, the edge rush out of Tennessee.
Two centers right off the board, almost back to back. You had Sam Hecht and then Parker Brailsford, and those were, again, this is what I expected. Send that center guard. Now that all my tackles are gone, Trevor, the center and the guards are starting to get some runs, and we're starting to see that center go. And we've seen a few of them jump off the board now. Yeah.
Interior offensive line starting to become more and more. And there's another one just went off the board. I was just going to mention them. 148, the Seattle Seahawks have selected Bo Stevens, the guard out of Iowa. We're starting to see that run on interior offensive line just as much as we're mentioning it. It just seems like some of these teams maybe listening to what we're saying now in the fifth round.
And Keith says, Keith Stober, nice to see the Denver Bronco Roundup hats. Yes, sir, right there, Denver Bronco Roundup. And Trevor's wearing one too. Keith is today, so he doesn't have the DBR hat on.
It's a Broncos hat, but it's a Broncos country hat. But yeah, not the DBR hat, not the official.
Ernie letting us know 22 more picks for the Broncos pick. And no, Clayton, it's a different giveaway. All you got to do is enter the pick is in for this one. No player.
Just type in.
Type in the pick is in for this giveaway. And anyone else who hasn't done it yet, it's the pick is in for this giveaway.
Correct. And
Clayton, go play the lottery.
Dan includes Dan Wickett over there on Facebook. I never did see him actually put the pick is in. Did he ever type in the pick is in?
I don't think he has, Dan. Dan, you got to do that, and Clayton as well, and anybody else who
keep it on the up and up, man. Let's keep.
There's Dan.
There it is. There he is. Yeah, I knew he'd be there. I knew. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Broncos coming up around the corner. We've seen now the Chargers go out there. They got a defensive tackle. They seem like to be loading up on defensive players here in the AFC West. As they went Genesis Smith and then Jack Barnett or Barrett. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know. Just to fill space here for a second. So.
Yep.
The Broncos have a couple picks in the seventh. Do they have any sixth? No, right?
Yes, they have 182 in the sixth.
Okay. So. I'm going to target a player for anywhere from their next pick to Mr. Irrelevant. Sonny Styles' brother, Lorenzo Styles. And I'll tell you why. Keith, I had we all had position groups that we covered in the first couple rounds, and we're still covering today if a big name comes up.
Well, we have a trade, actually, and it involves the Broncos. Train whistle. Broncos have traded 170 in the 5th round and 182 in the 6th round with the Cleveland Browns for 152 in the 5th round. Coming up at 152, Broncos are a couple spots away.
All right, let's talk about that then. Let's stay off of who is this for moving up? This is the first move up for the Broncos, Keith and Trevor in chat. Who do you think this move up's for?
What position, Trevor, do you think this
tight
is
end.
move up for?
Tight end. I think tight end. But
it's either tight end or linebacker, right? But you feel weird about taking a linebacker at this point.
Unless there's somebody they coveted and everybody else went off the board, Kyle Lewis and the other linebackers.
Could this be Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State? There's a lot of connections there.
Yeah, that's true. Gosh, it would be almost devastating to continue to load up on that room. I know there's a lot of trade talk, but my goodness.
Still a lot of talent on the board, though. Like across the board.
Yeah,
safety corner. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. I was just going to say, when it comes to tight ends, I was just looking who's still available, and you're right. I mean, this would be the spot, whether you're like a Michael Trigg or a Justin Jolly as your receiving type of tight end, like those names as well. So,
if it's for a tight end and not one of your top tight ends, would you be okay with that?
We just got the pick is in, by the way. So whenever we're ready to announce it, Broncos picks in.
Okay. Yeah, go right ahead, my friend.
At 152, in the 2026 NFL draft, the Broncos select Justin Jolly, tight end. In this draft, they've moved up and got their tight end. We thought they may go tight end, and they absolutely did, moving up to get Justin Jolly.
Yes, I'm happy for the Bronco fans. This was my guy. This was my guy. Trevor, you got the tight ends, though. You could talk about him for a minute if you want. But, man, I'm happy finally for you Bronco fans.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about possibly them moving up to get a playmaker. I mean, this is what it makes. It makes a lot of sense. Justin Jolly's fallen down the board. NC State tight end. I mean, he's a slot receiving tight end. What he is, 6'4", around 240-ish. I mean, he's got really good hands. This is that pass catching tight end, young tight end that I said they've got to develop. And thank the Lord, they finally have invested into it. And it's not in the 7th round. They got one in the 5th round. Justin Jolly will be the Broncos' young tight end to develop. Like what they're getting with the guy. I mean, I think again, willing blocker downfield. But again, a possible upside pick here, pass catching tight end. They finally get one, and they finally invest in one. I know it's 5th round, but that's huge for the Denver Broncos. Continuing to invest in their tight end room.
Moving up, this is the guy that they targeted, man. I'm telling you, you guys are going to be happy with this kid's potential. Teach him how to block a little bit, and he could be a future steal and star. I'm telling you guys, you're going to be happy with this guy. Look at that. 6'3", 251, Keith. You got a tight end maybe for the future here.
Oh, boy. I am absolutely thrilled. This is what we were talking about. This is about adding the playmakers. This is about getting the opportunity of guys hitting the field. I've been one of the big, I guess, non-proponents of Evan Ingram. I just don't think he has it. I don't care if Justin Jolly ever blocks. Evan Ingram never blocks. This is the receiving tight end in this draft for the Denver Broncos. And they liked him so much, they traded up to do it. You traded up, you got weapons, you got Justin Jolly, you got Jonah Coleman. You're putting a couple other pieces around him, pieces that you valued. But Justin Jolly, future for the Denver Broncos, I think so, man. I'm more excited about this tight end prospect than I've been excited for a long time for the Denver Broncos.
Me too, Keith. Me too. I'll give you his stats real quick. Don't let the 489 yards scare you, okay? Bad quarterback play at NC State. What excites me, 7 touchdowns. You got a red zone target now at tight end and a guy that's going to be a Bo Nix friend for many years. This is a great 5th round pick for the Broncos, man. Oh, so excited for you guys.
And Dan, they end up giving up a 6th round pick, 182. So the Broncos do not pick now until the 7th round, but keep in mind they have 3 7th round picks this year as well. So could be a busy round 7. They could possibly move back up in the 6th round if need be. But moving 1 6th round pick, and of course 170 in this draft to move up to 152. Get Justin Jolly.
Congratulations. That's a great pick. Roy said I knew going to the bar was a good thing. Well, hopefully those good looking girls were there too, Roy, and maybe they brought some good luck too, because this is a good luck pick. This is a good one. And Phil saying great pick. A lot of thumbs up for this pick. And Trevor, I said it on the Juice when we did AFC West and we were mock drafting for the Broncos. I said I think I was right on this one, but you weren't wrong. But I said I think Justin Jolly could be in play here for the Broncos in the 4th round. You get him in the 5th, man. Congrats again.
Can I just read a little bit about Justin Jolly? I didn't do the tight end evaluation, but I just found this on his profile. Justin Jolly played wide receiver, running back, linebacker, and defensive end at Iona Prep in Rochelle, New York.
Oh yeah, Iona Prep. Okay, I know exactly where that high school is.
I figured you would. You would. But
top school in New York.
Talks about the athlete that this guy is, right?
Yeah.
I mean, running back, wide receiver, linebacker. What else did I say? Defensive end. I mean, all around just athlete that hits the field. He just. I couldn't be more excited. I get even more excited as I read this.
And it's just an Evan Ingram possible replacement. I think this puts a little bit of pressure on Evan Ingram for sure. And I like, if you're going to go tight end this early or this late, Justin Jolly, I'm all on board with him. He's fallen down the board a little bit like, round 3, I'm like, okay, maybe not. Round 4, I don't know. But round 5, this is a great value for the Denver Broncos because Justin Jolly, I had him going earlier. So the player and the value that you got him at, and you only had to give up a 6th round pick. I like it. And you know what I like too as well? He's only 21 years old. Very young tight end prospect in the room. We just talked about it with Kurt Valente on here. I think the Broncos might be listening to us for the first time all draft. Justin Jolly, this is my favorite pick out of all the picks so far. Upside pick here. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Reinvest in that tight end room. You get a pass-catching tight end. You can always develop him as a blocker down the road. And, again, he's just going to be able to have more competition and add more competition in that tight end room. I love Justin Jolly. The value got him here in the 5th round. You had to be aggressive move to get him because he probably wasn't going to be there when you picked later in the 5th round.
I waited 2 years for this moment because last year's draft, in all due respect, some good players you picked last year, but it wasn't the guys that I liked. Finally get somebody that I coveted. Glenn saying, Kenny, you mocked him a few times, as did I, and also took Cuevas from Alabama in the 7th so we can boot Adkins and Ingram. But, we did mock him, Glenn, and I couldn't be more excited, and I'm so happy that I'm finally excited about a Broncos pick live on the air with you guys because this one is big. This one's big. And TW coming in for the first time. Finally, man. And talking about big, type the word pick is in the comments. Be added to our grand prize $100 gift card giveaway from NFL.com. Start of the 7th round, we'll have that lucky winner. Pick is in. That's all you got to do. And, hey, great pick, Broncos country. Congratulations on a potential future late round gem like Paul put it up. I got to find Paul's comment. So I couldn't have said this better. Paul said, sometimes you reach, sometimes you find those. I can't find it, Paul, but Paul was saying sometimes you reach, sometimes you get those late round gems.
This is one of my favorite picks of the whole draft, the Broncos. And I think, honestly, this is a Sean Payton-led draft. I mean, I think this is really what Sean Payton wanted. He gets his joker and Justin Jolly. He gets a young running back, Jonah Coleman, down the board. I mean, Cage Casey, offensive line, Sean Payton's valued offensive line. Other than Tyler Onyedem, this is more of a Sean Payton draft. I thought last year's more of probably a George Payton-led draft, but this year seemed like Sean Payton's getting more playmakers on this offense side of the ball and investing more on the offense side of the ball this year.
Yeah, good job. Clayton, I got you in. I'll read the names in a little bit. Make sure you all are on there. Actually, I'll read them right now. Ernie, Patrick, Glenn, Keith Stober, Paul, Rodney Martin's in there, Biggie Bronco, Clayton, and Dan. If you haven't heard your name, type pick is in now. and started the 7th round. You'll have a $100 NFL.com giveaway. So again, Trevor, because of all the excitement, what did the Broncos give up for moving up?
Let me find it again. They just give up a their 6th round
170
pick.
and 182.
Yeah,
so
for 152. Yeah, so they don't have another pick until the 7th round, but they have 3 7th round draft picks that they can use at their disposal to move up, possibly in the 6th round.
Yeah.
So they don't have a 6th round pick right now, but they have flexibility.
Roy, I got you. You're in, but hey, you move up to get value, and they didn't. So good job, Broncos. Great job there, and they probably messed up somebody's war room by making that pick.
Hey, let's face it. This is one of the bigger moves that we've seen the Broncos do. They don't maneuver a ton. You know, they're not the trade up, trade down. We watched the Buffalo Bills in the first round just continue to trade back and trade back and trade back. The Broncos finally get in the game as far as the trade game for the most part. I mean, I know they traded back a little bit, but the trade up here, the trade up to go and get a guy, that's what I love to see, man. Love to see it. We've had it in the years past, but this year, the first time we really traded up to go get a guy.
And they finally got tight end. That's not in the 7th round. I mean, like Oronde Gadsden should have been a Bronco last year. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm. And he's the same type of tight end as Justin Jolly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your cornerback just went that you love so much. The Broncos love so much. Keith Abney just went to the who's that? Detroit Lions. Lions got a good one. And Carson, I don't know if Carson will be able to join us, but Carson, I'm sure is happy with a Keith Abney addition
Keith Abney at this point, yeah. We're going to hopefully get Carson on later, but he's doing Pistons right now. He's the voice of the Pistons on YouTube. Our good friend Carson, if you're a basketball fan, he does play-by-play for the Pistons on his show, the Carson Shear Show. You can go check him out. Basketball fans, and if you're a Pistons fan, definitely go check him out. He's the voice. He does a great job. Got a special guest coming in at 3:00. I got confirmation he will be with us at 3:00. So be sure to hang out with us. We're going to have some fun at 3:00 with our next special guest in about 15 minutes.
3:00 Eastern time.
Eastern time.
If you guys on the Mountain Time, we're not announcing 2 hours in advance.
Right.
I think if we had,
in all due respect, I think if we had John Elway on, we wouldn't announce 2 hours in advance. So yeah, we're not announcing 2 hours in advance. Got a new face coming in, Admiral Halsey, Justin Jolly.
Yep.
We get some big Bronco fan there. Thank you, Admiral, for coming in. Appreciate you, and let us know. Rank it, everybody. I think we're going to get a lot of A's, but I just wanted to see if somebody doesn't care for it as much as we all care for it. I think this might be finally the unanimous yes that we've been waiting for the Broncos.
Agreed. This is the one other thing I would really like. We've got a lot of faces. We're getting a lot of eyes right now. Got a lot of people that are following the draft and following us as we continue to go through the draft. Love to know where you're from, what team you're supporting, man. We have a lot of different podcasts. This is the Pick is in Draft podcast, but I'm telling you, tomorrow you'll want to come in for the Pick is in mock draft final show, recapping this NFL draft and the juice where we cover all 32 teams. And we have a Broncos podcast as well that you'll want to be a part of if you're a Broncos fan, but love to get who you follow and where you're from in the comments, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. I got a question I'm going to get to Rodney, but I'm going to read Martin's comment first. Just heard a stat on ESPN that Jolly had 0 drops, 0 fumbles. That's music to my ears. Martin, I watched a lot of ACC, not as much NC State as Miami. No quarterback play there this past year. Justin Jolly was their red zone target. Just under 500 yards, 7 touchdowns. Could have been 800 with a good quarterback play. So you're going to absolutely, I think, fall in love with this kid. And I think he's really got a chance to be your future tight end and be the steal like Oronde Gadsden was last year for the Chargers. I think you may potentially have your steal. Wants to know, is Jolly like Kyle Pitts? Yes and no, Rodney. I'll answer and then I'll let you guys answer. Yes and no, in my opinion, because you can teach Justin Jolly to be an average blocker, where Kyle Pitts is more one-dimensional, just wide receiver. Justin Jolly could develop into an average blocker if you'd like him to. But Kyle Pitts, like receiver, yes. But I think you may even get a little more with some blocking and develop him into an average blocker as well.
I have a player comparison for Justin Jolly, and I think Bronco fans will like this, and I think Keith will like this. Isaiah Likely.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. The one thing that I saw from Justin Jolly, he's not a bad pass blocker. He lets hardly nothing through when it comes to pass blocking. Now, with his frame, he's not the best run blocker. So, I mean, that inline run blocker, not the best guy. But if you're having to use him actually in the passing game, if he's helping out that tackle on the edge, he's there. He's, like I said, multi-talented athlete. You know what I mean? He understands, and so he can get it done. Just can get a little bit pushed around when it comes to the run blocking side of things. We'll see if we can develop that side. But in that regard, Isaiah Likely, I think you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? You think about Isaiah Likely, he can help out in the pass block. You know what I mean? I think he's more than capable and willing to do that. But I wouldn't really trust him in the run blocking.
Yeah.
A+ for Justin Jolly. Got Clayton coming in, Wisconsin. He's a Bronco fan, but didn't notice about Clayton, and that's why this is a great question from Keith. He roots for the Packers as his second team.
Love
the
that.
Broncos aren't there. So definitely like that. Giants fan here. For those who are just coming in, don't know, I'm the odd man on the panel today. My two co-hosts are Bronco fans, of course. You all know that. So Clayton's saying Packers. Let's see if we got any more coming in.
I do want to mention there's a draft pick that just went, and he was one of my favorite guys that I mentioned not too long ago. And catch up with the draft picks a little bit while you're looking for comments, Keith, if you don't, or Kenny, if you don't mind.
Yeah. No, I just said Biggie just said he's a Bronco fan as well from Huntington, West Virginia. So, and again, an A, Biggie giving it a B, and Roy likes the Jolly picks. So
yeah. 153, the Green Bay Packers took Jagger Burton, the center out of Kentucky. At 154, San Francisco 49ers took Jaden Duggar, the linebacker out of Louisiana. 155, Tampa Bay takes DeMonte Caphart, the defensive tackle out of Clemson. 156, the Colts take George Gums Jr., edge rusher out of Florida. 157, Keith Abney, the second goes from Arizona State, the Detroit Lions. 158, Miami Dolphins is a heck of a pick here. Michael Tafe, the safety out of Texas. 159, Max Bredstein, tight end, just went to Minnesota from Michigan.
Went a lot earlier than you thought, Keith.
Yeah. I'm glad I had a good eye for talent.
Yeah.
But why don't you go ahead and talk about Michael Tafe?
Yeah, Michael Tafe. For me, this is arguably the third best safety in this class. Dolphins continue to rock this draft, in my opinion. I mean, Chris Bell, Kyle Lewis, Jacob Rodriguez, Chris Johnson, Caden Proctor. I love what the Dolphins are using with their draft picks. Michael Tafe, for me, I mean, he's just one of those safeties that can be an all-around safety. I mean, I think he can come in day one, be a day one starter. I've said that a lot about a lot of these players because I truly believe that. But Michael Tafe, not huge in size, but quick off the ball, good run defender. Really, I think his specialties in coverage, sideline to sideline guy, man coverage, zone coverage, wherever you put him. This is a guy that's good in coverage, and I just hard-hitting safety out of Texas. There's a lot of really good Texas players in this class as well, as some people may have noticed. But love this pick for the Dolphins. I think this is a guy that could potentially be a starter in that secondary alongside guys like Chris Johnson.
Yeah. Some more comments coming in. Keith, let's hit your Max Bredson, and then I'll share with everybody where everybody's from that's putting it in the chat. And Glenn wants to know second teams. Well, while everybody's thinking of that, Glenn would like to know everybody's second team. Keith's boy, Max Bredson.
This was my quote-unquote real man crush or draft crush right here at Max Bredson. I thought for anybody that was really looking for that fullback, this was your guy. 6'2", 250. He's going to blow a hole open for whomever is lined up behind him, man. He is I mean, he's just a beast, and he's tenacious, and he's 100% go 100% of the time, and he's a captain on the Michigan football team, and you just can go on and on and on. He wasn't utilized that much as a tight end, but I think he has the ability to be that pass catcher out of the back. If you like a Kyle Juszczyk type of guy, Max Bredesen is your type of guy. So those teams that want a fullback, maybe the ability to develop him into a little bit of a pass catcher as well. Max Bredesen, my draft crush, Max Bredesen. That's what I got to say. Good pickup, man, by the Vikings.
Yeah, right. Man crush. Are you sure you don't want Lee Hunter and Max Bredesen jerseys like Kelce's? Like just got to.
This is my guy, man. This is my guy. I mean, I know I liked Lee Hunter all the way dating back to last year, but man, the tape on this guy is something else.
I will tell you all this in chat. I'm going to tell you this as well. You all know. Glenn alluded it too. Justin Jolly's been my guy. I will get a Justin Jolly jersey coming up, and we're going to get it going for when we do Denver Bronco Roundup post-game shows and pre-game shows. I'll be sporting that jersey because that is going to be my favorite Bronco going forward.
Just call Kenny, not Kenny Kirkpatrick, call him Kenny Jolly.
Kenny Jolly. There you go. So let's get a question from Glenn. It's a fun one because our guest will be here in about roughly 5 to 7 minutes. Ernie letting us know where he's from because I was asked. Bronco fan, San Diego, California, born in Pueblo, Colorado. Prince Frederick, Maryland, born in Garfield, New Jersey. So Maryland Giants fan, grew up 10 minutes from the stadium. Diehard Giants fan. That's why I'm a Giants fan in Maryland. And then Martin's given us, because Glenn asked the question, everybody's second team. If everybody wants to give us a second team.
Kenny, who's your second
of course,
team?
Martin. And 49ers is, am I breaking up? There we go.
No, you're good.
Okay. 49ers for Martin's second team. It doesn't hurt that they hate the Raiders almost as much as I do, laughing out loud. Mine is obviously the Broncos. You know, my best friend Kurt Valenti's a Bronco fan. My brother's here on the Denver Bronco Roundup. And a lot of you that I've become friends and family. I treat you all like family. You treat me like family. How can I not root for the Broncos if I'm not rooting for the Giants? Trevor and Keith, you have a second team?
Kenny's second team is the Broncos. He wants to change his last name, ladies and gentlemen, the Jolly. So I can't get over that. I'm sorry, Kenny. I got to give you crap. But no, I mean, I think for me, I don't think so, really. I mean, really don't. I think doing the juice and stuff like this, it really just – I have to be fair with all 32 teams. Everybody knows kind of what I throw out there. I be the first one on here to criticize the Broncos when their draft picks are not something I agree with or some move that they don't make that I don't love. And so I don't think so. I really don't. I think it's always wanting the Broncos, wanting the best of the Broncos, of course, living in Colorado. So no, I think doing the juice, Kenny, it's really opened my eyes, but even more so that need to be fair with all 31 other teams as well. So I know I'm not the biggest Raiders and Chiefs guy, but I'm not gonna, throw any hate, and I'll be fair with my comparisons with some of their moves as well.
Well, Roy and I are we're going to go to the bar together to go see some good looking women, but our crushes.
Okay. Wow.
Our crushes. His crush is Jonah Coleman. I guess it's been for a few months.
Roy Coleman.
Kenny, you're going to Stephen A. Smith yourself pretty soon here if you're not careful. All right. My second team. I'm a glutton for punishment. I'm an Arizona Cardinals second team.
Oh, that explains it.
I had to pick somebody in the NFC. They're out in the West. I couldn't stand the 49ers and the like. The Seahawks used to be in division. Not going to go that way. The Rams didn't even get there forever. You know what I mean? So anyway, Cardinals. Cardinals is my team of punishment.
That's why there's kickback with the Cardinals when we talked about it earlier. It makes sense now.
Just never mind.
Trevor, why don't we do this? Catch us up on draft picks. Our special guest is backstage, so we'll bring him in right after you announce the draft picks, and we'll have some fun with our guest for a good 15 minutes. So let's get that going.
Yeah, let me pull it up. Okay. We are where we lost. Oh, my guy went. One of my guys went. Well, at 160, Tampa Bay took Billy Schroth, the guard out of Notre Dame, and the Chiefs just took Emmett Johnson, running back out of Nebraska.
Getting a little backup running back there. Go ahead and talk about him real quick, Trevor, and we'll get to our guest. We'll have some fun with our guest for sure.
Yeah, I think this means like Kareem Hunt and Isaiah Pacheco probably not back with the Chiefs. I will say this. I think Emmett Johnson's a nice complimentary back to Kenneth Walker. This has got an Emmett Johnson who could be a 3-down back. Maybe not has explosiveness that Kenneth Walker has, but this is a guy that can be a pass catcher out of the backfield. He's really good pass protector as well. This is a guy that knows how to use his body. Maybe not the flashiest player out there, but I love what Emmett Johnson able to do. Fumbles are not an issue with him. He doesn't turn the football over. Has good hands. I think the Chiefs are getting a nice complimentary piece to Kenneth Walker in their backfield.
I thought you were going to talk all about Billy Schroth. That was your guy. But I will say really quick, Isaiah Pacheco definitely will not be back in Kansas City because he's a Detroit Lion.
Yeah, that's true.
So they needed to find a little bit of a replacement, maybe some competition there. So, Emmett Johnson, nice all-around back. I think you're getting a good compliment there to their running back room. But all joking aside, Billy Schroth is actually a pretty good guard as well that went right before Emmett Johnson. So there's mentioning.
Yeah.
Fellas, if you're ready, I'll bring our guest in for our next fun little segment. Let's add him to the stage. My co-host on New York Football Giants Talk. You all know him on the panel here. A lot of you may know him in the chat. Mr. Paul Rosen's joined us, diehard Giant fan. Paul, how we doing?
Good afternoon, guys. Great to be with you. I appreciate you guys inviting me in this afternoon to talk about the NFL draft. Listen, I feel I'm very blessed and very honored that you guys are having me on the show today.
Absolutely. Got some Giants stuff to talk about, you, Paul. I'm an excited Giants fan. A lot of people on here have been watching me for the last 3 days now. We haven't had a pick yet, but I've been ecstatic about our draft. I'm going to let Keith and Trevor ask you some questions, and then I'll let Keith go first. And I got a couple for you too, but hang out with us for about 15 minutes, Paul. We'll get to some good Giants stuff with you, and we'll plug our show at the end. So I'm going to pass it to Keith first.
First question for me, my friend.
Terrible towels. A few years ago, I went to the Giants Steeler game in Pittsburgh, so of course I had to get the terrible towels as a souvenir.
That's awesome. That's awesome. First question for me, Paul. Arvell Reese is brought in. I want to get your thoughts on Kayvon Thibodeau and his future here for the New York Giants. Do you see him sticking like some of Giants personnel are talking about, or is he going to be gone?
Yeah, I mean, it was a little confusing last night because on the broadcast, I'm watching the NFL Network. At one point, they were saying that the Giants had been in talks with the Saints about trading Thibodeau to the Saints. And then both Shane and Harbaugh come out and they say, no, that's not true. We don't want him to leave. He's going to be here. I've discussed this with Kenny. I think regardless of whether you have Reese, you keep him at least another year. If anything, if he has a good year, maybe it moves up his value a little bit. If he does want to get, we've always had great when we've been winning.
Uh-oh. Somebody typing, got to stop typing, can hear it in the background. Paul, you're a little muffled.
Oh, okay. Not sure why.
Okay, maybe you could speak a little louder if you can. Maybe it's hard to hear you.
Anyway, the bottom line is the Giants always have a lot of ability to get to the quarterback. So the more the merrier as far as I'm concerned at this point.
Paul, you're getting a lot of love in the chat. Got Michael saying, "Hey, Paul, Rosen from Aloha out there in Hawaii." From Patrick, Ernie Mays, hello, Paul. But he's also saying, Ernie Mays saying, "Hello, Paul. Go Broncos country only." Paul with Kenny's accent coming from Paul Shatter. And you're getting a lot of love out there. So, yeah, you were a little low. If you speak a little louder like that tone, we can hear you, Paul. So we're okay right now.
I'll make it more of a volume.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Trevor, you're up.
Paul, welcome. It's great to have you as always. And always looking at the Giants and what they're doing in the draft. I like what they've gotten in the draft so far. So here's my question, Paul, for you. Your favorite Giants pick so far? I know that you're a big Jeremiah Love guy. Unfortunately, he goes to the Cardinals. I don't think it's a great situation with the Cardinals that he goes to. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on your favorite Giants pick so far.
Yeah, listen, every pick has been phenomenal. Just to say overall, this draft is going to be historic because I think this sets the foundation to have John Harbaugh become our next great coach. The Giants will definitely be back as at least a competitive team. But as I was saying to Kenny, we were texting. I'm sitting here last night, guys, and of course, after they had the second pick and there was no pick in the third round, and I'm watching the draft, and then all of a sudden, I see NYG on the ticker, and I'm saying, wait a minute. And then Rich Eisen says the Giants just made a trade, and my first reaction was, well, they got a defensive back they needed, they got a defensive lineman we needed, they had obviously Arvell Reese. They're going for a wide receiver. And the next thought was, could they possibly be getting Malachi Fields? And sure enough, they announced Malachi Fields. And I just screamed out, oh, my God. So, needless to say, I think this kid is a great player. I'm not just saying that because I'm a Notre Dame fan. I think he gives the Giants exactly what they need, what Jackson Dart needs. And, this is going to sound weird, but if they had gotten a Cornell Tate, a Jordan Tyson, a Makai Lemon, we have a diva already. We have a guy who's a number one wide receiver. He wants the ball. And I'm not saying Malachi Fields doesn't want the ball, but it sometimes gets even more difficult having two guys that are dogs, as they say. Malachi Fields is a total professional, a guy that if he catches one pass, he doesn't care. If he blocks and Cam Scatterboo goes 70 yards for a touchdown, that's as good as a touchdown for him. So I'm ecstatic about Malachi Fields. I love the other picks. But if you're going to ask me my favorite, I'm going to tell you it's Malachi Fields, and I think he's going to prove he's worth everything that the Giants traded for him.
Absolutely, I agree, Paul. I got one for you. By the way, I think the Giants have shown that they were not going to take character issue guys in this draft. Malachi Fields, like you just mentioned. If you go and watch Colton Hood when Joe Shane called him, you could see he's a total family guy, got all emotional with John Harbaugh. Francis Maninoa, his interview, you could see these kids are raised right, and that's big when it comes to New York. New York can get in your head quick, and these kids, I think, were raised right that the Giants are picking. So they also had that when they were going to pick these players. My question to you, we traded Dexter Lawrence. Any concerns that we have not addressed defensive tackle, and we don't have another pick to pick around 6? Any concerns there? I know we can't hit every position, but is there a concern at defensive tackle, Paul?
I don't have a concern, guys. I think as soon as the draft is over, we're going to sign DJ Reader and maybe even Shelby Harris. and perhaps even Calais Campbell as help. But I think they were trying actually with the second round. I think they were going to go for McDonald from Ohio State, and then the Texans, of course, traded up and took him one pick ahead of the Giants. Hey, that's the draft. That's what happened. So I'm not that concerned about not having that defensive player. And I've seen some defensive tackles coming off the board now without a fourth and fifth pick. But listen, every position can't be filled with your first draft. And the Giants will do what they need to do to make sure that they fill as they can. And Kenny, I just want to go back to what you said about the character and the attitude. And I know you've heard me say this, Kenny. I don't know if you guys have heard me. I think it's really important to have high character guys on your team, guys that want to play football. John Harbaugh emphasized that at the first on his press conference. We want guys that think, breathe, just want to play football. And all four of these guys, I think, are absolutely, like Kenny said, I agree 100%. They just want to be here, play for the New York Football Giants, and just excel. And I think, in my opinion, they have four guys that can immediately help right off the bat this year.
Real quick, Paul, I got two quick hitter ones for you in the chat. And then if Keith and Trevor want to give you one quick hitter, rapid fire one as well. Ernie Mays coming in. Broncos get an A. We're getting an A for the Giants, which he's never given before. He's starting to give us an A now. So he's loving with the Giants. And he says the other 30 teams, they don't matter. Only like Ernie Mays could say. Let's get Paul Shatter's question in first, quick hitter style. Do you think the Broncos game ruined the Giants' season, or did it break your heart?
I think both. It definitely broke my heart. I mean, with so many friends and acquaintances that we have, Kenny, that are Bronco fans, it was at least they lost to the team that we respect. But it definitely broke my heart, and it definitely, I think, spun the Giants downward in a downward spiral. I think they should have left Shane Bowen in Denver at that point. But it was both, without question.
Paul's stretching it a little bit. He's like, "Damn it! Now I got to hear Kurt." That was his first reaction. No, I'm kidding. We accepted it. Tough loss, but we accepted it. And Glenn Ashley, our friend from down under. I love this one. Paul, will the Giants party fix the Lawrence issue with the Godfather, Dante Corleone? He belongs in New York.
I know. I love that name. I really do. He's around from what I can see, unless he was picked recently. But, yeah, I mean, you get a guy like that with a name like that, there's only one place that he would be in New York.
Yeah. Keith, Trevor, you got one more quick hitter, rapid fire one for Paul? Because I know he's got a busy day too. Our Knicks are coming on at 6, and I know he's probably got some things to do before the Knicks game.
Yeah. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, Paul. So here's the thing. At 5, the Giants, it seemed like, again, had different amount of players rumored to them. Arvell Reese's name was kind of starting to get mentioned with them, but it's like you didn't know if he was going to be there. Some people were surprised he fell to the 5 of the Giants. I want to know your reaction, though, when you found out Arvell Reese was the pick there at 5, because a lot of people had Caleb Downs, Harbaugh wants his safety. Harbaugh wants Sonny Styles, and they ended up passing on both to take Arvell Reese there at 5. I want your instant reaction to Arvell Reese being the pick there at 5 for the Giants.
Yeah, my instant reaction was actually very surprising because I never thought he'd get past the Jets, and if not the Jets, at least the Cardinals, or with Fowler being a defensive guy, he would go for him at least at the 4th pick. So when he got past him at 5, that was a shock. Now, what's come out over the last couple of days, apparently the Giants had Orville Reese as their number one player on their board. As other publications and stuff, Reese was the number one pick. Apparently, Fernando Mendoza was either second or third. Love was second or third. And then fourth was Marinola. So they stayed with their board. And when Reese fell to them, I think, they literally ran up with the card to take him. I'm ecstatic. Obviously, if he had been picked earlier, for me, Sonny Styles would have been the pick at 5 for me. But I can't disagree with what the Giants have done with Orville Reese and then Marinola at 10.
Keith, want to get one final one in for Paul?
Yeah, I'll just make an easy one. I know that you love Jeremiah Love. You missed out on that opportunity to go after him. But tell me, do you think that's also that, we've seen the Giants go through the offseason. We've seen them now go through the draft so far. Is it an indictment that Cam Scatterbo is your guy and you feel good about him coming back and being that running back for the New York Football Giants?
Listen, I love the guy. I mean, you know what I've said about him in the past. I wanted him on the Giants. I told you guys last year, hey, a year ago, or ironically, a year ago today, he's my pick in the 4th round. I love him. He's the excitement, the energy that he's going to bring. Would Jeremiah Love have added to the backfield? Without question. I mean, we're talking about, in my opinion, the best player in the draft, at least offensively. But if I have to go back another season with Cam Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy, I'm very, very happy with that backfield. Maybe they'll bring in another running back in the 6th round. They have 3 picks. But as far as I'm concerned, if he's healthy, I'm all in with Cam.
Absolutely. Paul, real quick, we're going to say goodbye to you in a second, but you and I will be on Monday night, New York Giants football talk. Give us a plug, my friend and brother.
Yeah. We'll have Monday night New York Giants football talk on K&K, powered by Surge Sports. We are looking forward. We'll be on 7:30. We'll be on to discuss the draft. We'll talk about each of the players the Giants drafted. We'll talk a little bit about the NFC East and how the teams did in the draft as well. And we should have an exciting, really, really good show. And needless to say, a very happy show with the way the Giants have turned out the draft this year.
Paul, thank you. And that's 7:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Mountain time. Come hang out with us. We'll be having some fun with talking Giants. But Paul, thank you so much, my brother. Can't wait to see you Monday. We're going to have a great show, like you said.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Absolutely. Thank you. Ironically, I'm watching, and in the background, they're talking about the Giants right now. So
go enjoy, my friend. And go Knicks. We'll see you later, my friend. Thanks for coming on.
Paul, take care.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
My good friend, my brother from another, everybody, when we say everybody's friend, Michael Ronquillo, another one of everybody's friend, Paul Rosen, down to earth, one of the best guys on earth that you'll ever meet. And so excited that get to do this Giants run with him, and 2 years in a row, excited about our draft. So Giants doing good things, got the coach, getting the players here now. So the rebuild is closer than we should be. Last year got rid of the carnival. Now it's time to get to business. So happy for sure.
Blessing in disguise kind of game in Denver, by the way. Like that was kind of the end of Brian Daboll too, right after that Denver game. So it's kind of a blessing in disguise. You got a leader in the as a head coach finally in the room. So blessing in disguise kind of game, I think, for the Giants and Broncos. So maybe thank Broncos fans and Broncos country for that one too, Kenny.
Mark, he was in when right before Paul came on. I saw him put the pick is in earlier. He is entered in the giveaway. Keith's been putting it up. The pick is in. $100 NFL.com gift card giveaway coming up. Pick is in the comments. If you haven't already, do that now.
Kenny, you want to read this comment I put on the screen?
Yeah, missed this one earlier. I'm with Paul. I was all over Sonny Styles at pick 5. My Miami Heat blood makes me sick saying this. Good luck to you, Kenny, and Kurt's Knicks tonight, sir. And Kurt, yeah, Kurt, yeah. I know you're a Miami Hurricane fan. And I think we'll have Glenn on. Hopefully we'll have Glenn on with us. I'm going to spoil that one. Glenn's going to come on with us maybe in about 45 minutes to an hour. We'll get Glenn on maybe in the 6th round. We'll get Glenn on as our special guest.
Nice.
He's
nice.
While he's awake, I'm sure he's fighting it, but I'm sure he's got some adrenaline going too because he's did an all-nighter because it's still morning time over there in Australia.
Rough. That's rough. Man, what a I mean, way to be committed, my friend. I mean,
yeah,
a lot of coffee.
A lot of Lion Coffee. LionCoffee.com. Greatest stuff on earth.
If Paul's still out there, he's getting some love. Roy Osborne saying thank you, Paul, and Glenn saying, what a human is the distinguished gentleman, Paul. Well said. Well said.
Want to catch up on a couple picks now?
Kenny? Yeah, let's roll, man.
Okay. We got Emma Johnson went to the Chiefs. We covered that one. Chandler Rivers, the cornerback from Duke, ends up going to Baltimore. Charles Demings, the cornerback from Stephen F. Austin, goes to the Minnesota Vikings. Tanner Kozal, the tight end from Houston, goes to Jacksonville. Jacksonville is taking 2 tight ends in this class now. At 165, the Tennessee Titans have selected Nicholas Singleton, the running back out of Penn State. 166, Chicago's taking Keyshawn Elliott, the linebacker out of Arizona State. 167, Buffalo took Jalen Kilgore, the safety out of South Carolina. 168, Detroit took Kendrick Law, wide receiver out of Kentucky. And 169, the Pittsburgh Steelers took Riley Noweski, the tight end from Indiana.
Mark's got a great question, and I got to see it before you guys. So I'll go first, give you guys a chance to think. I'm going to take the easy one here. Any steals in the 4th and 5th rounds? I'll go with the first pick in the 4th round. Jermod McCoy could be the steal of the draft if he becomes that top 10 talent that people were saying he could be. All right, if there is an injury there and he's not ready to play week 1, the future is not in 1 year. It's a career. So it could be a steal, Mark, in the 4th round. I have a couple others. I'll see if Keith and Trevor mention them. If not, I'll say that. Give them an opportunity to pick them first. We'll go to Keith. He's left to me. Up top on the left.
Very good. A couple that maybe point out or stick out to me. I'm surprised Singleton went before Katron Allen. I like the running back there since that's kind of a position that I've been covering. Another one I just had. I wonder when Garrett Nussmeier finally goes. I mean, for a team, this was a guy that was heading into this last season was potentially a top 10 pick, top 15 pick in the NFL draft, has one bad season, and now we're talking about 5th round. So that's another one that I'd be watching out for as a steal here late in the draft. Trevor,
any steals that happened that you want to point out? Anybody else that could be a steal?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think my guy Devin Moore going to the Cowboys at 114. I think that was a steal for the Cowboys. I thought he may go late yesterday. Him falling to the Cowboys, it's a heck of a pick there. It's a day 1 starter, in my opinion, and at a position of need. And I'll give you another one. Bo Stevens, the guard for, going to Seattle out of Iowa. I love Bo Stevens, and he was a guy that, hey, if you want to take an interior offensive lineman, he's a big boy that can really grit out real well and run and pass blocking win rate. So Bo Stevens, I'll say to Seattle, and Devin Moore to the Cowboys.
Now that I understand the question better, maybe I should answer it right. At least one. I'll give your guy a shout out, Kyle Lewis. You guys talked a lot about Jermod McCoy. Take a chance on a guy like this, but you're taking a chance on an injury. When I look at Kyle Lewis, you're just trying to figure out the place to put him. He's an athlete. I think he's a fantastic steal. Kyle Lewis, linebacker, maybe safety. in this league. Excited to see what he does.
Michael Toffé is for me as well with the Dolphins.
Justin
Glenn had some
Jolly,
good names.
Denver Broncos.
Absolutely. I was the one guy, of course, you know me. I was hyping him up. He's got to be a steal, right? Definitely like that. So a lot of steals. I agree. A lot of steals for sure today so far coming up. And Broncos did well, and we'll see. There's some more that very well can come up.
Yeah, Kenny, you wanted to take the Jolly last name and go to the bar, so you must like Justin Jolly.
He's trying to hook up with chicks and everything else. I mean, Kenny, get yourself under control, my friend.
Ease up on the shots.
Listen, the side chat's coming. I got, the group chat. I see Trevor texting me when we go, and so Trevor's coming with me.
I haven't said that in weeks.
Goodness, I can't.
We're the single guys here. Keith's the married guy. Keith's married. Trevor and I are the single guys here. For those who don't know, we can go to the bars and look.
So Kenny's throwing a plug out there. He's already.
Forget about updating your profile on whatever dating platform. He's just putting it right out here on the Pickers and Draft Show. We're single, ladies and gentlemen. Just let you know, we'll be hitting the bar soon.
Wait for the females to tune in and say, when we going? Let's go.
He got freshly shaven yesterday, I know for sure.
Yeah.
Showers on the regular. I can speak to it, So
Yeah.
every time it seems like we come into a one of these podcasts, Kenny's like, I just took a shower, I'm all ready to go. Okay, good to know, man.
You guys clone on and everything.
Well, I want to make sure you guys don't have smell-o-vision over there. I want to be nice and clean and ready to go. And
Oh, man.
that'll be an invention one day. Watch when we're long and gone, 100 years from now, somebody's going to create smell-o-vision or something. And
Oh, gosh.
They've done it in the theaters. I'll say that they've done smell-o-vision in the theaters. So.
wow, Mark giving us an update on Nussmeier. His attitude. He had a bad attitude. That's why he's dropping, in his opinion. And we've seen a lot of people pass on character players this year for sure. Some teams. Rodney wants to know: do you see the Broncos drafting a corner, fellas?
Oh.
The problem that you're going to get now is what type of corner is still available, and is it even worth adding to your roster? I mean, at this point, I think you're looking more like cornerback that could potentially, I don't know, be a special teamer. But I mean, you're not picking from the top of the litter now for a cornerback in this draft. My opinion.
I like VJ Payne, still the safety out of Kansas State. He's still on that board from a secondary standpoint.
Yes,
that would be a name to watch.
I'm fine with that. If you want to go out somewhere outside of the true cornerback room and look at safety, yeah, I'm fine with that. So
we got some fun little side chat going on, but I want to, it could be a fun little side topic as well. Mark, I'll go to the bar. Just don't tell my wife. I said that softly there, Mark, in case your wife is watching.
You can put the comment up on screen.
Glenn with a random one. What's your go-to cologne, boys? Brute.
Oh,
no, I'm kidding.
I would have to.
Old Spice.
My wife got me my last cologne. I'll maybe at the next break I'll check the name, but I kind of forgot, Kenny. I'll be honest. Now I will say a scent that I rocked way too long. I was a Drakkar Noir guy for way too many years. So, but now maybe not so in or hip as it used to be. Maybe it's taking a comeback.
I am not gonna lie.
Do again.
I am not gonna lie. Drakkar Noir made me sick. I could not stand that cologne. Keith, so you and I could not hang out together back in the day because I did not like that smell. I was in
Kenny was splashing on the cool water.
Escape and Eternity were my two go-tos. Going out, and I used to go out almost every night. Living outside New York City, we used to go out a lot. So, Escape and Eternity I could have probably, if I was going out like I was 25 years ago, I could probably have them as a sponsor on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network. That's how much we supported Calvin Klein colognes. So
yeah,
but fun question. Anybody else want to give us a fun little answer in there? What's their go-to cologne? Just a random fun one there for everybody.
Yeah, my college roommate, he was a big Cool Water fan. I mean, he was all about that one. So
Glenn's dad wore that in the 90s, Keith.
Well, Glenn, or should I say son? No, I'm just kidding. Maybe our age difference is bigger than you realize. The backwards hat can maybe throw you off.
Michael giving us the picks as he's been doing the whole night. Trevor just stepped away. I'd like to mention this one, Keith. The Saints have selected Lorenzo Styles Jr.
Yeah.
Mentioned him as a potential punt returner. So, the brother of Sonny Styles gets chosen here by the Saints. Saints are getting a potential good player. Believe he was the only sub 4.3 40 at the combine at 4.29. He's a wide receiver. We just had Paul on, ironically, Notre Dame fan. Started his career, Keith, in chat at Notre Dame as a wide receiver. Transfers to Notre Dame, corner, safety, can play both. But I think you got him maybe as a sneaky little kick returner, punt returner with that speed, and could be a contributor there in year one for the Saints as they're a rebuilding team. I think they got a shot here with a high ceiling player, Keith.
Yeah, Lorenzo Styles, like you said, just another one of those athlete type of players, I guess you could say. You know, it just seems like he's built for football. Like you said, a safety for them. Ohio State senior, 6'1", 195. Like you said, doesn't get a whole lot of clout in comparison to maybe his brother, the Sonny Styles, that was right up at the top of the draft. But cool to see him get drafted. It'll be interesting to see him down New Orleans. So
and Keith Michaels did send 100 stars with that comment. Thank you, Michael.
Oh, man.
It's again everybody's friend Michael Ronquillo. Thank you for sharing the picks that are coming in. And thank you, obviously, for the stars. But, Steele pick here, possibly. We're talking about Steels, right? This is definitely got the potential to be one. And people had him go in 7th round. So Saints saw what maybe some of us saw and get him here late in the 5th for sure.
Yeah, exactly. And that's how, Trevor talked about it for a little while. You know, that's exactly how this works. Our draft boards – heck, I was watching on Good Morning Football, and this would be an interesting one for the future, Kenny, by the way. It's they did mock draft the mock drafters. So I go out there and I choose, or maybe it's more like fantasy mock drafters, right? I go out there and I choose Daniel Jeremiah. He's off the list. You can't choose him, right? And they went through and they said, who was the best mock drafter in the first round? You want to guess how many picks they got correctly? The best mock drafter of all the mock drafters in the first round?
I'm going to say 15.
Shout out to Lance Zierlein. He was the one who was tops. Lance Zierlein got 11 picks in the first round correct. About a third of the overall picks correct. It is tough to try to decipher all these different athletes and then figure out all the different teams and start to filter all that and figure out where these players should go. Hats off to Lance Zierlein. I'd love to have you on the show, Lance, and get your ideas of how you mock draft and your inside information that maybe you utilize that we could utilize as well, because 11 out of 32 was fantastic. Most I would say most mock drafters were lucky if they got 8. So
I like Lance Zierlein a lot too. Trevor's big on X. Maybe Trevor can send a little invite out to him and we can have him on a future show. That'd be awesome.
Be fantastic.
Great call out there. Great question too.
Glenn Ashley says he was that close, man. He said, I'll go 10. You went 15. Lance Zierlein with 11. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
tough business, man.
Yeah.
To get the player and the pick. You know what I mean? That's really difficult, you know. So
I'm gonna go back and watch last week's Pick Is In mock draft show and see how many Trevor and I got correct.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you should probably take your last mock draft. You know what I mean? Take your last mock. Or you guys did that one. Pick Is In mock draft show. I'll say this: you guys are going to do a wrap up episode tomorrow. But what you guys end up doing throughout that entire process of being like, hey, we're going to mix it up. We're going to do more trades in this one. We're going to trade the first overall pick on this one. You're kind of, gave us so many different scenarios. It was fun to watch every single mock draft that you guys did. But you had one right near the end. You're like, we're doing this as about as spot on as we can. We're not going to do no funny business. We're not going to chase players that we like. Yeah. And the 9, you tried to do one really, really tight. Take that one and match it up. It would be fun to see exactly how well you guys did. Like I said,
and you and Jody joined us for a couple. It was awesome.
Yep, there were some of the best mock drafters out there.
Great idea.
Some of the best mock drafters out there that were in this Good Morning Football Challenge. We're pulling in like 3, 4 total in the top. Wow. Just the first round. It's just first round, but I mean that just shows how difficult it can be now.
Absolutely, and I definitely think like the Reuben Bain drop in messed a lot of people up, and Arvell Reese drop in definitely messed things up for sure. And the Cardinals taking Jeremiah Love at 3 messed everybody's mock draft up. So if I had to guess a number for Trevor and I, I'm going to say around 8. I'll go around 8. Maybe I surprised. Maybe we're right there with Lance Zierlein, but I'm going to give a number around 8 because Jamad McCoy drop in. I'm just thinking of players that we have mocked in the first round that we're definitely wrong. Caden McDonald slip in and Emmanuel Pregnon, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren slip in. So I'm going to guess somewhere around 8 is going to be our number, Keith. And I'll mention that on the show tomorrow. So come hang out with us tomorrow for sure. The season finale of the Pick Is In mock draft show, as we're going to bring it back next year for sure. And we got something planned. We're going to take a few weeks off. We got something planned for the future, everybody, on Sunday evenings. So be sure to tune into Denver Bronco Roundup and the Juice for updates on new programming coming as well, Keith, because we got some exciting stuff in the near future with everybody.
Absolutely. I've been following along, but so is Michael. And this name just kind of caught my eye because you guys were mentioned about this. Ravens selected tight end Josh Cuevas from Alabama. I think, Kenny, there was a comment earlier that mentioned that you might have been interested in that guy. So I just wanted to bring that up. Is that the case?
It might have been Trevor, but I'm going to get some info on him right now for you. It's not going to take me long. I'm just going to find the right pages.
I'll say that right after that, the Baltimore Ravens also took Adam Randall, running back.
There's a guy I could talk about, and you can talk about.
6'3", 232 pounds out of Clemson. This was one of the more interesting prospects later in the draft. Big guy. I mean, this is, I know that we got our Jonah Coleman, but when you talk about just a big, meaty guy, Adam Randall, 6'3", 232, a big prospect for the Baltimore Ravens there. And then, like I said, tight end as well, man.
Man, telling you about maybe a little baby like Derrick Henry, but can have receiving skills. Receiving. Started his career as a receiver, had drop issues, converted him to running back last year, Keith, and we had him as a steal maybe for the Broncos late in this draft. If the Giants wanted to take somebody, this was your guy. Number 11 ranked running back in here gets chosen before a couple other guys that are surprising. But what stood out for me was, 814 yards rushing, but he still had 234 yards receiving, averaged almost 5 yards as his first year as a running back. As a running back. Tyrone Tracy comes to mind. Yes, smaller, but Tyrone Tracy was a receiver turned running back because of his drop issues, really become a decent running back. He's top 20 in the league, in my opinion. Tyrone Tracy can give you a little bit of both. And I think, the ceiling's high for this kid, and he gets to sit behind Derrick Henry. You bring him in on special situations, maybe spell Derrick Henry. Maybe if the Ravens are losing big in the fourth quarter, late, you bring him in as your receiving threat running back as opposed to Derrick Henry when more of course, the one-dimensional power back that Derrick Henry is, King Henry. Give me Adam Randall. I love it. And the Ravens keep nailing this draft, man. Keep nailing this draft, in my opinion.
Yeah, Baltimore Ravens. Well, and I love it. Like I said, I had to go back through the picks have been going so quickly. I don't know if they've actually addressed the center position. That's the one place I really, really wanted them to go after. But they had a ton of picks, especially later. You see it here as the 5th round. They've taken 3 picks that I just see right off the top. Baltimore Ravens, absolutely loaded with picks, going after it and addressing some needs. Hopefully they get that center as well, man. We're almost done here with the 5th round. Be heading into the 6th, Kenny. I can't believe it, man. This is actually going a lot faster than I thought. They have sped up the clock on the picks, and they'll even get faster in the 7th. I think we got 7 minutes in between right now, and we go to 5 minutes once we get to the 7th round. But we still have the 6th right around the corner.
Yeah. Glenn, if you're out there listening, check your Facebook Messenger. Let me know if that's okay. Pat Coogan is a center, Keith, that I'm looking at that's still on the board. The Ravens may be the winners of the draft if they take this kid. His arms are a little smaller than you would like, but again, bringing this name up, Keith, because I mentioned this on our when we had our wild card picks on the Juice, and I said Pat Coogan, interior is going to be my guy, and the reason why is Indiana national champion. Year before, played on national champion runner-up Notre Dame, knows how to win. Captain of the offensive line, MVP of the Rose Bowl this past year. First time in over 50 years, almost 60 years, that an offensive lineman has won the MVP in that game. So, again, his arms are a little smaller than you'd like, but if you're going to take a shot on somebody and you need that position, Ravens could be calling Pat Coogan's name real soon, Keith.
Yeah, I agree, man. Pat Coogan is definitely one of those prospects that honestly is kind of surprising he's still hanging out here. Here's a top center prospect. It's the valuation of the positions, I think, have been wild in this year's NFL draft, Kenny. Again, we didn't have the quarterbacks. We didn't have the running backs to necessarily just even wide receivers we saw kind of get pushed around a little bit in this draft when it just comes to the offensive side of the ball. Weren't really, demanding in the top of the first round or even the second in this draft. Tight end, another one that we just didn't really see a whole lot. Kenyon Sadiq goes, and it seems like we basically waited forever for a big name tight end to come off the board after that. So when you start talking about these different players, these different positions, and you see center, and you see a guy like I'm sorry, now I just lost the name, Coogan. Just fall to this position. That's interesting to me. It creates great value for teams here. So.
Yeah, and Paul's got a great question, Paul Shatter. Have people focused on short arms too much lately? I see it, Paul. Ruben Bain dropping to 15. He was the biggest name, right, that they said had short arms. I liked him to go in, as early as 4 to the Titans. I had him go in certain scenarios. So drops to 15. Yeah, I think they are looking, maybe focusing on those arms a little too much. And, this could be the reason why this kid's dropping. But I definitely like Pat Coogan. I think that could be a future pick. Whoever gets him could be a future starter in the NFL. Some names are coming in. I like this name that Michael put up, and Mark did as well. Ezekiel Massis, California. I watched a lot of college football. I work overnights at the hospital on Saturday nights, and they always have the late Big 12 game on usually, right, Michael? Arizona plays a lot. Arizona, Michael probably knows Hezekiah Massis too. Saw him make a lot of plays there for California, and that's when Mendoza was on the team before he transferred to Indiana. I remember Hezekiah Massis' name getting mentioned quite a bit. Don't know if they have anything in the book here on him. Let me see, because they do have see if he's further down the line. But yeah, number 20 on their board, Keith. He had, get my glasses on, I could tell you some stats on him. He had 5 interceptions last year for 91 yards. So yards after the catch after his interceptions. Don't have his 40 time. They had him projected 5th round. Big play type of guy. So he's going to take chances. And I've seen that. That's what I remember from him, taking chances and, taking shots. And that's where you see the 5 interceptions from him. So he's a corner that's not going to be afraid to take shots. Sometimes it's good. So that's going to probably be his weakness, as well as that he takes too many shots. But here in the 5th round, almost 6th round, no problem with that pick. A name I just noticed here on the corner list that I think could be sneaky good at 6'4", 23 years old, Ephesians Prysock. Watch that name maybe come off the board soon as we're approaching the 6th round and getting through this draft pretty quick. But Giants have some picks coming up in the 6th round with the trades that they made. So we'll be back on the clock, and we'll see where the Giants head. And it'd be funny if we do get Dante Corleone, the Godfather. Dean will start coming out. So we'll see what happens there.
Michael's also coming in. Michael's a big Broncos fan. Anybody who is a fan of any particular team, if you have a player out there that you really like, he has one. LSU linebacker Harold Perkins is still out there for a linebacker for the Broncos. Here's an edge rusher turned linebacker. He was dominant, and a name that if you remember, even just back to last year, a lot of people were talking about the athleticism of Harold Perkins. He goes out and converts to an off the ball linebacker, and it did really well. I mean, in coverage, took care of business, like what he brings to the table. Good call out, Michael. That's one of those sleepy, sneaky picks that could still be out there for the Denver Broncos. Like that one.
I like that name too. I do. This may be the time. I'm going to throw this out there because Michael Ronquillo, Kurt Valenti, and myself, and I'm sure others like this name. If you just nailed it earlier, this seems like a Sean Payton. It's kind of his draft now after the 3rd round pick defense. It seems like they're loading up on offense. Haynes King, just saying, jump up on him and take a shot at him.
Yeah,
I would, Keith.
Yeah, we have 3 7th round picks. It'll just be we've already seen the Broncos package up a couple of picks, 5th and 6th round pick in order to move up in the 50. Could you see the Broncos potentially package a couple of 7th round picks in order to move around? It'll just depend. I think that's really tough. I know that the coveted 7th round pick isn't big for a lot of teams. So you'd probably have to you put all 3 of them together in order to make a move here. If not, I think we will be picking late. What are you doing here, my friend? It's tough to see, so you have to give us some words, man. Oh, and now I think Kenny's
for myself thinking that he would maybe get picked for the Broncos. So I purchased a Haynes King card at my local card store.
Wait! As soon as you started bringing it up, we had like 0 volume, so that's why I didn't know what was going on.
I was on mute for a second there.
Oh,
yeah, Haynes King. I think even though they took Justin Jolly, Haynes King, backup quarterback, and could be a little Taysom Hill type gadget guy. This is where you take your shots. Uar Bernard starting to come to mind now. My Nigerian nightmare on defense. I know that's the Christian Okoye's nickname, but the Nigerian man there is maybe get some love. We'll see if he gets chosen in this draft. We shall see. Definitely as picks are coming in. Kevin Coleman, another wide receiver. Some players now that are going to be. You're going to start seeing some special team players now. A lot of these players are going to get picked for special teams, in my opinion, Keith, and what they can add to your team in the 6th and 7th rounds.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of your mainline players are going to be gone at this point, but like you said, there's guys like Pat Coogan that I can still think that can be out there and be productive and not be a special teamer for you as well. Another name that just kind of stands out because, again, me covering running backs, Jam Miller, probably the best blocking running back in the entire class. That's potentially a guy that could be taken here in the next few. If someone's still looking for that offensive tackle that has, all the measurables, Isaiah World out of Oregon, that's a potential. Here's a guy that's 6'8", 318 pounds, so has all the size in the world at offensive tackle. So a few guys out there still left and available that I don't think necessarily fit that special teams role. It'll be interesting to see if teams value them, though, because again, you're talking about an offensive tackle who's obviously a little bit further down on the board versus maybe a cornerback, a safety, a wide receiver, a running back that can come in there and be that special teams, ace and help you out in that regard and give you an impact, in comparison to a guy that's maybe a little bit further down the road.
I got this one for Keith. Before
Markel, go ahead. Mark Calderio announced that the Eagles picked up Cole Payton, quarterback out of North Dakota.
Yeah, talk about that one, Keith, and then I'll bring Keith Stober's question up while you're doing that.
Yeah, I mean, here's a guy that you'd like to see develop a little bit, and maybe the right place to do it. Eagles, with all the questions about Jalen Hurts. The funny thing is it kind of begs the question of the, last time we were talking about guys like out of North Dakota State. Do you take the risk? But I mean, the intangibles are there, man. Now you got to back up for Jalen Hurts. And if you have a little bit of question about his future, at least you have a little bit of a backup. Man, that's a big pickup for the Eagles. I think that might say something. I think
it might say something is right. Yeah. I mean, I think Drew Allar coming off, I think he was in their plans at quarterback as well. And then when he goes up with Cole Payton, Garrett Nussmeier continues to drop, as Mark Calderio pointed out. Maybe some character issues there. But I want to give Keith Stober, if the Broncos are picking with Mr. Irrelevant and they don't move out of that spot, I found somebody for you, Keith.
Okay.
Stober and Keith Brugman and everybody else out there. Wide receiver out of John Carroll, Tyron Montgomery. Okay, I'm going to give you his stats first, and then I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so Division II school, 119 receptions, 1,528 yards, 15 touchdowns, 7 returns for 104 yards. The year before, 8 returns, 184 yards. This may be a player that comes in strictly as your punt returner, kick returner, backup, practice squad guy. And if Marvin Mims gets hurt or if you need to bring somebody up, you develop this kid, 7th round, Mr. Irrelevant, John Carroll, you give this kid a shot, but maybe he can become a punt returner, kick return specialist. With those numbers, small returns, but 184 yards and 104 yards. Get a load of this. 3 touchdowns out of those 184 yards returning and 1 touchdown last year. So 4 total touchdowns. You want to go crazy and try and find a diamond in the rough? Tyron Montgomery, Keith Stober. I'm going to give that one to you right now. And let's see if somebody hopefully doesn't take him before Mr. Irrelevant.
I like it, buddy. I like it. For the Broncos, the one thing I really like about that is that Sean Payton on record, I think it was at the NFL Combine, saying we would love to get another returner next to Marvin Mims. We think that he can be more explosive if teams don't automatically have the option of kicking away from Marvin Mims. A guy that has a couple of returns like this late in the draft in the 7th round, give yourself an opportunity to have that returner out there to put next to Marvin Mims. Maybe.
Yeah. Michael's saying about Cole Payton, left-handed quarterback. Clayton, you didn't miss anything. Type the word pick is in. Keith's going to put it up on the screen, I'm sure. End of the 6th round, we will have that grand prize drawing. So the spin did not happen yet. One lucky winner will get a $100 NFL.com gift card from us here at Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Pick is in draft show. Denver Bronco Roundup, the juice, and the Pick is in mock draft show. Thank you all for the loving support. And a lot of you have been with us since day one, and our newcomers that we have met today. So appreciate you all, and it's our way of thanking you. And can't wait to see who wins that at the end of the 6th round.
Make sure, if you haven't done already, we really appreciate everyone who's been out there sharing this podcast in any way possible, whether it be on Facebook, whether it be on YouTube. Man, it has helped us grow, and it just helps us, want to invest more and put more in, especially like this, where we're going on almost hour number 4 now of podcasting, making sure that we're, keeping you up to date with all the different draft picks that are happening out there. And hopefully for your team, I know that we've been concentrating on the Broncos. There's been a lot of Broncos fans in the chat, but man, I don't care. I'll talk Dolphins, I'll talk Chiefs, I'll talk, Lions, I'll talk Vikings. You name it, the team. Love the support that we've gotten from fans of all 32 NFL teams.
Keith, let Clayton say, and I think I put it in already. Let me read the names that are officially in for the drawing. So if you don't hear your name, put that in. Ernie Mays, Roy Osborne, Patrick Wiltsey, Mark Calderio, Glenn Ashley, Keith Stober, Paul Shatter, Rodney Garcia, Martin, Biggie Bronco, Clayton, Dan Wilkin. If you haven't heard your name, put the pick is in now in the chat, and we'll get you on that wheel.
We're about ready to finish out the 6th round. Can you imagine, Kenny? Or 5th round, sorry.
A tackle I don't know too much about. You get some names you don't know too much about, but Enrique Cruz out of Kansas, the 49ers have taken as some of Mark and Michael have been keeping us up to date, and we appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. One I don't have a graphic on, one I didn't do a whole lot of research on as well. I will say, when you start talking about Trent Williams coming in, barely getting a contract done just a little bit ago, they were still in negotiations right before the draft. And that's not as much of an anomaly as Trent Williams is. I think he's 37, 38 years old out there playing football. Mm-hmm. I mean, at some point, you're at to move on, and you have to have a little bit of backup. So maybe that's what this is. And Enrique Cruz getting a little bit of a backup, a little bit of security for the day that you do have to move on from Trent Williams. Can you imagine having to move on from Trent Williams?
Yeah. Keith Stober, what a good question, Keith. I'll let you do AFC, and I'll do NFC. It's a tough one for me, so I'm going to have to think for a couple minutes, and everybody can play along. With what you have seen with the draft, who will be the top 2 or 3 in each division? So you do AFC, and I'll do NFC. We'll do it as a conference.
I'm just gonna name top. Top 2 or 3 is going to be too much in each.
No, I'm saying let's do conference instead of division. So 3 for the AFC.
Yeah. Boy. Okay, very good.
It makes it a little harder. Maybe a couple minutes to think about that.
All right. So just going through and just making sure I have all my thoughts in line. All right. So AFC South is where I'll stop. Well, boy, I don't think the AFC South is going to be a top 2 or 3. So I'm going to rule them out right off the bat. I will say I'll go Baltimore Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go Denver Broncos. AFC.
I'm going to throw the Texans in there.
You think that? Oh, that's a big bounce back for CJ Stroud. That's the one thing that's
the 3
for to be a top 2 or 3 in the division. Boy, I'll go New England Patriots. It's a cop out, but that's probably my top 3. So
I'm not going to rule Buffalo out.
Oh yeah.
They traded
In
back
fact,
players.
with the strength of schedule for the Patriots, I'm going to go ahead and I'll swap out the Bills for the Patriots, and that'll be my top 3.
Yeah, I'm going to cop out a little bit. I'm going to throw the Seahawks in there as number 3. You won the Super Bowl last year. You got to be in the top 3 for the NFC. Number 2 and 1, it gets a little tough. I'm back and forth, and you know what? Mark Calderio will kill me if I put them number 1. So I'm going to put the Eagles number 2. Not going to sugarcoat it. Howie Roseman did it again. He had a good draft. Mekhi Lemon going to be the replacement for A.J. Brown if that's a June 1st trade. Getting Greenyard from Minnesota for a couple third-round picks. Get your edge rusher. They address needs. They got some players. I'm going to have them as number 2. I'm going to have the Rams as number 1, even though I didn't like the Ty Simpson pick. I think when you look at all-around talent, you still got Matthew Stafford there. Keep Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams healthy. I think this is your number 1 team in the NFC.
Rodney's not too far off. He has the Giants and the Rams as well.
Music to my ears. Giants, let's go. Music to my ears. A tight end coming out of Mississippi State, Seydou Traore. You know who I'm surprised tight end-wise is still on the board? The kid Trigg from Baylor. As far as I know, he didn't get drafted unless he did, and we missed it, Keith, because, it's day 3. Sometimes we may miss some picks. But Athlon Sports had him ranked number 2. Michael Trigg out of Baylor, 6'4", 240.
Okay, yeah.
We're talking about a guy who's ranked number 2 here in guide. Do anybody know if he had an injury history? If there was, something we missed? Was he picked? I mean, 694 yards last year, 14 yards a catch, 6 touchdowns. He's got good tight end numbers. One-man highlight reel in the passing game. So it looks like he's more one-dimensional. I didn't cover tight ends too much. Still a work in progress as a blocker, it's saying, is his weakness.
Yeah. No, this was one of the top receiving tight ends still on the board, in my opinion. You had like the Justin Jolly, and then honestly, Michael Trigg was probably my second best receiving tight end on the board. At 6'4", 240, has measurables that would be a nightmare for most matchups. Do you put a safety on him? Do you put a linebacker on him? It just, you're right, man. It would be a great pick, Kenny.
Yeah. And Rodney's saying, question for us. Do you think Caleb Lohner's going to get a shot at playing, Keith?
Boy, the development for Caleb Lohner, where is that at? That's the big question, and now that you've gotten Justin Jolly, I think that, boy, he's going to have a rough time. I'll say that. I think this is why a lot of people were like, what are we doing? Why are we taking a guy who barely played any football, who's mainly a basketball star, and going to try to convert him over to a tight end? It's only a 7th round flyer, so you're taking flyers a lot of the times. But like Kenny, like you mentioned, most of the time I want to do that on a guy that can play a little bit more special teams, if that's the possibility. So yeah, Caleb Lohner, we may have never seen or ever have gotten to see Caleb Lohner now that we have Justin Jolly in the tight end room.
It's nothing against Caleb Lohner. Maybe he gets a shot in the USFL. You know, there's Canadian Football League, Arena Football. He's going to get a chance to play football somewhere. Just don't know if he's, going to be have that shot with the Broncos, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. Tyron Montgomery, he just said that's going to be my Mr. Irrelevant. We'll have that fun in the 7th round with everybody's Mr. Irrelevant pick, which is Broncos this year right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And okay, Keith. Yep. Do it.
All right, my friend.
We're good.
Yeah, I appreciate you holding down the fort for a second, just to make
a
quick run to the side.
Keith's going to run away for a couple seconds. We'll keep it going here, everybody. Let's start with who is your favorite? Oh, Rodney got a question that came in right before I was going to ask a question. Do you think we should have kept Dulcich at least to pair with Jolly and Ingram? I think Bronco fans, speaking as the non-Bronco fan on here, I think Broncos gave up on Dulcich with all the injuries, Rodney. And on top of that, you got the Giants, who had no tight ends at the time, give him a shot, and he couldn't make the New York Giants. Last year he couldn't make the Giants roster 2 years ago. And we welcomed Trevor back just in time. Keith had to step away for a second, Trevor. Just having some fun chat with everybody and keeping up with the picks. So welcome back. We had a question come in. You can answer this. Do you think we should have – Rodney wants to know if you should have kept Dulcich at least to pair with Jolly and Ingram.
Well, I'm sorry. What was the question, Kenny?
Rodney wants to know if we should have kept Greg Dulcich at least to pair him with Jolly and Ingram.
No, because I think
the injuries, right?
Well, with Dulcich, it was injuries, but his production wasn't there. I mean, he's been a flyer around the league. I mean, he went to the Giants, he went to the Dolphins. Now Dolphins, seem like they're going a different direction at tight end too. So I would say Dulcich's time in Denver just wasn't there. Sean Payton wasn't in love with him. That's why he was inactive. Multiple times, for multiple games. I mean, you've seen what's his name? Gosh, dang it! I'm thinking of the tight end from New Orleans. I can't think of him. Not Troutman. The other guy. I can't think of him. Anyway, Greg Dulcich was inactive, and so he wasn't going to be in Denver. I mean, this is a Sean Payton, I think, pick at tight end. Greg Dulcich was before Sean Payton got to Denver, so one of those picks has just never seemed like it ever panned out. Lucas Kroll, that's who I was alluding to. Yeah.
And pick comes in for the I'm sorry.
Looks like I came back perfect time.
Yeah, you certainly did, man. That would have been bad. Well, I had to step away. By the way, Lion Coffee, greatest coffee on earth. What was the tagline that we did? The best stuff on earth. Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Going in also needs to go out, so I had to take just a quick break. I just figured I'd mention that.
I mean, we've discussed a little bit of everything on today's show.
Why not? Why not, my friend? Why not?
And Kenny's froze, like because of you saying that now he's off screen.
Yeah, we had to get rid of him. 6th round has officially begun. Trevor, officially begun. It's so nice, man. So
and Kenny better come back. You got Giants. Wow. Just seen that. The Giants have 3 6th-round picks, so Kenny better be on his way back up before he knows it. For Giants picks, but Broncos have no 6th-round picks. Keith, 3 7th-round picks though, so it's kind of interesting how that all works out.
Yep. I know people were talking about potentially trading up. I'm like, well, yeah, I think you'd have to trade all of your picks in order to try to move anywhere. And how many people really want the last few picks in the NFL draft? I think that might be a tough bargain. I think the Broncos will be sitting here late into the draft and picking there, but like the Giants are going to be up right around the corner, man. So
yeah, it kind of seems like the Broncos are one of those hordes, those last day 3 picks. So George Payton, that's his specialty. He loves, those late round picks, and I think he does that because to try to get these undrafted guys to come in, because like Caleb Lohner, I don't think he would have been a Bronco last year if they didn't draft him in the 7th round. I mean, they had to take him in the 7th round, or he would have went elsewhere. I think teams would have paid more money for him to come in, maybe different opportunities. So George Payton loves those 7th round picks to throw out undrafted possible players they have in mind too. So,
I talked about the Cleveland Browns, really doing well in this draft, but this is that question mark, right? Because the quarterback has been you got Deshaun Watson, you got Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, sitting there, and a lot of people were wondering, would they go out there and get a quarterback in this draft? They do, and they go with high ceiling, maybe low floor type of prospect, Taylor Green. Here's a guy that a lot of people have asked. He's at this point said, no, I'll pass on this, but a quarterback that could be a different athlete on the NFL football field. Could he be a tight end? Yeah. Stuff like that. So we'll see if he stays at the quarterback position. The Browns have obviously been rumored to need that. He could be an amazing quarterback. He has an arm too.
Oh yeah.
He has an amazing arm. Now the accuracy is what you need to worry about, especially in the short and intermediate. But has legs, has arms, dual threat quarterback, and the Cleveland Browns take a chance on him here.
Yeah, Cleveland Browns continue to take chances on quarterbacks late in the draft. It seems like they took Shedeur Sanders last year in the 5th round. Now in the 6th round, taking Taylor Green. This is a guy that Kenny and I have talked about. Has upside. I mean, this is Joe Milton from a couple years ago. Keith, I think this is exactly what this pick is. There's a question about Joe Milton's arm and moving him to tight end, but he never did. Again, he's a backup now with the Cowboys, but this is, I think, a good, solid, at least backup for the Browns with some upside. We'll see. You never know with Todd Monken what you could possibly get out of a young quarterback like this. He's an athletic freak, though. That's why a lot of people have him moving to tight end, or maybe are asking other teams are asking him to move the tight end because he's very athletic, loves to move around the pocket, loves to use his legs, and he's a big quarterback as well. I mean, he's got a lot of size to him. So this is Joe Milton, though, from a couple years ago. That's exactly what it is. He's that kind of archetype. We'll see what the Browns do with him. I mean, they got a lot of different quarterbacks in that room right now. Deshaun Watson might be the guy there next year because of his contract situation, but a nice, at least prospect in the waiting for the Browns next year. And you're a fan of the draft, of course.
Yeah. Anthony Richardson type of athlete for me would be kind of a comp. I like actually his speed better, Taylor Green's speed better than Anthony Richardson, and that's why a lot of people are looking to convert him. You know what I mean? Out of that quarterback position where you wouldn't necessarily do that with Anthony Richardson.
And his this could be a wide receiver too. I mean, he's got the size to be a wide receiver, and just throw him outside, 6'5", 227 pounds. I mean, that's a big guy. I mean, I forget tight end for a minute. Give him a chance at wide receiver. I mean, he's could be a big X wide receiver, outside X wide receiver that you can convert into if you're not believing in the quarterback prospect itself. So it'd be interesting to see when the draft's over what the Browns decide to do with him. But I think where you're at in the 6th round, this is an upside pick regardless of where you play him.
Kenny, welcome back. By the way, the Giants are officially on the clock. The Buccaneers got their pick in. It hasn't been announced, and then it'll be showtime for you, my friend.
I'll give you a couple names I'm looking at for the Giants. The Godfather, Dante Corleone, Cincinnati defensive tackle. I think could be very interesting here. Another Zane Durant was on my list for the Giants, maybe two, but he's off the board. With the other guy I was looking at maybe as possible defensive tackle for the Giants here could be Tim Keenan out of Alabama, and go there. But if I want to really go with maybe a best player available, a guy they brought in for a top 30 visit, Trevor, Thaddeus Dixon, North Carolina corner, I think could be in play here as well.
Did you see them going safety, Kenny, with VJ Payne still on the board? I mean, he's fallen in the draft quite a bit.
I think this is a best player available type spot here. I got our next guest backstage, by the way. Okay. Let's say hello and welcome and give him for the first time. Let's give him a hello, mate, from down under. Mr. Glenn Ashley's with us. What's going on, Glenn?
G'day, mate. How are you?
Good. How you
Good.
doing? Just hanging in there. You staying awake? There you go. You got the lighting better. I love the Peyton
Yeah.
Manning and the Elway jerseys. Or is that PS2? It's either a 2 or a 7.
I've got a PS2 on, and that's the
Nice,
Super Bowl
nice.
Manning behind me that my little
So-
boy wears.
We're going to talk Broncos. We're going to talk draft with you, but for a couple minutes, you've been hitting it in the board. Paul and mine, Mark Calderio's a big Giant fan. The Giants have nailed it. Where do you think the Giants can go here? We were talking corner, safety, defensive tackle. What do you think could be in play here for the Giants?
I've got to catch up on the board, but I really like Tim Keenan.
Tim Keenan. Do you like Corleone here? You mentioned The Godfather.
I do. I didn't know if he'd gone off, and just excuse my TV for a second. I was flipping from you guys over to the draft so I can see a little bit more of who's out on the board, because I haven't kept up for the last 15 minutes. I've sort of been just listening to you guys. So,
Gotcha. You got some friends and a lot of hellos coming in. Hi, Glenn, from everybody's friend Michael Ronquillo. Ernie Mays saying hello. Hey there, Glenn, Roy. You're getting a lot of love, and Rodney as well coming in saying hello. And welcome again. Appreciate you coming on. Good to have you as a first timer here. Hope to have you on.
Good
many
morning,
more
boys.
times.
well, good evening to you guys.
Yep, like I said, we'll get to the Broncos in a minute, because I know a lot of people out there would love your take on the Broncos. But I wonder what the Giants are thinking here, because we got a couple picks coming up in the 6th round here, guys, because of the move we made yesterday with Malachi Fields. So we ended up getting a couple 6th rounders here in its place. So we'll see what happens. The Titans picked somebody first, I believe, right, Trevor?
Somebody first. In this round, yeah. We got to get caught up a little bit with it.
How would you, Glenn?
Sure.
Are the Giants a top 3 winner in this draft?
Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
You guys have done exceptionally well. I'm really happy for you.
Yeah, right now this is all sprinkles on the ice cream cone or icing on the cake. Whatever we do here in the next couple of rounds, if you get somebody that's going to be a contributor in round 6 or 7, sprinkles on the ice cream cone, I call it.
Ooh.
And he goes, ooh, so he's got the pick, I guess.
Well, because this is the name I was going to throw out to you that I've thrown out multiple times to you, Mr. Kirkpatrick, and you've not remembered it too many times. But the Giants pick is in here in the 6th round, and guess where they're going? Defensive tackle, but they're going on one of my guys that I was hoping would be there. The Broncos.
Oh, the Auburn guy,
Bobby Jamison Travis, tackle out of Auburn. Yep.
Well, you know what? My co-host on the Pick is in Mock Draft Show has been his sleeper guy. We had him as a wild card. Trevor, you're giving me chills, man, because this was your guy. What are we getting in Bobby Jamison Travis here?
You're getting a run stopper right up at a plug right up the middle, Kenny. This is a guy that not going to bring a lot when it comes to pressure on the quarterback, but man, he's big bowling ball in the middle. I mean, he's going to stop anything that comes his way. This is an upside pick as well. I mean, even if you do get DJ Reader after the draft, this is another guy, Bobby Jamison Travis, where I mean, he can step in right away and really be that 1-2 combination with a guy like DJ Reader, a nice veteran to pair him up with. I love Bobby Jamison Travis, and I have so far. I mean, there's been people that had him like in 7th rounds in our mock drafts. I'm like, you're crazy. This guy's at least a 6th round pick at the very least, and he just had one of the highest run block win rates last year in college football. He graded out really well there. So talk about a defensive tackle, a plug up the middle. That is Bobby Jamison Travis. His size is amazing. He's just and a great undervalued athlete as well. I mean, this is a player that you're going to love.
And we're going to get to Glenn, but I definitely love it. I just said, if you get somebody who can be the sprinkles or icing on the cake in the 6th and 7th rounds, I'll take it. And this could be the guy. But you said the Giants done well, Glenn. I want to talk about your Broncos a little bit. And I want your live reactions. We got Keith and mine and Trevor's live on the air. I want to start with their first pick. I know I've seen you in chat and I've seen you comment, and you like the first pick. Talk about why you like the first pick the Denver Broncos made.
Yeah, so Eric Trickle does a brilliant big board, and I've been watching their show for over 10 years. So when I got his board and married that up with where I'd picked that player sort of 5th, 6th, and 7th round, I understood the nuances as to why he was a good fit. A lot of the time, some of these consensus mock big boards that we pick off, they don't change. So as things evolve along the way, you don't really get to see where the players move. Normally, just maybe the top 100 will slide around a little bit. You know what I mean? So I was really high on it. And then I went out and watched some tape, and that Texas versus the Texas A&M game, he absolutely ripped them a new one.
Fair enough. Mixed reactions from me. We had Kurt Valenti on earlier, and I think I'm agreement with him, Glenn, when he said, he's not against playing the rookies. I mean, Savion Jones, I still consider a rookie. He barely played last year. So in my opinion, he's still a rookie. You're on Yedem, is that how you say his name? I don't want to butcher it.
Yeah, on Yedem.
You want to develop him. You want him to compete. I'm okay with that. Bring in a veteran to teach these kids and not make the veteran known, hey, your role here, you're not going to be a 3-down guy. Calais Campbell comes to mind. He's going to be approaching 40 years old. Bring him in. If you need him, he's there. I'm all on board with that route. But if you just go with the 2 rookies, I'm a little nervous at that spot heading into next year.
The thing is, you won't be going with 2 rookies. So you've got Zach Allen up front. You've got Malcolm Roach with him. And you've also got DJ Jones. And then you look outside and you've got Cooper and you've got Nick Benito. So you've got a talent here that can be mixed in when he's needed and work in with the existing guys and compete for a spot. It's not like we're not deep in that room. So it's not a concern. I mean, even though I wanted us to take the likes of Delp, Golden, you know what I mean? He's a fit for a team that's in the Super Bowl window.
Gotcha. Aloha from a Patrick. I need to send you a coffee sign for your wall, Oos. We need one too, Patrick. Get one over here for me, my friend. I'd love to put it on. I seen it actually. The sign he made for one of our friends over on K&K, Rob Solosi, is on his wall, and did a really nice job, Patrick. I got to give you credit for that.
Aloha,
Trevor, catch us up on picks, and then we'll continue to chat with Patrick. I'm sorry, Patrick. Listen to me, with Glenn, and I'll let you ask him a question.
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to get queued up to ask Glenn questions. He's been giving me crap about the whistle, and I promise, Glenn, I will play the whistle before you leave. All fun and great to have you, my friend. No, Kenny, let me get the pull up the big board again for us. I got a little excited with Bobby James and Travis pick, Kenny. Okay, I mean, you gotta give me some slack. Okay, so we got Katron Allen, who went 187 to the Washington Commanders, the running back out of Penn State.
Gotcha. And Glenn's been with us for all 3 days. Keith's taking a much needed little lunch break. I may or may not do the same, but Glenn, you're more than welcome. I'm going to make the executive decision to hang out with us for as long as you like. As you all know, I'm having dial-up internet issues. So if you want to hang out with us and be our 4th guy in place of Jody, more than welcome, my friend.
Absolutely.
Awesome. As long as you want to stay with us, we got you.
You to do, Trevor, get the dial-up sound so you can play it every time one of them throws.
Right.
I'm having adapter issues, so I'm going to update my computer tonight and figure out what's going on. But Trevor, go ahead and ask a Bronco question, NFL draft question, because Glenn's got a lot of knowledge, comes with us on the Juice, the mock draft. So I got some draft questions for him as well after we get done with Bronco stuff. But since he's staying with us for a little while, we can get to that after we do Bronco stuff.
Absolutely. And I'm going to get to Bronco stuff first, if we don't mind. Glenn, I'm just going to ask you point blank and simple. Your favorite Bronco pick so far?
Good question. It'd probably be Justin Jolly.
Yeah. I was going to say that too.
He wasn't my first choice tight end, but I've said the whole time I want us to double dip, and then I want us to go grab David Njoku because I want to clear the room out, have the kids learn from Njoku, have them learn from Troutman, and eventually Troutman's going to go. He'll be a casualty.
Troutman will be good. I'm telling you guys, Glenn, you're going to love Justin Jolly. Troutman would be good to teach him the blocking, how to be a good blocking tight end, because he needs to improve a little bit there, but the receiving skills are there. The red zone efficiency is there. Bronco fans are going to love this kid, Justin Jolly. I am so happy you guys got him. Believe me, it's the first time I've been happy in 2 years about a Broncos pick. Ecstatic about one, I should say. Keith saying good day, Glenn. Keith will be back shortly, taking a little lunch break, much needed. We'll see Keith in a few minutes. Mark keeping us up to date with some picks. Jets picking Nez Cooper, guard out of Miami. Another Miami guy going, and the offensive line, Mario Cristobal builds one there. We saw Marquez Bell go yesterday. Of course, Giants got Francis Maninoa. That's what he wants, Cristobal trenches. So you can get a Miami lineman. They're taught the right way. I think that's a solid pick for the Jets there in the 6th round. Glenn, let me ask you a question. So let's continue Broncos for a couple minutes. What do you think about your running back room right now? Jonah Coleman added to the mix there with R.J. Harvey, J.K. Dobbins on the outside looking in, McLaughlin, and Bidet.
So I take a really pragmatic approach when I look at players in our team. And unlike a lot of the noise from the outside, I don't see what happened to J.K. Dobbins last year as a football injury. I've played a lot of elite sport. I've worked in sports medicine. I understand injuries. That was a freak accident. He was nothing but super fit until he got injured, and he was on track for 1,200 to 1,300 yards. And I actually think that Peyton held him off one game too many because there was talk that he was good to come back for the conference championship. And I actually think that if he had played, we would have knocked him off.
Yeah. Let's get one from Keith. How popular is my guy, my favorite pick from last year, by the way, Glenn, you know this, Jeremy Crawshaw? How popular is he in Australia?
He's got a lower profile than, say, a Jordan Mailata. But you've got to remember, it was only his first season last year and he's a punter.
Yeah.
So the punters that have come before him from Australia, other than one, have all come out of the Australian Football League. So they've all had really, really big names and really big careers here. So you look at Darren Bennett, you look at Ben Graham, you look at Severio Roca. They've all played huge football careers in Australia. So they've had a bigger profile. But he's building a nice profile. And he was your and my guy, Kenny. We were calling for him from round 5. We'll get him in 6. We'll get him in 7. And sure enough, we got him.
Yep. Real quick, I want to mention, since we're on special teams, and I mean real quick, Patrick asked a couple weeks ago, anybody from Hawaii going to get drafted? I think the international, he's going the international path. Their kicker through Japan. Watch out for the Hawaii kicker getting signed somewhere when the draft is over. So, Patrick, if you're out there, I'm going to answer that question for you now. I don't know if there's anybody else on the Hawaii team that may get drafted. Maybe undrafted. Maybe you'll see one of the big linemen go. But as for straight out drafted international pathway program, I think somebody takes a chance on the kicker because he's pretty good. He's got a pretty good leg.
I agree.
Yeah. Couple picks coming in, Trevor. Brian Parker, Barry Brown, wide receiver out of LSU. Nothing really to. He's decent. You want to talk about him?
No, I was going to say there's another pick that came in that I do like. Josh Cameron, the wide receiver out of Baylor, went to Jacksonville at 191.
Correct me if I'm. Wow, that's a good pick. I may have missed this because picks are coming in so fast. But guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Jeff Caldwell still available? Wide receiver from Cincinnati.
I believe so.
I think so. I'll check for you.
That could be a sleeper pick because when I'm looking at players, that may sneak. That's one I like. That's one that I had mocked in like 5th rounds for the Giants at wide receiver.
Deion Burke's still available too.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, he beat me to it.
Yeah,
that's definitely a surprise there. Speedster.
CJ Daniels is another sneaky one for the end of the draft, and I actually wouldn't mind us taking him.
Yeah.
Somebody asked about Miss Pearl. Her ears must have been ringing. Hello, Miss Pearl. Good to see you. Hi, all. Been busy. How did the Broncos do? Go ahead, Trevor. Let Miss Pearl know how the Broncos did today. And you can tell the whole draft in general.
Yeah, Pearl, I think if you're wanting playmakers, I think if you're a Bronco fan today, I think you're pretty happy. 108, the Broncos select Jonah Coleman in the 4th round, and then pick a couple picks later. Cage Casey, offensive lineman, they took at 111, and then they took Justin Jolly here in the 5th round, traded up to get him. So tight end. So I think Miss Pearl. I mean, if you're looking for playmakers, tight ends, running backs, so this is the kind of draft that you're looking for. Like I said, Miss Pearl, this is a Sean Payton based draft, in my opinion. You've seen a lot of offensive playmakers getting taken for the Broncos, or I should say some, but more or less this year than they did a year ago.
And I think the Giants pick is in according to Mark and Michael Ronquillo. And, the way the Giants draft's going, I'm okay with this pick. It looks like it's an offensive tackle out of Illinois. JC Davis, not a bad developmental type guy. You got Monty Noah. He sticks with guard. Tavis may be a left tackle. We got Marcus Bowe last year, so I have no problem with this pick. 6th round, you're trying to get somebody who's going to contribute later, so I'm okay with that. Not much really else to say about that pick, as not top of my list, but they're all not going to be home runs. So. No. As we all know. What's your biggest surprise so far in the draft there, Glenn?
In general or for the Broncos?
Let's do in general.
Probably Sonny Styles not being picked by the Giants. I really thought that was a lot.
Cool. Yeah.
3 and 4, I sort of thought they could swap around with 7, 8, and 9 because you just didn't know where Jeremiah Love would go. So Caleb Downs could have flipped in, Love could have slid back, but I thought you guys were going to take him up front. It really, really surprised me that you didn't.
Absolutely. Let me take a second here to talk about Morgan Trinkets, our wonderful sponsor on not just this show, the Pick Is In Draft Show, but all of our shows at Rocky Mountain Sports Network, which includes the Juice, Denver Bronco Roundup, Pick Is In Mock Draft Show, and of course the NFL Pick Is In Draft Show, which has been with you the last 3 days. Morgan Trinkets, Miss Pearl, thank you so much for supporting all our shows. 2 shows in May coming up, 16th and 17th, Strawberry Festival Collectors Show at the Longmont, May 25th, Red Feather Lakes Craft Show. So if you're in those areas, go check out Miss Pearl for your Southwest jewelry, pottery, and wholesale prices on silver. Thank you, Miss Pearl. Trevor, anything you want to talk about or get a topic? Go ahead. If you have anything for us, topics for us, questions for us, let us know.
I was going to ask Glenn, Glenn, your least favorite pick in this draft. I mean, I've been hard on the Cardinals, Jeremiah Love, and I will continue to be. I did not like their draft so far at all. Your least favorite pick in this draft?
Well, I'm the opposite to you in that because I really think they're going to go after Arch Manning next year. And I think they're deliberately drafting in a way to set their future quarterback up. I don't think Carson Beck's going to be that person either. So I'm really happy with what they've done. You've got to be cerebral because you don't get much of a chance at getting a top quarterback. And we were lucky enough to pick Knicks in a really quarterback-heavy draft. And once Peyton Manning retired, we had no one for 8, 9 years. You know what I mean? So not too disconcerted with that one. Give me a little bit of time to think about this.
Yeah. My least favorite one is because he's on arrival. Caleb Downs to the Cowboys. But if I'm doing it as an NFL fan, like maybe one that the Vikings doubled up on defensive tackle. If Caleb Banks becomes his ceiling is high, but that floor is so low. They could have gotten, Dieneman and their tackle in the second round, Dominique Orange, who they double dipped on. Or Caden McDonald sitting there in the second round, move up to get him. But I think they may have, taken a big chance here with Caleb Banks at 18, when I think he could have been there in the second round. Because all the other injury concerns, of course, Jamad McCoy, Chris Bell, we saw all these other injury questions drop significantly. Caleb Banks rose. So that would be my least favorite pick. That would be my least favorite pick. But if it turns out to be a home run for the Vikings, which it could be, I'll take that back in a second.
Yeah, just on Jamad McCoy for everyone. I was talking to Eric Trickle yesterday late evening, and he actually said that there's no issue with his reconstruction, but he's got a degenerative issue in his knee and he has to have another surgery. If that surgery doesn't go well, he pretty much has to retire.
Wow. So that's a big, big gamble.
Yep.
And that's why he dropped in the fourth round.
I mean, the thing with these degenerative issues, though, is that there's a lot of WWE guys that have gone to Panama and had stem cell on them in their knee, in their hips, in their spine, in their necks, being told they're going to have to retire, may end up in a wheelchair. They're having 20 years careers post that. Now, obviously, it's not played at the same speed and the same amount of volume of games, but what they put their body through is comparable. So I'm sure there's NFL players that have also had it done, NBA, MLB, the list goes on. They just don't publicize it because it's not really using US medicine just yet. That technology is going to come in everywhere. US, they're saying next year. China started, Germany started, but the Panamanians have been doing it for over 20 years, and it's very, very successful.
Wow.
Giants got another pick I totally forgot about. And I like this pick. Glenn, I think we both had him in mock drafts. You sent me all those Giant mock drafts. I know I've seen this name a few times. Trevor, you got the details? It's 194, are we on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As Michael's saying, we got Jack Kelly, the linebacker out of BYU.
I mean, linebacker for the Giants, I mean, seems like they're kind of loading up at linebacker, right? I mean, Arvell Reese seems like he's going to be playing Will for them, the Will linebacker, inside linebacker position. Tremaine Edmonds, Giants signed him in free agency, but he does have an injury history, I will say. So getting Jack Kelly, this late in the draft is nice added depth, I would say, right now for the Giants, and it's much needed added depth. I like Jack Kelly this late. I like Jack Kelly quite a bit. Again, the linebackers, the run on linebackers, we've kind of seen go a little earlier. So he's in that next, I'd say 3 or 4th tier for me at linebacker, but certainly understand the depth pick here and could possibly be a contributor on special teams this year for the Giants.
Yeah,
too.
I was just going to say he's going to be a contributor. Glenn, I know you had him a couple times in mock drafts, I believe. BYU linebacker. You like the pick for the Giants?
I do, because it's going to allow you to use Arvell Reese as a hybrid. He's going to be able to play pretty much anywhere now. And that was my concern with him. That's why I really thought Sonny Styles was more suitable, because you already had the good front up there as is. So it's going to give you a lot more flexibility, which is good. And if someone goes down, you've got someone who can step in, who can actually cover. And that's going to be important, especially with the teams that you guys go up against twice a year. Imagine trying to cover George Pickens, with no coverage linebacker. He'll give you nightmares.
Titans, well said, Glenn. Titans may have gotten the steal out of the day 3. And I absolutely love this kid. Trevor and I talked about it on the Juice. He was our wild card. This was my pick for a wild card. I've said it numerous times. Played on national championship team. Indiana was the anchor of that offensive line. For that, 2 years ago, Notre Dame national championship runner-up. Rose Bowl MVP. That's what stood out to me. And it hasn't been done in over 50 years where an offensive lineman was the MVP. It wasn't Fernando Mendoza. It wasn't Kalon Black. It wasn't Hemby, the other running back. It wasn't Elijah Surratt or Omar Cooper. It was Pat Coogan. Sleeper play here. Going to be a starter in this league. Maybe in a year, develop him. He's going to be a starter in this league in the future. And I think the Titans got a home run here in round 6. Glenn, Trevor, want to add anything?
I was just going to say, I think Titans are having a really solid draft so far. This is a team that's not been talked about enough. I don't think so far. I mean, Carnell Tate, Kedrick Falk, Anthony Hill Jr., Carmona, Singleton now, and then now Pat Coogan. I mean, this is a nice little draft with Titans, I think, that they're putting together this year. I like this pick with Coogan. I will say Titans have had issues on the offensive line. That's why, Kenny, we've been a little bit bold, like hey, would they consider Leone there? Would they maybe move back and maybe get Leone? I mean, this is a team that has offensive line issues as well. So nice to see them address that here on day 3.
Yeah. Your thoughts on the Titans draft so far, Glenn, and their pick here?
Well, I said back in round 4 when we were talking about who'd had a really good draft, and they were one of my teams. I really thought that they've done a lot to support Cam Ward, and you've only got to go back to the first game of the season when we sacked him 6 or 7 times. They had holes in that line. We were at the start of the year. If that line had have met us in the middle of the year, we probably would have got 12 or 13 sacks on them. They were leaking everywhere. And the good thing about Coogan is he's plug and play. He doesn't have to play center straight away. You could kick him to either guard slot, and he's a great leader, a great personality. So he's going to give them some much needed leadership in a very, very young team. It's a cracking pick for the Titans.
Yeah, love it. Here's a random question, just throw it off the top of my head. Keith's guy, Max Bredesen, got drafted last round. Fullback, going to be fullback. There's another running back out there that I think strictly going to be used mostly as a fullback. And I want to know from you guys if you think he'll be drafted in this draft or if he's going to be an undrafted guy. Eli Heidenreich, the Navy running back. Go to our guest first. I'll go to Glenn.
I think he gets picked up. I think he adds a lot, even to special teams, to a team that might have an older fullback. He's definitely got some spark to fit a team. So he could go either end of the spectrum. He could go to someone that wants to build, or he could go into a team, make the 53, and be used in certain packages to really give them a point of difference.
Absolutely. Trevor, your thoughts? And I'm going to bring Keith back. What's up, Keith? Keith, we got Glenn with us for the first time. Say hello, officially on the air.
Good day, Glenn. Good to see you, my friend.
G'day, mate.
Trevor, we're talking to Keith. I had the question. I'll go to Trevor, and then you came in at the right time. So I just thought about this right before you hit the backstage area. Max Bredesen got drafted last round. Going to be used as a fullback. I said another running back that I'm looking at, still not drafted, that probably will be used as a fullback, Eli Heidenreich, the Navy running back. So my question was, do you think he will be drafted or will he be an undrafted rookie free agent? I was going to go to Trevor. Glenn said yes, he thinks he'll be drafted, and I was going to go to Trevor and you as well on the question. So Trevor, you first.
Now, this might be one of those scenarios where teams maybe select him a little ahead of what they had on their board, just so they can secure him in the building. I mean, we've seen teams do that multiple times. They take a player that maybe would go undrafted, but hey, we're going to take him anyway because we're going to secure him to our on our team, and by taking him in the draft. Keep in mind, some of these undrafted free agents, it's hard to get some of them in the building sometimes. It's like a bidding war. It's like free agency, right after the draft. It's pretty much what it is. So Eli Heinrich, I don't think he's going to be a fullback. I think actually he'll be used as a running back in this league. I mean, I think he's more of a special teams guy, in my opinion. But I think with Bredesen is a little bit bigger. Heinrich, 6 foot 198. That just doesn't scream fullback, in my opinion. That's a little small for a fullback. I think he'll be used as more of a special teams guy, and maybe using as special packages, but like a joker kind of role. I could see that for a team, but I don't know about a fullback. I would say.
Gotcha.
For me, I'm going to say you're both wrong. No fullback, no running back. The guy had 941 receiving yards last year. This guy is a receiving threat. Think of like a Wes Welker type. This is how this guy is going to be utilized. Yes, he can be utilized in special teams, but 941 yards out of the quote-unquote running back, this guy is a slot guy, and that's how you're going to utilize him. So I absolutely love Heidenreich. And on top of that, a lot of people were worried about eligibility. If you don't know, because he's at Navy. Everyone was worried about what he had to actually serve in the Navy. He gets to waive that eligibility and push it off as long as he's in the NFL. So go ahead and take him. Make him everything you want him to be. I love Heidenreich. I think it's a great value right now as we're sneaking into the 6th round now, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael just telling us the Patriots took a name I thought would go a little earlier. Demetrius Crownover, tackle, finally goes off the board. And he's saying no punter or kicker yet in the draft. And,
can I just say,
traded up to 197, so you can sound the whistle, Trev.
Fantastic. I just want to say again, Glenn, I said good day to you. Good day, mate. But that being said, I was listening as I was taking my small little break, and thanks for coming on. And I'm sorry that I missed some of it, but appreciate you coming on, man. I would really like to know where you got your passion for football. Maybe what made you a Broncos fan. If I missed that, I'd like to hear that again. And I mean, your knowledge of these players is second to none, my friend. I think you've really come on and impressed me already. So tell me, where does this all come from, and what made you a Broncos fan? I'd love to hear that too.
So my grandfather's a sports nut, and he played representative football in Australia in one of the strongest teams of his era. So I grew up watching all sorts of sports with him. We started watching Super Bowls in the 80s. In the 90s, I was sort of trying to figure out who my team would be. And as much as I love the Cowboys, everyone went for him. So Troy Aikman was my favorite player as a child until obviously I picked the Broncos. And my love from NFL was spawned from there. So watching the Super Bowls every year, and then our pay TV service in the 90s and early 2000s, Foxtel had ESPN, Fox Sports. So we used to get maybe 8 to 12 games a week. And being a football nut, having worked in football, having worked in talent development, seeing how basketball and NFL work, it's a fit system-wise, understanding-wise, breaking things down. And then I've got to give credit to the guys on the MHH pod, because I've been listening to them since 2016, and I've learned more from Scott Kennedy, Eric Trickle, Nick Kendall, Lance Sanderson, Chad, Zach, all of those guys in how they break down the draft. So taking Trickle's big boards, doing my own research, getting the mock simulators, playing around with it, and then any spare moment, like when I go to the performance center and do my rehab and recovery, when I'm not listening to my mindset stuff, I'm standing in an ice bath, either watching a pod or doing my mocks and just saving them to my phone, and then going home and just playing around with things and consuming as much college sport as I can as well. So it's a passion.
Awesome.
Well, you used one word when you were talking to Trevor a little bit earlier. It was cerebral, and that's how I really could best explain you in one word when it comes to your NFL knowledge, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean that's how I've always been. That's what my grandfather used to call me, Mr. Cerebral. Or when I was little, he called me Cassius Clay, because I used to tell him I was the greatest when I used to beat him in goal kicking competitions. So, yeah, and I think it's just an athlete's mindset to things. You know what I mean? You just never can be satisfied with your skill set. You can improve every day of your life in every aspect of your life. And it's something I teach my 6-year-old. Like, I'm teaching him things I learned in my 20s with mindset. He says stuff every morning and every night. When we practice his sport, we talk about it. There's no anger. There's no yelling. There's literally, don't be hard on yourself. Don't hit yourself on the head. Tell me, well, what do we need to improve on? You can go back and do it. Let's go back out there until you hit it. And a big takeaway for me was when I was 5, we were having shots on goal, and it was so surreal. It was sideways rain. It would have been, in your temperatures, 20 degrees. and the wind was howling, blowing sideways, and I just couldn't kick the last goal from the boundary line. And my grandfather said to me, and you're literally on a 45-degree angle kicking straight across, so you've got to use the wind. And he said, we're not going until you kick it. And he goes, and this is how you finish. So the same thing put into any training, whether it's football, whether it's basketball, whether it's tennis, go out, go home on a conversion.
Whew. Well spoken, my friend. Well spoken. If you need any life coaching advice, may I suggest Glenn Ashley? Well said, my friend. I mean, inspirational. You should be in some locker rooms. That's for dang sure, my friend. The NFL might be calling. We have some conspiracy theories that we get listened to, and by big names sometimes. You never know. Maybe you're in a locker room someday, man. Honestly, man, that was great stuff, man. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Trevor, can you let me know how many more picks we got in the 6th round? Because I'm going to step backstage and create the wheel if we're close.
We got about 15, so you got a minute.
All right. Yeah,
I can give you guys a picture. The Dolphins have taken guard DJ Campbell from Texas, someone we mocked to multiple teams of ours.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Wow. And Vikings traded up for Damon Claiborne. Is that correct? From Wake Forest?
Yep.
Demetrius Crownover went to the Patriots.
Yep.
When you talk about an offensive tackle that could be slid into guard, and we start talking about the protection for Drake May, Crownover is a guy that I could see being utilized, obviously, in New England.
Right.
One of the 4 horsemen that's not with us tonight. Jody wants to know, Glenn, are you a Crocodile Dundee fan?
That's not a knife. Yeah, we get that all the time from Americans, or we get Wolf Creek. So have you guys seen Wolf Creek?
No.
Mick Taylor, and his sayings are pretty funny. When you say them behind Americans, they look around, they're like, what's going on here?
That's funny.
So I used to take picks on people when I was overseas and say stuff like that, and they're like, what who said that?
That's great. I mean, I'm going to step backstage. I'll go create the wheel, guys. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Awesome. That's a big wheel to create. He's going
to
make
have
it
a bigger one.
Yeah. He's going to have to get all his crafting supplies, his glue, his tape, his construction paper.
And
Kenny,
Glenn's name is on the board. Glenn's name's on it.
And awesome. we're just saying that for the internet, Kenny. Tape, glue, everything else.
I'll see you guys
there in case the internet drops out.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys in 5 minutes, not 20 Trevor time.
Oh, okay. Are you sure, Kenny? I think Kenny's gonna go backstage and get that cologne ready for the women. He's
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
See you in a little bit. Shower and a clean shave. Yeah, we'll be all made. We'll be all set to go. See you in a little bit, Kenny.
Let's go.
All right. For you, Kenny.
Good fun. Glenn, I gotta ask you, who is your favorite Bronco of all time? We have not even asked you that yet.
You're muted, Trevor.
Oh.
No, not muted. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Kimmy?
Not hearing us right now, my friend?
I can hear you, Keith, not Trevor.
Oh, well, I'll ask Trevor's question for whatever reason that's not coming through. He was asking, who is your favorite Denver Bronco of all time? We hadn't asked that of you yet.
Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning.
Wow.
I watched him out of college. Yeah, watched him out of college. But if you have to go someone that's always been a Bronco, give me DT.
Yeah.
The great Demaryius Thomas. Yes, absolutely. Since we typically have Kenny here, and New York Giants, then give me your thoughts on Eli Manning. Then, what were your thoughts of Eli Manning when he was coming out? Since you're very excited for Peyton Manning since the moment he came out, what were your thoughts on Eli Manning and then his career?
Yeah, exactly the same. I love watching Eli. Watching the differences between him and Peyton, but also seeing a lot of similarities in the way that they just never quit. Doesn't matter what the score is. Doesn't matter how much time's on the clock. Those guys can just put points up and win a game from nowhere. And it comes from their dad, obviously. And I'm really excited to see the next generation of Manning come through next season in Arch. I'm excited to see where he goes and how he sets sail on his career.
I heard you talking a little bit earlier. Do you think he'll have a great career if he end up being an Arizona Cardinal?
I think he'll have a great career wherever he goes. And it doesn't necessarily mean he'll stay in Arizona if they don't support him because he's a Manning.
Doesn't mean his father won't say he can't go to the Arizona Cardinals either.
it doesn't mean he won't copy his uncle and say, I'm not going there.
Yeah.
Trade me.
Trade me. I'm not
Who could blame him? Who could blame him?
In 2027.
Right.
Oh my goodness. Right. Well, that will all come to fruition, man. Great perspective.
Glenn, can you hear me now?
I still can't hear Trevor, and I don't know why.
Wow, that is wild, man.
Yeah.
I don't mind being relay if you have something else that you want to add.
I was just gonna ask him about what he thought about the Giants so far. We didn't get a chance to ask him about the Giants draft so far. Give the Giants a grade.
I feel like I'm a translator here all of a sudden. He was wondering. He goes, "We hadn't heard your thoughts about the Giants." He wants your thoughts on the Giants, and if you could, give them a grade.
I'll give them an A. They've been exceptional. Them up with the Titans and a few others that I need to go and see who they've picked in the last couple of rounds because obviously we've been busy conversing here. But yeah, brilliant. I like the Cardinals, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Titans. They were the ones that came to mind, and a few sneaky ones that you guys brought up as well. But
like it.
Going to be happy. He's going to be happy days for our friends who go for the Giants.
I'm going to ask really quick if Trevor real quick. Chargers selected guard Logan Taylor. That comes in from Mr. Michael Ronquillo. I almost said Bo Nix because I saw his jersey there. It's wonderful. Bo Nix was here helping us out with the draft, but I'm sure he's got other things in his mind. Boston College guard goes to the Chargers, AFC West rival here. Do you have any information on Logan Taylor?
Yeah, I do. Logan Taylor, the guard out of
Boston. I
Boston.
haven't looked at him that much. I didn't really mock him or put him to any teams that I was drafting for, and I was only drafting for teams that my friends had. Like to do a full blown mock is a lot of time. So I did some stuff for Kenny. I did some stuff for a friend who goes for the Patriots. Don't know why they do that, but anyway.
Awesome.
And yes, I didn't mock him, so I have no intel.
I'm going to have Trevor give us a little bit of intel, so you'll see his mouth moving real quick.
So on Logan Taylor, Boston College guard, I think he's 6 in picks at guard. I think this is a stick and pick position at guard, I should say. 6'6", 314. I think Logan Taylor, this is a solid Harbaugh pick, I think, for the Chargers. I think, interior, this is something Harbaugh really likes to do is build up that offensive line. This is a day 3 pick, so again, keep this in mind. Like he's going to be having to fight for a job, and this is probably more of a depth pick than anything, but a solid pick here all the way around for Logan Taylor. And a nice selection for the Chargers as well. I mean, we're starting to see those interior offensive line come up more and more, come off the board more and more, I should say, here as we conclude day 3.
Keith, I'm going to take a break real for be back before the 7th round starts to do the wheel. But can Glenn hear me?
That would be probably a negative. Glenn, you can't hear anybody but me. Is that wild or what?
Oh, he can't even hear you.
I was going to say maybe we have Glenn come in and out once he can. I'll message him in the thing. I'm going to remove him backstage for a minute.
Okay, sounds good. We'll drop Glenn out because he's been fantastic as far as.
I got it, Keith. I got it. You got it?
Sorry. Yep, I got it.
Okay.
All right.
I got to tell him that he's still backstage.
Glenn's been fantastic, man.
Yeah.
The knowledge that some of our viewers have. Heck, I just had Michael Ronquillo's name up there as well, but Glenn Ashley coming in with the knowledge base, really, really impressed with what Glenn has done. He's going to try to get back with us. Michael Ronquillo, like I said, I just mentioned his name. Hey, first off, Michael, thank you so much, man, for going and dropping those names in. Being a part of this broadcast on the Pick Is In broadcast. This is a couple of times you've done this for us, man. Not just a great supporter of this show, not just a guy that I trust his knowledge, especially when it comes to those guys coming out of Arizona. He knows them like no other. But Michael Ronquillo coming in here supporting the show by dropping names, pick after pick after pick, like I'm employing him and paying him, which if that was the case, Trevor and Kenny here might drag me out and, tar and feather me. I don't know, because they're not getting paid anything. Excuse me. They're not getting paid anything. So Michael Ronquillo breaking in the big bucks for all you're doing might have some problems there. No, I appreciate it very much, Michael.
So I think Glenn saw the message. He's going to try and log back on. So hopefully we can get Glenn back on, because he's been great.
Catch up,
if
Ernie.
You still need to. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, because I was going to get to Ernie after this.
I was just going to say, if you still need to jump Kenny, feel free. We can obviously see if he pops back in.
Yeah, I'm going to wait until the 7th round, being that Glenn's having some issues. We're close to the 7th round being here. Started the 7th round. I'll take a short break.
Okay, good. Thanks, my friend.
Ernie, we are at pick 205 in the 6th round. The Detroit Lions are now on the clock.
And let's see if we got Glenn back. We'll start with Trevor and myself. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah, I can hear you all now.
You can hear us? Okay.
Wonderful.
Great.
Awesome. Oh,
that transcontinental cable finally came through for us, man.
All that joking around with the dial-up, and the guy on the bottom left had the issue. So, touche, my friend, touche.
Very good. Well, yes, welcome back. And you were good. I heard a ooh from Trevor, so I was wondering what the ooh was about too, as we got Glenn back. Good to have you back, Glenn.
Well, it wasn't for Kenny's clone, I'll say that. This at 205, the Detroit Lions select Skylar Gill-Howard, the defensive tackle out of Texas Tech. So this could be a DJ Reader replacement here for Detroit. This is a player that I like. Keith, earlier when you weren't here, the Giants had selected Bobby Jamison Travis, guy that you've heard talked about quite often later in the draft. Was one of my players that I really liked later in the draft. But we're starting to see a run on defensive tackles come off the board, and I think the Lions get a good one, beef up that defensive line a little bit.
Number 15 ranked in Athlon Sports, so nice value there.
Not the biggest guy, though, 6'1", 280. So, when you talk about defensive tackle, I mean, he's not going to be any, zero technique here. He's going to have to be a little bit more towards the outside. And 6'1", not the tallest guy either. So, I mean, it's we're getting to the later rounds. So, this is some of the trade-offs you get, right?
Just think about how small he looked next to Lee Hunter.
One of Keith's man crushes, you mean?
Oh my goodness! By the way, Trevor, if you haven't smelled Eternity for Men, then you can't really knock the cologne that Kenny Kirkpatrick wears. So
Oh, I would ask you if you need the clone of Lee Hunter, but I don't know that I should ask that.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Hey,
I'm gonna have to remember your draft day crushes. Were you wearing a little Mansour Delane, if I remember correctly?
But I said draft day crush, not man crush. It's completely different.
I think it's one and the same with Mansour Delane. That sounds like an amazing cologne name. What are you wearing? Mansour Delane.
And it's KC, so it's right down the road. So.
There you go. Boom. I don't know.
Glenn, let me ask you.
Way too late into this draft.
Glenn's got the book of knowledge when it comes to the draft. I may have been wrong. Like I said, maybe this guy was picked. Tight end Michael Trigg, was he picked yet?
I haven't seen him picked. No.
Are we talking about maybe an injury concern here? Because we're talking about the number 2. This book came out early, but the number 2 tight end ranked tight end in Athlon Sports. And Keith and I were talking when Trevor was taking a break. We're talking about a 700-yard receiver last year at Baylor. So it's a big school, Big 12, 50 receptions, 6 touchdowns. So he's going to be a one-dimensional guy. The blocking's not there, but 6'4", 240. Why is nobody taking a chance on this guy?
I can answer that right there for you, and I'm glad you asked that. Character issues, big thing with him. That's been a big drop or big knock on Michael Trigg. I know earlier on in the process, and so I think you're starting to see, like we talk about, trying to really bring in the right locker room players. Michael Trigg, it seems like the drop off is not necessarily from a talent perspective, but from a character perspective, and so it's something where we're getting lower in the draft. And as time goes on, these teams are going to look for those players that have, character, high character guys, and so you see that throughout the draft. Teams are drafting high character players as well. So Michael Trigg seems like there's some issues off the field that are maybe concerning teams with his character a little bit.
Keith, just so you know, we still hear you for some reason.
Wow.
Go off screen for a minute if you want, my friend. It's all good.
And I think that's the only thing that's going to beat Lee Hunter is lining up Keith in front of him in his Drakkar Noir.
It sounds like Keith was Michael Trigg's agent there for a minute. Didn't want me to talk about the character issues.
Trying to get you to squash him.
Yeah,
good stuff. Oh man, that was classic. But you know what? Let me announce our
tight end still on the board. Jack Edries is there. Dolan Bentley's there. They're very good receiving guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love entries. I was gonna
as you see on the screen, guys, we're gonna have a last call soon for our grand prize giveaway. Glenn, our special guest for the later rounds here, he's entered. You want to be entered into that $100 NFL.com giveaway? Type the word pick is in the chat right now. Ernie, Patrick, Glenn, Keith Stober, Paul, Rodney, Martin, Biggie Bronco, Clayton, Dan, Roy, and Mark, you're all entered. If you want to be entered, last call coming soon. $100 gift card. Grand prize winner of the 3-day Pick is in Draft show coming soon. Start of the 7th round. We will pick that winner.
Sounds good. I do want to ask Glenn's perspective on this. Ask him about the Giants grade. And how dare me? I don't even ask about the Broncos. Glenn, I want your overall thoughts, honest opinion here. Broncos, give me a grade for the Broncos so far. And feel free to be harsh if you need to, or feel free to praise however much you want to as well. But your thoughts, my friend.
Yeah, sure. So sitting at round 4, after we took our picks backwards, I actually had us sitting at a C-. I really wasn't happy with where we took our offensive tackle, and I was clutching at why and what, and Ramsey was on the board, tight ends were on the board. I was like, what are we doing? But then we trade up, we make the pick for Jolly, and it's literally just a reversal. So it took us up to a B, but when you look at the overall of what we've done for Bo Nix, he's now picked up Jalen Waddle, Justin Jolie, and a running back to add into the mix of what we had. So it's been a great draft as far as that goes. We just need to get a couple of other players now to finish it off.
I got a player for you. I was going to ask him thoughts on 2 players. You heard me mention this. You heard a couple people mention this name earlier. You do have Justin Jolly, so it's going to be – we're talking about Haynes King, the quarterback out of Georgia Tech, in that Taysom Hill role. You thinking about maybe doing it? 7th round, nothing to lose. And the other guy, Glenn, if you can hear me, he's saying no. And the other guy was my Mr. Irrelevant out of John Carroll University.
Yeah,
bring him in as a kick
returner.
Different
take Edries.
Jack Edries.
We can't hear us again, Glenn. Can you hear us? I don't know how we're losing Glenn for some reason. Lost you again, Glenn.
Let me jump in and out. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard us on delay there. I know we're out. Glenn's in Australia, and internet might be a little delayed getting from USA to Australia. We're in the year 2026, but internet still has a lot to get better on. So Keith is back. What's up, Keith?
I'm back, hopefully with a little less noise. Sorry about that,
guys. Yeah, we thought you were Michael Trigg's agent for a minute. You didn't want me to talk about him. I mean,
I got that, man. Yeah. Holy cow.
Glenn, can you hear us now? We all good?
Yeah, I've got you now.
All right, great. If that happens again, just come in and out. It looks like it's fixing itself up. We're late in this draft, so we don't mind. 5 hours in, everybody. Congratulations. We are 5 hours in the day 3 marathon.
Woohoo, man. Thank you to Lion Coffee, who has gotten me through this day. It's always fun putting on a marathon like this. The mock drafts have paid off, and now the draft is here.
Right. Patrick wants to do a show with myself and Mr. Ashley. Lots of fun, I think, and he's sending us stars as well. Thank you, Patrick. Mm-hmm. Not only Mr. Lion Coffee, he's one of the top star givers with Michael Ronquillo, Phil McLaughlin, taking care of us, keeping the lights on and giving us, taking care of us. So thank you for all of them and everybody else that's hung out with us for the 3 days of the Pick is in Draft show. Appreciate all the support that you give us all. And as Trevor alluded earlier, we got the last Pick is in mock draft show tomorrow. Season finale. We're calling it season finale because we're going to bring it back next year. We're going to probably just do a bunch of grades and talk about all the teams. So come hang out with us. It's been a great ride. Can't wait to do the season finale tomorrow with Trevor. 10 p.m. Eastern time, 8 p.m. Mountain time. Australia, what time is that Australia time, Glenn?
The afternoon show.
The 10 p.m., 8 p.m. start for Mountain time. So
yeah, it's an afternoon show for me. So
okay,
1 o'clock.
And we do have another friend from down under, Peter Johnson, who watches our shows too. So it'll be afternoon time for him as well if he comes on tomorrow.
I do have some Bronco news real quick to share with everybody. Per multiple sources, this is Benjamin Albright of KOA. The Broncos and quarterback Bo Nix has met with Dr. Waldrop for a recheck on his ankle this past week. So that's something to keep in mind. The progress continues with this ankle, but it sounds like trying to get maybe a second opinion on it and see how everything goes. So something to keep in mind going forward.
Wow. Okay. Go get another quarterback now. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No appointment.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna panic quite yet. That's for sure.
Paul wants 37th round. Oh, wants 37th round. Listen to me. Paul wants 3 7th round inside linebackers and let them duke it out in training camp. 37th round. It's been a 5 hours, so your eyes play tricks on you sometimes. So.
Plus, I can always guarantee that Kenny is going to probably not read the comment the way it's read. I don't know how many times, Kenny, I've commented, and all of a sudden my comment's a completely different question by the time you end up reading it. Oh, my friend. Glenn, I want to ask you this, man. One of the positions I thought the Denver Broncos might be able to target in this draft, and I haven't seen them go after, was safety. Were you thinking that was a possibility, and was there any particular safeties that you really liked in this draft?
Yeah, when we sat at 30, I obviously wanted Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Later on, obviously, Bud Clark. And is the Indiana safety being picked up? Did he go in the 6th, or is he still on the board?
I'll have to take a look.
Indiana safety, I think he went, because there were some Indiana players that went today, and I think he was one of them. I know who you're talking about. It's just not sinking in the name. Let me see if I can find him.
But how big of a priority did you think that safety was for the Denver Broncos? Did you think that they end up taking the safety prior to what might be possible in the 7th round here?
Yeah, I did, because I think we're not going to be able to retain Jones. So I thought it was pretty important that we got someone that, even if they sat behind him and came in, if he was still injured, if he got injured again, and that could be ready for 2027 and onwards to future-proof the room.
Well, then we're in agreement, my friend. That was one place that, as that value was there a little bit later, safeties didn't get picked up really early, and the Denver Broncos didn't have a whole lot of obviously early picks. Most of it in the meat of the 4th and the 5th and the 6th rounds as we first started off this day. I really thought there was an opportunity there, but we went a different direction. Not that I'm upset about Justin Jolly in any way, but safety is one place I think that they may be addressing after the draft as well.
Question for you guys from Miss Pearl. Any centers, guys?
Ooh, that'd be a question for Trevor, right?
Available, or does she mean like?
We'll say for the Broncos. Let's turn it into a Bronco question.
No, because I think that Cage Casey's, you're going to move inside. So maybe undrafted, I could definitely see them bringing a couple guys in. 7th round, it's possible. But I'm not sure. I still think that there are special teamers out there. I still think there's some good safeties and cornerbacks out there. VJ Payne, Kansas State, I've mentioned him multiple times now. He's continued to fall down the board. I love that pick there. Maybe a possible trade up for the Denver Broncos if we're talking about needing to add extra depth at safety. You lost PJ Locke in the offseason to the Cowboys in free agency, so you need some extra depth there. VJ Payne could be one of those developmental guys, along with Devon Key, to possibly take over for a guy like Brandon Jones down the line.
Paul was saying it's a strong draft, so maybe we can get a late round guy. And as Ms. Pearl answers that question, Michael comes in and says the Commanders selected center Matt Gulbin from Michigan State. Patrick got a fun one for you, Keith. Where did Hunter go, and is Keith moving there?
You never know. Keith might be on the move. You never know. Where did Lee Hunter go? I'll have to double check.
Carolina, right?
Oh goodness, I'm not going all the way out to Carolina.
Good barbecue there, Keith. Good barbecue.
Yeah, but you got to like the mustard style barbecue if you're out in Carolina.
Vinegar based.
Yeah, vinegar based.
Well, then you better adjust.
I better adjust because I don't want. Because honestly,
he's waiting. He's going to be heartbroken.
Oh goodness, maybe he can sign with my NFC West team, since I don't think we need him on the Broncos. He could be my Arizona Cardinal heartthrob, I guess.
Come to the East Coast. I want to get your come on, come to the East Coast.
Kenny, I want to get your thoughts, man, because Pearl was just asking about center. I know that you're a Miami fan. James Brockermeyer is the highest rated center out there according to ESPN, center for the Miami Hurricanes. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, I would take a shot on any Miami offensive lineman because you got Mario Cristobal as your head coach, loves the trenches, former offensive lineman for the University of Miami. We saw Maninoa, I should say. I always say pronounce it wrong. The G is actually an N in Samoan. Maninoa goes in the first round. We saw Bell, the other left tackle, go. We saw the guards go. Brockenmeyer, that offensive line was Carson Beck's best friend. And like Glenn alluded to, Carson Beck may be a bust in the NFL with a bad offensive line. He didn't have a bad offensive line. Yeah, your quarterback gets you to the national championship. I agree, but it's because your offensive line. And anybody on that offensive line, I would take a shot on the Miami Hurricanes last year. I would take a late round flyer on Brockenmeyer for sure.
Just wanting to get Pearl an answer there, just a name that stuck out to me and a name that I think that you might have a little bit more intel on since you're watching your Miami Hurricanes with Hawkeyes there from Maryland.
Yeah. Patrick, weird tasting shrimp on those Barbies out there in Carolina.
My goodness. We're just the worst, Patrick.
We should have tagged Lee Hunter in on this show. We should have tagged Lee Hunter in on this show because Keith would have been blushing all show.
I actually thought Keith hit him under the desk before when he was making all that noise, and Patrick came in afterwards. So it wasn't the Draco Noir he was looking for. He was hiding Lee Hunter under the desk.
Family show.
Perspective.
He's off camera now.
He's gone.
He's choking.
He's going to get Lee.
Or Michael Trigg. I don't know. He was making all that noise.
What the heck is going on?
What is going on? This is after hours. It's still only 5 a.m. It's after hours where Glenn is.
Goodness gracious. Wow.
Glenn's on a 24-hour marathon, so we allowed it. All fun.
Just really quick. One heck of a big desk if Lee Hunter is going to be hiding underneath it. That's all I got to say.
Oh, he continues.
I want to know when Keith's lying coffee.
Oh, man. I was going to say, not that.
Ernie saying, awesome family show. Yeah. For everybody over 21, Ernie.
Pig is in draft show after hours.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna have to have a warning come up on the screen.
How many more picks? I'll get I got the wheel ready, but I'll give one last call if we're close.
I cannot wait.
I just want to mention one interior offensive lineman that I really like still on the board, Jaden Roberts, the guard out of Alabama. I'm a big Jaden Roberts guy. I think he could go here 7th round. But if you're looking for interior, Miss Pearl, Jaden Roberts out of Alabama is a lot of fun to watch and definitely worth, I think, a 7th round pick, possibly 6'5", 333 pounds.
And you know what, Trevor? Let's hit this one from Mark because first punter gets taken off the board here, and it's by the Ravens. And the Ravens needed a punter to replace their guy that the Giants brought in. And so they get their replacement punter here. And the number one here, I'm just looking at him, the number one special team kicker punter in the Athlon Sports book here. Big leg, averaged 48 and a half yards a punt last year. So they're getting a guy who can punt, kind of like Jeremy Crawshaw a little bit. Ryan Eckley, the pick, 6'2", 207, 22 years old. Michigan State. Carson would have been great to talk about him. I don't think we're going to get Carson, unfortunately, tonight. He does have some other stuff going on, unfortunately.
Maybe on the juice.
Yeah, Tuesday night. That's a good idea. Yeah. I'll write to him. But he's a big leg. You know, Ravens needed it, so they go and get the one off the board like the Broncos did last year. That being said, let's get a final last call. Anyone who wants to be entered in the grand prize, Rocky Mountain Sports Network, pick is in draft show, grand prize giveaway, $100 NFL.com gift card. Type the pick is in the chat. Last call. What pick are we in, Trevor? How many more do we have?
We are at 213, and we have 4 more picks left of the 6th round.
Yeah. Last call. Give everybody about a 2-minute warning here, and then we'll close the wheel up, and we'll draw for that prize at the end of the 6th round.
Just a suggestion, you could put it towards your Lee Hunter jersey.
And the name continues.
Or if you're a Bronco fan, go get that Jeremy Crawshaw crush from me last year, and Glenn's as well.
So it's Kenny, Jolly, and Crawshaw. I mean, it's like the Kenny is that you're changing your last name, my friend. It was Crawshaw last year. Now it's Kenny Jolly this year.
I think we'll just call him the Jolly Crawshaw.
Ernie's saying, please show the pick and number. Thanks. All right, so I'll get back. People have been putting in. So Michael put in Nnamdi Ablazor from, I know I butchered that name, from TCU. Trevor, what pick number is that so we could keep up with the numbers?
That just happened at 212 from the Patriots. Yep.
Okay, Ernie. So we're on 213, and big shout out to Michael Ronquillo and Mark Calderio, who have been putting the picks in the chat. most of the rounds for us. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Mark. I pointed out Michael Ronquillo earlier. I didn't mention Mark, so thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate that. By the way, 216 is the final pick in the 6th round. 213, the Bears pick is in currently, so we'll have Bears, Colts, Falcons, and then Seahawks.
And I just want to shout out Keith Stober. No comment, sending us 200 stars, guys.
Wow. Thank you, Keith.
Keith Stober, thank you.
Yeah. Big love.
Yeah.
Thank you so much,
man.
Keith. Lots of love for all the support you all have given us, and just for being here, and everybody going the extra mile. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with you all. It's been a blast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still got one more round, but it's been a blast.
I do want to update Ernie. Broncos pick at 246, Ernie, unless they move up, and we'll make sure to keep you updated and everybody out there updated as well. But that is as soon as Broncos pick in the 7th round, 246.
We'll also be speeding up in the 7th round again. We go from 7 minutes for your pick to 5 minutes for your pick for each individual team. And I think a lot of teams at this point probably have one of their guy in mind, and it's so spread. It's like a shotgun spread at this point. Everyone knows who the number 1 pick is, but by the time you get down here, every team's board looks completely different. So it's a lot of times it goes a little bit quicker.
I wonder if the Broncos try and move up. I wonder to try and get out of Mr. Irrelevant. And I say that because I'm really more and more I'm looking at this board. I'm still seeing 2 speedsters that I could turn into punt returners. And one is from the big school, Oklahoma. Deion Burke's still sitting there. But then the small school guy, John Carroll, who I mentioned, 15, he played at Division II, so 1,500 yards still stands out. I don't care what level of play you're playing at. But what stood out was the punt return touchdowns. He had 1 last year and 3 the year before that. On only 7 returns, 7 attempts, and 8 attempts the year before. And he had 17 touchdowns and 15 touchdowns as a wide receiver. But I'm not bringing him in as a wide receiver to compete with the other guys. I'm bringing him in to replace Marvin Mims so he can be on the field strictly as a wide receiver and make him your Deebo Samuel type player in this Broncos offense, which really did well with some new playmakers. Glenn, your thoughts on Tyron Montgomery? I don't know if you've seen him. John Carroll, I gave you his stats. Those punt returns really stand out because he only had 8 and 7, yet had 4 total touchdowns in 15 returns. Oh, we lost you again, my friend.
Muted. Yeah.
You there now?
Nope.
Keep having issues, Glenn.
It's all right, Glenn, man. It's halfway around the world. We'll try that up again. Well, the one thing I would say is I'm starting to look at this as I continue to watch this board, and maybe it changes a little bit in the 7th round, but you're still having guys coming out of big name schools. I mean, outside of maybe potentially like TCU, a lot of these guys are coming out of big name schools. So I think the undrafted free agent route is probably going to be the route for a guy like him. But you never know. I just haven't seen, sometimes you see those small school guys really jump up into the draft. And I don't think we've really seen that yet. Right now, it's still big name school type of players coming off the board.
Couple names I'm curious to see if they get drafted at running back. Seth McGowan, I mentioned his character issues in the past, but he's taken a turn for the better, and he's showed that he could stay out of trouble. Maybe somebody takes a chance on him in the 7th round. Another running back that's standing out that wasn't picked. Mentioned Jam Miller earlier, but how about the other Indiana running back, Roman Hemby, still out there? So some names to keep an eye out at running back for sure. Glenn, are you with us, or are we still on mute?
No, I've got you. Got me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, I got you. I was asking about, you got anything you want to add on Tyron Montgomery? Those punt return, limited attempts and touchdowns stand out for me. And Peyton was mentioned, maybe we want to bring in somebody who's got kick return, punt return skills, maybe you take a 7th round chance on a small school Division II player like Tyron Montgomery out of John Carroll.
I would hope that we could get him undrafted. There's a couple of other areas I'd prefer we use our picks for. I think we may look at getting another linebacker or another tight end.
Possibly even an offensive tackle.
Well, there's quite a few decent guys left on the board. Some that would have gone in the top 150.
Jack Endries is surprising me that he's still there, Trevor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Your
me
guy.
too. Yeah, me too.
Your guy.
I mean, if you're the Broncos and you take Endries there, man, maybe Evan Ingram's out the door before we know it. I mean, I'm not saying that's an Evan Ingram replacement. I'm saying you take Justin Jolly earlier in the draft. That's basically Evan Ingram. I mean, I think even better version of Evan Ingram. But you draft another tight end in this class, 2 tight ends now to go alongside Adam Troutman, who obviously will be on this roster. I mean, Lucas Kroll, you never know what we're going to get with him. But my thing is, you're really getting younger at tight end. You really need Evan Ingram. I mean, you can save a little bit of money by moving off of him. So it'll be interesting if they go tight end. I don't think he goes Broncos, but maybe Kenny Giants, maybe.
Could be looking maybe, but you bring Isaiah Likely and Theo Johnson. I know I like Theo Johnson, what I've seen out of him. Mark, Big Ten guy, he liked Theo Johnson last year. I like him. Dan, I hate to burst the bubble. Oh, you put the finger up.
No, go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead.
Dan was asking about Jack Kelly. Is he still available? The Giants took him in the 6th round, Dan. So hate to burst the Bronco bubble there on you, my friend, but we took him from you in the 6th round.
I will say.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, while we're on that question about linebackers, I want to point out some of the linebackers that are available that also Glenn had talked about earlier. Deontay Lawson, the linebacker at Alabama, is still available. Harold Perkins, LSU linebacker, is still available. Leonard Barton, Cody Barton's brother out of Utah, is available. Tyrion York, Texas A&M linebacker, available. So you got 4 guys right there that are definitely could be in play for the Broncos if they're looking for 3. Oh, of course. On cue, Atlanta, you would take Harold Perkins. I was like, Keith, why are you holding up 3 fingers for a minute? But okay, I understand now. Falcons must be listening into what we're talking about and maybe getting some insight from us a little bit. But no, now 3 linebackers, that are still on the board, but could it be possible Broncos as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'll throw Red Murdoch into the list and Eric Gentry as a bit of a wild card with his size. Yeah. He's still got very good coverage.
Miss Pearl throwing out maybe a quarterback with the last pick. Remember Brock Purdy?
Mm-hmm.
Haynes King throwing that name out there, right, Michael? Michael Manquillo wants Haynes King. I would enjoy this offense if you brought a Haynes King in and brought him in to compete. Maybe he's the 3rd string quarterback, but also a Taysom Hill type player. Gets a couple plays and a couple strange scenarios on the offense. You sign him up for a couple plays when needed, turn him into the Taysom Hill, Sean Payton type of player that he covets.
This was a big thing. The Packers did trade up into the very last pick of the 6th round, and they end up taking kicker Trey Smack. What a name for a kicker, man. Gonna be looking forward to.
What school did he go to? I'm not familiar with him.
He went to Florida.
That's why, because I'm Glenn, Florida Gator fan. Go ahead. You probably got a little bit about him.
Yeah, he not as good as his predecessor Crawshaw. However, still very, very handy. I really rate him as to making a roster, but he's definitely going to compete. And can you imagine if you've got me with Smack on my back, you with Jolly, and our friend Keith with Hunter? You've got a Jolly Smack Hunter. So you've got someone talking smack, you being Jolly, and Keith being a homer.
That's great. We got to find one for Trevor now. That's all. And we'll be good.
Don't be picking on the young guy now. Come on now.
Only guy who hasn't been picked on now. Come on. Guys, you talked about Mr. Irrelevant, Kenny. I'm going to bring up a name that you brought up, and I love it. I like going after Uar Bernard with Mr. Real.
Yeah.
And then you get that international player that gets to be stored on your roster, and it doesn't count towards your roster. Secure him up rather than let him, choose his destiny as an unrestricted free agent out there, or an undrafted free agent, I should say. That makes sense to me at that point. Such a freak athlete, that would make sense to go after him.
Yeah, and if he's not drafted, I want to see where he goes, because teams are going to be calling for him with that international. They get a free, right? So I think somebody will draft him in this round. I really do. Nothing to lose, and the ceiling is, through the roof. You're putting holes in your ceiling with this kid with the potential. It's less than 6% body fat.
Yeah, I don't know
Trevor
what
had one job.
Are you sure you guys? Yeah, I was going to say, you guys sure you haven't been getting crap, because Glenn and Patrick have been on me since day one about this trade whistle that we brought in the mock draft. So, are you sure, guys?
Well, that's going to be the back of your jersey now. Train.
Well, guys, I know the answer for Glenn's going to be yes, I'm ready. But Keith and Trevor and everybody, are you ready for the grand prize drawing? We set it the 7th round. We're going to do it. I think I'm ready to bring the wheel up, fellas.
Let's
Let
roll.
me share the screen. Just give me about 30 seconds to get it set up here, and we will get everybody in. I'm going to read the names one more time, so we make sure we have everybody on there once I put it up on the screen here for everybody. And good luck, everyone, and thank you again for all the support for the 3 full days of the NFL draft show. Let me do like I've been doing for all the drawings, put everybody down below to make that a little larger. With 4 people, it don't look good. There we go. All right, I'm going to read the names, and I'm going to give everybody about 20 seconds if I forgot a name. I know, because if anybody who just came in now, sorry, you're not eligible, but we have Glenn, Ernie, Patrick, Mark Calderio, Keith Stober, Paul, Rodney Garcia, Martin is in, Biggie Bronco, Clayton, Dan Wilkett, and Roy Osborne. I'll give everybody around 10 seconds. If I forgot anybody, I think I nailed it. I think we're good. Keith, I'm off screen right now on the other tab, so you just let me know when you want me to give it a spin.
Yeah, sounds good. Maybe Trevor Choo Choo Salzman could get the train whistle going, and when you hear that, we could go ahead and do the spin.
Okay. As we've been doing for every giveaway, 3 shuffles. 1, 2, 3, and the spin. Good luck, everybody. Grand prize $100 gift card giveaway going to it'll be Mark or Dan. My friend Mark Calderio. We won the draft. We won the grand prize. Mark, congratulations. I will, if you're not in the chat, I'm personal friends with Mark. I'll get his address tonight for you, Keith, and we can get that ready for Mark. All you got to do, Mark, is just send me your address on we're friends. You could text me your address, and I'll get that to Keith. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you for hanging out with us all 3 days as well, and giving us some awesome stuff.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Congratulations, Mark, and thank you for everything, friend.
Heck, he's keeping us up to date on the draft picks.
I know he might have stepped away, so he may have missed it. I know he's been waiting for it. He may have missed it. He may have getting some congratulations, and well deserved. Mark, can't wait to get that out to you.
We could put him in charge of the train whistle.
Okay, Keith Hunter.
I'm going to step backstage, and I'll let him know he won. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys.
All right. Well, you can call me Keith Hunter, but from now on, you are Trevor Choo Choo Salzman.
We got to keep that trade whistle keep going throughout the season too. I mean, we can't retire that thing for the draft. So
I can't. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I lost hearing for a second. We lost Glenn altogether. Kenny ran backstage. But no, congratulations, Mark Calderio. Appreciate the time that you have spent with us. through all this NFL draft. And I'm almost happy. I mean, to be 100% honest, Trevor, we've been doing the NFL draft show. We've been doing gifts and giveaways every single draft show. We've had a heavy focus on our Broncos fans, and we've given away Bo Nix signed jerseys, PS2 signed jerseys. You know, we're going to be giving out that action figure, not doll, of John Elway. I mean, shipping that out here in just a little bit. But the idea behind giving a gift card out this time was the fact that we have grown so much when it comes to other teams with the juice, the pick, the mocked. The Pick is in mock draft show that you guys have been doing as well, that we wanted to make sure that everyone could be represented, not just the Broncos fans. So what better way than to go out to a guy like Mark Caldero? Mark, I really want to know what you got or what you're going to do with your gift card and how you spend your purchase. But congratulations, my friend. And thank you so much for supporting our show and everybody who's supported our shows, man.
Yeah, absolutely, Keith. And I will say, I mean, it's just awesome being able to give back as well. I mean, having Glenn on, having Patrick on, having Paul on. I mean, it's amazing being able to have guests alongside with us throughout this whole ride. I mean, big shout out to everybody. Glenn, that includes you and everybody in our posse just for being there with every pick. I mean, it's really like there's so many things that could sidetrack you and, you know, you could go do, and then you stick with us, and we're you know, watching the draft together, you know, really breaking the draft down together. Glenn, you've been with us with our mock draft show from the beginning, and it's been amazing. We just really can't appreciate our fans enough. And again, Keith, you have said it as well. We continue to grow each and every show, and we promise there's the train whistle will stick around. I'll make that executive decision right now, by the way. And football all the way around. I mean, there's never an ending, so it's nonstop. So for us, we're going to continue all 32 teams all season long.
Yeah, absolutely. Kenny,
I'm on mute. Sorry, I was talking to Mark. That's why I actually called him to congratulate him. He's like, I saw it. I was just driving and I almost got into an accident. I was like, don't get into any accidents. Don't get into accidents, Mark. No, all joking aside, he's driving, so he can't comment, but he says, thank you so much. Bottom of his heart. He appreciates it. Loves what we're doing here and all our shows, and he was glad he was a part of it. So congratulations to Mark. A lot of people congratulating him. And thank you for, you know, being a Giants fan, Mark. We're going to have a fun one Monday, so come hang out with us Monday.
Not a doll, Kenny. Not a doll. Dan's telling you too.
Michael sent stars before. I was backstage talking to Mark. Did you guys hit the Raider comment?
I don't know.
Michael sent the stars with 100 stars. Las Vegas Raiders selected Mike. Oh, that was earlier. Man, that was. Why am I so on delay? Sorry, Michael. That was Facebook stars with Mike Washington. I really missed that one. If that
happened. Wow. Now I'm taking shots in the background, guys. Talking about going to the bar since day one.
It's getting late, guys. It's been time for delirium to kick in. Here's Mark coming in with his comment. Thank you, Keith, Trevor, and Kenny for everything. I will text Kenny my info.
Absolutely, Mark. Thank you.
Love and appreciate you, my friend.
Yeah.
I don't know if we asked Glenn this, man. How do you feel about the AFC West and how the AFC West has done in general as the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Raiders continue to shift their rosters around the Denver Broncos as well?
Yeah, everyone's done well. You can't fault any of the teams, and it's what we want. We want a competitive AFC West so we can beat the brakes off all of them on the way to the Super Bowl.
I like that, man.
Our friend Kurt Valenti said it best day one. Jalen Waddle going to run all over the lane. He was laughing at that pick. So we're going to see. Trevor and I like the lane. We're going to see if who's right and who's wrong. Let's hope Jalen Waddle's all over.
3 house calls, 3 Waddle dances.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
I will say, good news for Broncos fans. I don't love the Chiefs draft. And I've heard this as well. They kind of got tricked into trading up from Answer Delane. They thought he might go to the Commanders actually in the first round. And Kenny and I kind of pointed that out in a little bit on our other mock drafts. Like that could be absolutely a scenario. But Dan Quinn was a big fan of Sonny Styles, and that was the Commanders pick the entire time from everything I gathered. So Chiefs kind of got tricked to trading up from Answer Delane, and but I don't love the rest of their other drafts. Kenny, I know you're our Mason Thomas fan, but I just the rest of their draft, it's not been the greatest. I will say Peter Woods, like, okay. Peter Woods is fine, but is he anything great? I mean, interior defensive line, you didn't address offensive line at all. That's a concern for Patrick Mahomes going forward. So, I think the Chiefs, for me, from a grade perspective in the AFC West, I have them a little bit lower so far for their draft.
I'll just say this, Trevor, picking at 9 and then not picking again to the back end. I think they moved up because they knew the Jamad McCoy situation. Because if we all mocked, our mock drafts with the assumption that Jamad McCoy was going to be a top 15, top 20 pick. And maybe, the Chiefs knew exactly what everybody else thought, and they go get the guy that they wanted. So I don't know if they necessarily – I agree with you. They didn't – I don't think they realized Sonny Styles was going to be the Commander's pick, but they didn't want to take any chances and made sure they went and got at the elite corner, which is now, above the other people that we had mocked later in the first round, second round. Jamad McCoy could still be that guy, but there's a lot of concerns.
Michael's coming in. He's saying the Raiders took 2 Arizona Wildcat players, and that is true. I just wanted to run through these names. You guys on the Pick Is In mock draft show, I remember hearing these names a lot. The Chargers, right? And I'm kind of just switching gears real quick. Mesidor, the Chargers took. Jake Slaughter. Travis Burke. I don't know how many times you talked about him, but Genesis Smith. We got done talking about Nick Barnett not that long ago. Logan Taylor, a guy that you kind of liked as well. I mean, as you were kind of pointing out, Glenn, this is a pretty good draft for the Chargers as well. I like the Raiders draft. I like the Chargers draft. So when you start stacking up, I'm not big on the Kansas City Chiefs, but I'm in agreement there with Trevor. So that would be the weak spot, I think, of the 4 teams.
Isn't that how it should be, though? Don't we want the Chiefs at the bottom?
Hey, you were just talking in here just a second ago about like iron sharpens iron, and we want them all to be great and tough. Now you're saying no. Now we want them to be weak. I need one side or the other, my friend.
What do you want? Do you want us to finish on top, the Chargers second, and the Chiefs and the Raiders equal? Someone's got to be on the bottom. They could all. Both of those could have 7 wins and be on the bottom of our division.
That I'm going to be in agreement with. I think we're quickly becoming one of the best divisions in football, especially with the Raiders. I think the strides they have made in the offseason and now in the draft.
And the Raiders have taken 3 cornerbacks, including McCoy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Michael, I'll let Trevor hit this comment from Michael. Go ahead, Trevor.
Yeah. My guy, Jack Andrews, is off the board, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals, another weapon possibly for Joe Burrow, gets to sit behind Mike Gesicki for at least a year. I like Jack Andrews a lot. I mean, this is a player that can be an inline tight end, but has pass catching ability, 22 years old, young tight end. That's the thing. Some of these tight ends are 21, 22 years old. They're very young tight end prospects, and so some of them getting a chance to sit behind veterans is going to be huge for them. But Jack Andrews was one of my tight ends that I liked from day one, and I think he's going to a great situation in Cincinnati with the Bengals. And there's another Texas player off the board that has been a very impressive situation so far in Texas with the Longhorns. Quite a bit of Longhorns coming off the board, and Jack Andrews ends up being one of those guys. A little surprised he's fallen this far. I thought he may be 5th round pick, probably late 5th round pick. But he falls a little bit into the 7th round.
I'm going to give you a name, special teamer for the Broncos, because we got 2 picks coming up for the Broncos in this round. He's still on the board, and I'm thinking, maybe the Broncos might have a shot at him. A guy I actually liked, Fessians Prysock. Jody's not here to talk about corners, but Glenn, you've been doing your homework on all these guys. Do you like Fessians Prysock at all? Washington, 6'4", comes in at 6'4", 23 years old, a little light, 195, but I think he could be a special teamer, in a developmental piece maybe in the future for the Broncos if you're looking for something. Do you have any thoughts on him?
Yeah, no, I totally
Agree. And
you and Eric Trickle have both been high on him, so I did a little bit of research, and he's a good fit.
Yeah.
but there's
So much talent still on the board at other positions that we could double dip in. He could be 256.
but there's offensive
Tackles, there's safeties, we could go with a proper nose. Harris is on the board. Keenan's still on the board. They may want to pick a specific nose tackle too.
Let's go watch The Godfather tonight. Corleone's on the board still.
He is. You guys might still get
him.
So 2 7th-round picks for the Broncos. There's some players that are still intriguing, for sure.
I like Turia New York here for the Broncos if they're going to go linebacker.
3 7th-round picks.
Yep.
Oh, 3 7th-round. What's the first one, Keith? I'm sorry.
You're right. You're right on the number. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you weren't right on the number. I got it right.
46, I know 57.
I'm sorry. What was the first one? I broke up for a
246.
Yep.
256, 257.
So some fun picks coming up. Some players there. Like you say, you got 3 7th-round picks. Uar Bernard's got to be in mention for sure. You got 3 7th-round picks. Like, if one of those 3 can make the roster, you did your homework. So I take the guy who you can develop, the Uar Bernard pathway. You can put him on the practice squad. So that leaves me with 2 others. So one of my 2 got a hit. And I'm going to, again, there's some great names that can be contributing players on teams still on these in this board here is what I'm saying. What position would you not want to see the Broncos take here in the 7th round, Keith? I'll start with you, and I'll go Glenn and Trevor.
Probably like edge rusher or something like that. I think that the run on something like that is already probably gone, and unless you really think you have somebody as a key contributor that can be on special teams, feel it's kind of a wasted pick. But depth is depth. We will have to continue to turn this roster. So there's no one position that I'm on to be like, man, if they end up taking a center, I'm mad. In any way. So
yeah, is there any position for you, Glenn and Trevor?
Yeah, I'm with Keith. Center no, edge no, and I'll throw quarterback into the mix. We can get someone undrafted, and you think if you're an undrafted quarterback, why would you not want to go to Denver and get a Super Bowl ring? That's what the undrafted players are going to be thinking, where previously 3 years ago we struggled to get the good undrafted guys. They could come to a successful franchise with a bucket load of money and time to develop them.
Me personally, I wouldn't want any offensive lineman. What are you going to get here in the 7th round that's going to contribute? That's what I would steer away from.
So there's one guy on the board that I still really like, and that's why I'm not ruling out edge rusher. Logan Fano, Spencer Fano's brother. I really like him as a possible edge rusher prospect to develop. Not a guy that's going to start day one, but hey, you get a chance to put another guy in the arsenal. We've seen it in the past with this Broncos front office and what they like to do. So Logan Fano, I really like Logan Fano a lot, and I think for the value in the pick, if he's still available when the Broncos pick or they decide to move up for him, he'd be a nice edge rusher prospect to have in the pipeline.
Michael Ronquillo, the Steelers continue to hit in the 7th round with guys that we just talked about. You take guys in 7th rounds that may be able to play and contribute. This guy's going to be a special teamer for sure. Robert Spears Jennings from Oklahoma, sleeper pick there at safety. We were just talking about safeties. Jody's not here to talk about him, but Glenn, you want to talk about Robert Spears Jennings?
I haven't done much research on him.
I can tell you this, that Jody did enough research on him. He said you need to make a slide. So here he is, safety out of Oklahoma, 6 foot, 213 pounds. I don't have a whole lot of information. Maybe he ends up being that special teamer like you're talking about. Maybe he ends up being a piece for the Steelers that can actually play, because the Steelers obviously need some upgrades when it comes to defense. So maybe they have even in the 7th round, some bigger aspirations for him. But that being said, like I said, Jody had enough aspirations for him that he said, hey, I need a slide for this guy. So I went back in and got him. So it'll be interesting. Maybe we'll be able to hit that, or maybe you guys will have him on the juice or the mock, the pick is in mock draft show. He can talk about Robert Spears Jennings because he liked him a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Dan asking if a couple people are on the board. He's asking about Sapp and the linebacker from Oklahoma.
He's asking about
Tyreek. I think Caden's a bit. Is the Oklahoma linebacker available too?
Yeah,
Caden?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like Fano. That's my guy. I think falls.
I know that you were talking about how the Broncos probably don't need a quarterback, Glenn, but at the same time, the surprise for me, Nussmeier is still sitting out there, and I, honestly, before this year started, I was kind of a Nussmeier fan. I thought he was going to do great things this year. He got beat up. He had probably one of the worst offensive lines in the SEC, in my opinion, and he's paying the price. But I could see a team, as far as a sleeper, still out there wanting to take a chance. I mean, not to put anything against anybody, but if Bryce Young isn't your long-term answer, taking a chance on Garrett Nussmeier in the 7th round, I think a pretty good gamble.
Yeah, he's a Sean Payton type of pick too.
He is.
It's the type of thing that he does late in the draft. So you could
see it maybe at 46 or 56, or even if he doesn't go with our Nigerian friend,
he could be Mr. Irrelevant.
I got another sneaky name that's still out there, and I know the Giants brought him in for a visit, one of their top 30 visits. Thaddeus Dixon is still on the board, 21st ranked corner out of Athlon Sports.
Yeah.
5 interceptions in return yards, 91 yards last year. So he's got a knack for the ball. Started his career freshman. He was in the junior college level, transferred to Washington, and then over to North Carolina for 1 year with chased the NIL money there with Bill Belichick. But I mean, you get a guy, who's got a knack for the ball, and it's Thaddeus Dixon, and they got him as a 5th round projection here. So keep an eye out for him going forward.
Yeah, the concern on him is his speed. So he's athletic, he's good in coverage, but he gets burnt too much at the top end.
Patrick coming in. Kenny Jolly, Keith Hunter, Trevor Choo-Choo Salzman.
We got to get something for Glenn. What's Glenn's?
Oh, we can't bring on a special guest and then
yes, we can.
Yeah, soon. When we bring Glenn on the juice, we're gonna invite Glenn on the juice, and we'll have Glenn on the juice. Sure, Glenn's gonna be a welcome guest, Glenn, and you've been awesome. So we'll bring you on the juice, and we do that a little. It's PG-13 on the juice, so PG-13 we can have a little fun with Glenn.
One name that I'll have for Broncos country out there, if you did want kind of that blocking tight end, a guy that I really liked. Daquan Wright. Daquan Wright, tight end out of Ole Miss, 6'4", 246 pounds. If you're looking for that blocking tight end, Daquan Wright could be that prospect. I don't think he has the worst hands, but obviously that's not what he was asked to do at Ole Miss.
Glenn Down Under from Ernie. Michael giving us some picks. Kurt mentioned this earlier that the Broncos liked the Rutgers quarterback taken by the Commanders. And Kurt had mentioned that earlier today, that the Broncos maybe bring him in 7th round or undrafted. But Rutgers quarterback goes before Garrett Nussmeier. Mark Calderio hit that on the head, I think. Character issues for sure. Can't believe he has not even been drafted, but something going on there for sure. When a quarterback of Garrett Nussmeier's talent, with his talent, hasn't been drafted at all, something's up.
Feels like it. Feels like there's a story there, maybe.
Getting some nicknames for Glenn. Glenn, the Thunder Down Under. But having fun with Glenn, I love it.
Oh no, Glenn!
And favorite of ours, Glenn.
Just a second, I think we might have lost Glenn real quick. Glenn, can you give us a hey howdy?
Yeah, you got me?
Oh, I got you. Okay, very good. I thought I lost you for a second, my friend. Sorry.
No, I'm here.
I mean, what other positions do you think we could go, Keith? There's a lot of good players on the board. Looking at the names, have you had a chance to sort of say, oh, he's slid?
Yeah, I was just looking over the names. One position, a group that I would take a look at, and I haven't taken a good look at, would probably be safety. Bishop Fitzgerald out of USC might be a potential. I'm also looking for that guy that, again, we knew that we need to maybe have some an answer at safety, but I'm in the same vein as Kenny is. I also want someone who can maybe come in here on special teams. So, looking for those opportunities, especially in the 7th round, to continue to be an opportunity to add to this roster and still be able to contribute on this to this team. So,
yeah, I like VJ Payne's fight and his athleticism. Yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't gone. And the other player that I mocked a little bit was Cole Wisniewski from Texas Tech.
Just looking at him, my friend. Texas Tech, probably the best college defense in college football. Of course, David Bailey, Lee Hunter. We saw all these guys go off. I would take a late round pick on Cole Wisniewski just because of the defense he was in. Anybody on that defense. We talked about Miami offensive line. Give me somebody on the Texas Tech defense. Of course, Jacob Rodriguez, add him in. They had the top defense in college football last year. I definitely take a chance on a Texas Tech player in the 7th round.
Like cornerback out of North Carolina, Thaddeus Dixon as well. That could be an opportunity, if you wanted to go that direction. Dallin Bentley, Utah tight end.
Yes.
I think that's another name that I could look at late. Quarterback, if you wanted to go a different way, Sawyer Robinson, Baylor quarterback. I think that's potentially a Sean Payton type of guy. But, there are names here. There was one other one that I was just looking at that I was like kind of surprised that hadn't jumped here. Oh, even Jam Miller. I mean, we're talking about a guy that's a fantastic blocking running back. Sean Payton's been talking about bringing in 2 running back system potentially to this offense. You got a running back / fullback potential out of him. And again, a special teamer if you need him.
Yeah, I'm with you, Keith. I mocked Jam Miller quite early to us, round 6, round 7. But then the more people spoke about Adam Randall, I thought that was going to be more of a fit. But now that we've got Coleman, I think we can go back to Miller because he's more diverse. He's a really, really elite blocker. He's a leader. He can catch a ball out of the backfield, and he's good between the tackles. So I think he could be a go. And I'm surprised Bentley's fallen back because even though his blocking isn't 100%, it's quite diverse, and he's a good catch. So I don't know. Was there any character issues with him, Trevor?
I do not believe that there was any character issues with him. I just think, for me, I wasn't as high as on Bentley. I think, 6th round at best. I think we'd say he as high as he'd go. But I think you still may see a team, get in on him. But no character issues, from my understanding, is mainly Michael Triggs, the biggest one from a tight end perspective, has character issues.
Trevor likes to hang around those guys with bad character issues, bad character.
Whoa.
So that's how he knows about these bad character guys.
No, let me give you an undrafted quarterback for our friend Glenn, who said tomorrow you want to go on a Super Bowl winning team, a chance to win a Super Bowl. You come in undrafted. Spent 7 years in college because of injury issues, but he's a quarterback. I'm going to give you a quarterback, Joe Fagnano out of Connecticut, UConn. Ready for his stats last year? 3,448 yards, 28 touchdowns, 1 interception. Year before that, 2024, he was 4-1, 1,630. I'm sorry, 4-1, 1,631 yards, 20 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. So he's had 48 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. You want to bring an undrafted guy in? He's the 11th ranked quarterback in Athlon Sports, by the way. that could be a guy you maybe bring in undrafted, 25 years old quarterback. He's got the experience, so he'll be pro ready, in my opinion.
Who was on his schedule, Kenny?
UConn. I can get you that schedule. Give me a second. It's an independent schedule, so we saw the wide receiver from UConn drop. So UConn was not a top team.
Vici, we just wanted an update. Currently, we're in the 7th round. The 227th pick has been put in. That was Jackson Kumwatch, and the Jets are on the clock. Just as a reminder, if you're a Broncos fan, we will be coming up with where did I have my picks? We have the 246th pick overall. So just to kind of give you an update, that's where we're at, my friend.
I still am big on Logan Fano. I want an edge rusher. I want an edge rusher here. Premium position. Give me a chance on Logan Fano. He's obviously come back from a football background. His brother got taken earlier in the first round, but I like what he's able to do. 7.5 sacks last year. Set the edge. I mean, you have Hugh Robinson. I understand that, but with Jonah Ellis questions of him moving inside, I don't see why you wouldn't even look at edge rusher. And then Fano dropping this far is a name that we brought up in our mock draft shows before.
I'll give you some highlights of teams he faced. So he had a decent year in 2024. They played in the Fenway Bowl and beat North Carolina in that game. And then this past year, Syracuse was on the schedule, Delaware, Ball State, Buffalo, Florida Atlantic, Boston College, Rice, University of Alabama, not Alabama, Duke, Air Force, Florida Atlantic, and they faced Army in the Fenway Bowl this past year. So average, a little below average schedule, but no defense there, I'll tell you that much. They were putting up a lot of points in every game.
Good ball security, though.
Yeah. One of our guys, BJ Payne, goes off the board, 228 to the New York Jets.
Jets are nailing it.
Vici's coming in. He's saying, who we got? Well, if you weren't around for day one, Tyler Anyadam, I'll get that, was our defensive tackle that we took in round 2. Jonah Coleman is who we took in round 4. Also in round 4, we came back and got offensive tackle, probably playing inside, Cage Casey. And then the big move, tight end Justin Jolly. We traded our 5th and our 6th in order to move up in the 5th in order to get tight end Justin Jolly. Currently, we have 3 picks left, 246, 256, and Mr. Irrelevant, number 257.
Yep.
Catching up on my text messages, our earlier guest, Paul Rosen, said thank you so much. Much appreciated all the love that we had bringing him on. He was very, very appreciative with the invite, and he had a great time.
I will mention there's some wide receivers on board too. Deion Burks and Jeff Caldwell are still there as well. I mean, if you're the Broncos and you need special teams or you just want to take a chance on a young wide receiver, those are a couple guys that I would take a hard look at and here in the 7th round with 3 7th-round draft picks.
Deion Burks,
I agree with
300.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I take a shot on the small
brain, and I was thinking exactly the same thing. As my tier was running down for VJ Payne, I was like, oh, Burks is still there.
Yeah.
I might look at a smaller school.
We just got another name come off the board with the 230 pick in the draft. Eli Heinrich goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And they're nailing it too.
Yeah,
it's Burks.
Eli Heinrich was going to be the Navy kid. Keith we did guess that he was going to get drafted. So good job, everybody, with that one. The question is he going to be more of a fullback? What is he going to play? Going to play a little bit of everything?
I think Keith nailed it on the head with wide receiver. I think a Wes Welker kind of role is what he probably ends up being. He could be a possible punt returner and play some special teams as well. And then as he grows in the league, I mean, he ends up being that Wes Welker kind of a caliber wide receiver for a team. I think Keith hit the nail on that one.
Good call, Keith. Good call.
Oh, thank you, man. Got something right. No, I'm just kidding. No, it's been a good night. Hey, we all have our spots that we that we shined in, players that we've called out. It's been a fantastic draft, including everybody that's coming in the comments, including the fourth face on the screen that you've maybe never seen before on Rocky Mountain Sports Network. Just appreciative to everybody who came in with some great knowledge and shared in this broadcast, man. But from hosts to guests to everybody in the comments, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Just a really cool moment for you guys. Eli Heidenreich's come out onto stage in his Navy uniform with Roger Goodell and received his helmet, and the towels are going crazy. So a nice opportunity for that young man in front of his new home crowd to get his flowers, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
True. I almost forget since we've been doing this broadcast, it's in Pittsburgh. So yeah, congratulations to Eli Heidenreich. So.
Don't remember this name coming off, but let me see. He may have. And if he is there, I'm wondering why. He's
nothing like you're building it up, man.
Nadeem Tucker. Nadeem Tucker from Western Michigan, the edge rusher. It was my group. That's why I'm bringing him up. I was just looking through the book to see if there's some guys out there. We're talking about a guy who had 14 and a half sacks last year. I know it's Western Michigan, MAC, but the MAC is still respectful. They get to go represent in bowl games.
He's still out there.
Are we wondering why he's still out there? 14 and a half sacks.
I mean, you got Tyreek Sapp.
1 year starter.
That's probably why. I was going to say experience is a big thing.
25 is his age, but we're in the seventh round.
Yeah. But also there's a good amount of pass rushers still available. I've said Fanosian like 10 million times now. And then Tyreek Sapp's out there as well. Mason Rager, Patrick Payton. There's so many different edge rushers still out there on the board. And we might see a run go here towards the back end of the 7th round. And Dan wants Tyreek Sapp. I'm with you, Dan, on the edge rusher for sure.
I'm going to be watching tomorrow and Monday all the undrafted players, Trevor, for Tuesday. Like that's going to be fun to see who goes undrafted and which teams take which players, because I'm going to have about at least 10 on my list that I'm curious to see where they go if they don't get drafted in the next few picks here in the 7th round.
Mm-hmm. I agree. There's always those guys that slip through the cracks. You're like, wow, how did he slip through the cracks? And then ends up in the right situation. He ends up successful, having a successful career. So, it seems like every year, though, we see that one guy just like slip and slip and slip. And it seems like this year it's been more than usual.
I'm not seeing a lot of the small schools get drafted in this draft yet either. We're in the 7th round. Usually you see some small schools. And I want to bring up a running back that I absolutely watched some film on, Curtis Allen out of Virginia Union. Broke some records over there. And, I know the level of competition is lower, but this guy's a bowling ball, man. He's like a Derrick Henry type. And, maybe you take a chance at him in the 7th, but definitely undrafted. Somebody's going to pick him up and give him a shot. But curious to see where he goes as one of my sneaky sleeper possibilities, undrafted or drafted soon in the 7th round.
Right.
I think the thing with this draft is that we didn't notice when we were mocking and going through our numbers, but I've just looked down the list of players that are left on the board, and there's probably 35 players that have been placed. So although we didn't have the elite high-end talent that pushed into the 40s, I think the late depth is something that's significant. A lot of these players that we thought were taken early, maybe in the 4th, players that we thought would go in the 4th or in the 7th. So teams are being very specific, and the depth is there.
Mm-hmm. And keep this in mind too. Some of these players are like a teams. If you're a team, like you're a general manager, you are probably taking the player that you think you can't get as an undrafted free agent over maybe the highest player on your board, because that highest player on your board, maybe it's a little bit easier. The pathway is easier to get him as an undrafted free agent. So that's what sometimes GMs are going through, that those scenarios of, hey, I got to take this player now in the 7th round because we're probably not going to get him as a UDFA. Jonathan Cooper, the Broncos did when they drafted him. he wasn't going to be a Bronco if he had made it as an undrafted free agent. And so George Paton, he's talked about this multiple times, wanted to tuck him in the 7th round and got him because of that reason. So that's just sometimes those GMs think about it in that perspective of, hey, I'm going to take the guy now, so we're not waiting until later, and then we may not get them as a UDFA. Let's just get him in the building now.
Yep, that's how I feel about Uar Bernard. Like I said, get him in the building because he's going to have a lot of opportunities to be, kind of go around and choose who he wants to go to. I think he'll have some suitors, and so, finding those guys on your roster, out there in the draft that you think, hey, I'd rather get that guy in than him have the choice. Unfortunately, that's the way it goes sometimes in the NFL draft when it comes to the 7th round.
Right.
Another quick fun fact about Nadeem Tucker: 0 sacks in 3 years at the University of Houston. Led the nation in sacks last year at Western Michigan. Still Division 1A, just a smaller school. Led the division, led the whole nation in sacks last year. Still sitting on the board. And a fun fact: went to Teaneck High School, about 10 minutes away where I grew up in New Jersey, Garfield, New Jersey. So a local kid. I'm hoping he gets drafted and gets a chance with somebody now. A little more extra, interest in Nadeem Tucker. But led the nation in league, led the nation last year, guys. And, I think somebody would be foolish not to take a chance on him in the 7th round here. You're asking me.
I just worry about those small school guys. Like we said, we haven't seen them really start going off the board. I think the scouts for some reason have valued, talent on bigger programs rather than stars and smaller ones.
Now, I wonder it has to do with the NIL and the transfer portal now, and you're seeing in all major sports like college basketball, you're seeing all the favorites get to the finals, and you're not seeing as many upsets anymore. So kids that aren't transferring out, why aren't they transferring out is what scouts are probably looking at, and staying away from those smaller schools. If they can't transfer in the transfer portal, why are they sticking with a lower level school?
Can I ask a question around the panel real quick? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, the portals are crazy. My godson had to wait for the portals to be taken care of before he selected his college as an international. And the portals were delayed. Then the visas were delayed. So he ended up having to wait an extra month and a half to confirm his school. And I can only imagine if that's what it's like in basketball, imagine what it's like in football with the numbers.
Yeah, that's a good point. Wow. That's a great point.
Great perspective.
Yeah.
Question for me, Kenny. I'll go to you real quick. Do you think the NIL situation has hurt the quarterback development, and that's what we're kind of seeing as this, draft especially is kind of played out with the constant jumping and the inability to develop it within a single program?
I personally don't think it's hurting the quarterbacks, because you got a guy let's say you got, I'll just use me and Trevor as an example. We're both playing for the University of Miami, and we're both quarterbacks, and we're both playing at an elite level. I'm the senior, Trevor's the sophomore, or I'm a junior. We're both juniors, whatever. One of us needs to transfer out. Otherwise, Trevor's going to be held back and not be able to show his talents. It's going to hurt him in that way. But I get what you're saying. If you're a guy that's, Carson Beck comes to example. He got hurt, and at Georgia was rumored to be a top 5 pick. Got hurt, played behind, and then Stetson Bennett comes in. Stetson Bennett takes over. They win a national championship. Carson Beck transfers to Miami, got himself to a national championship, got him a 3rd round pick with the Cardinals, got drafted by the Cardinals 3rd round. So I look at it that way, Keith, that, injuries, and if you got depth at the quarterback, it's giving them another chance to go somewhere else.
Glenn, I'd like to get your perspective. I don't know how much, it sounds like you're pretty in tune with NIL. So,
sure. On which point?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think it hurts the quarterbacks? And is that as far as development is concerned? It's the one thing that worries me is we see these quarterbacks and they jump from program to program, from coach to coach, from completely different offense to a completely different offense sometimes, and you don't see that 3-year development within a program of a quarterback nearly as much as you have in the past. And seems like this year we didn't really have the quarterbacks that were highly coveted. I know that might be changing next year, or at least it's expected to, but I'm just worried that maybe NIL is kind of hurting the development of quarterbacks.
I think it can go both ways, because you may have a kid that goes somewhere because he's had a really good pitch. That coach that pitched to him has gone somewhere else, and then he's in a foreign system that doesn't suit himself. So moving on is going to help him. But then you've got kids that are moving around for money. And that's the biggest thing that I saw having the experience with the basketball is a lot of the kids who play college, if they think they're going to miss the NBA or they need an extra year of pro experience, they step back and play in the Australian Basketball League, which is called the NBL. Now, a lot of our talent, they get the opportunity to have a gap year before they go to college, play a year of professional, and then go in. And I think the American kids don't care what they do with their studies, where people that come from other countries go, no, I'm going to this university. My backup plan is my degree, where these other kids are just going, well, I need to move around. I want to get drafted. They're just thinking of getting drafted, some of them, and they're not thinking of, am I moving for a system fit? So that's where I think it can go either way. I just think this year it's just a weaker class. We went through it as Bronco fans, like being in the middle of the road and there only being a couple of decent quarterbacks or picking the wrong guy.
Good point, man. Good point, man. I appreciate your perspective, man. I'll pass off. We don't need to belabor that point. If Trevor, if you have anything that you want to get caught up on or some picks, why don't you take it away, my friend?
I was just going to throw a little bit of Bronco news after the draft is concluded, and this is part of the thing of what GMs is negotiating with possible undrafted free agents. The Broncos figure to reach agreements with 10 or 11 undrafted college free agents, concluding the NFL draft. So this is part of the picking players here in the 7th round. Also we're negotiating with undrafted free agents right now as well, as the draft is continuing to go on.
Yeah. Some of these guys are hoping they don't get drafted, and they get that opportunity to be, to take that call from Sean Payton and call him back and say, this is the place I want to go. I'd rather go to Denver. Unfortunately, like I said, that with the draft, that is the thing. A lot of these teams are doing one of two things. They're either trying to lock a guy up late in the 7th round so that they have to come to that team, or like you said, they're on the phone. They're making those calls and saying, hey, this is the place. Let's figure this out. If you don't get drafted, we'd love you here.
Yeah. Is there one player on your guys' boards that you were disappointed didn't make it to the Broncos, or you were hoping the Broncos would take that they didn't?
Just one?
Well, I know for Keith it's Lee Hunter, but I mean plan B, Keith.
Boy, let me think about that one for a second, man. It wasn't a draft class that I was, doing cartwheels over. You know what I mean? That I thought that there was like one, probably the closest I could think of was Jacob Rodriguez, but yeah, that would probably be the guy that I kind of coveted the most, that I wish the Denver Broncos would have had an opportunity at. But inevitably that didn't really pan out in our favor. But that would be the one player that probably intrigued me the most, and I thought had the possibility of being within reach before this draft started.
Glenn, do you have one?
Yeah, if I look at where our picks were, I'd say it's Kamari Ramsey, because we could have got Casey later and still traded up and got Jolly where we got him. I think we missed the boat there, and he was the last of the higher echelon of safeties before you moved into the mid run. And I mean, if you go on Keith's logic and you look at Rodriguez, there was probably 6 other guys
up to pick 58, 59 that we all really liked that we could have moved up for.
Yeah, I will say for me, it's Emmanuel McNeil-Warren at 58. Him falling that far, and I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to move up for this guy when you need safety long term. Like Brandon Jones' final year of his deal, and you didn't go up and move up for this guy. It's a disappointment. I'm sorry. I mean, this is a first round pick that fell this far, and I just 62 to move up to 58. You can't tell me you couldn't packaged one of those, one of your late draft picks, or package a couple picks together to move up and get this guy. I just can't believe you let him go that far down. And then hey, here you go, Browns. You guys can have him because we're gonna trade back and pick up a defensive lineman. I just thought he was best player available, and it was clear. And you miss on an opportunity to take him.
If the Denver Broncos weren't the type of team that on defense they didn't slide everybody around, I'd say this idea was crazy. But it solves a lot of problems in my mind as Jahdae Barron ended up being a safety. Solves a lot of problems, and I think that he could play that position. Am I crazy? He almost played that position in college. He was more of a free roamer than he is locked into like a slot type of nickel type of position. I think that Jahdae Barron sliding back, and then all of a sudden you don't have to worry about the safety that you don't have. You don't have to worry about Jaquan McMillan and Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron and the issues that you have at cornerback. Just saying that it would be tempting to do.
There's two parts to that. So before Jones went down, we had Satan injured, and Barron played 2 really, really good games. But then when Satan came back and Jones was injured, that's where we got to see more of his Swiss Army knife style. So I think the Broncos want to use him in a versatile way in the long term. So I think we still need to get another safety and another corner when those two move on. That would be my view.
And I think it goes into play. I think he's an outside cornerback. I think that's where they're going to play him. I think he's the Riley Moss replacement. I don't know how you can keep Riley Moss, MPS2, and Jaquan McMillan. I mean, you're not going to be able to keep all three. That's why I'm saying if you get a chance to get McNeil-Warren that late, cheap, rookie contract, put him in the backfield alongside Hufanga, you have your guy in place. If Brandon Jones, this is his last year, and then you can leave Barron on the outside and again, maybe take corner down the board later or worry about that next year. I mean, because you have Chris Abrams-Drain that we haven't even mentioned either. So I just think possible shot miss for the Broncos. Sometimes this is my biggest problem with this front office. Sometimes it drives me freaking crazy. They're not aggressive enough sometimes, and they just let players go. You can't tell me that all 6 players were there was Odiedum was one of your 6 players. I don't buy that crap. I think all 6 of their guys were off the board. They moved back and they got the best guy they possibly could. But I don't think Onyedum was in their 6 that George Payton had talked about. Because Sean Payton kind of has said it in his presser. Well, 7 or 6, 7 or 8. Like he numbered multiple off after that. So I just, to me, I think all 6 of their guys were off the board. And it's something you're not going to hear from the Broncos front office. They're not going to come out and tell you this, but behind closed doors, I think it was a different situation.
I think Trevor just hit us with the 6-7.
Oh gosh!
I was going to tell you.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
Kenny, real quick. We were just talking about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. I thought that he was the biggest player that maybe the Broncos missed. I had asked Glenn and Keith, maybe was there a player that the Broncos maybe missed that you'd hope that they would have taken in the draft? And I'll ask you the same thing for the Giants. But I said Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. He was at 58, and you didn't trade up to get this guy at 62. Like, you could have moved up for this guy, and you let him just fall to the Browns. This is a guy that was projected multiple times in the first round, and you have Brandon Jones on the final year of his contract, and you didn't move up to go get a first-round caliber safety. That's insane to me, and you weren't aggressive enough. But for you, my friend, if you want to elaborate on that or talk about the Giants, maybe a player the Giants possibly missed in this draft.
No, I'm going to talk about Emmanuel McNeil-Warren over your defensive tackle that you got respectfully. And I hope I'm wrong. But Emmanuel McNeil-Warren was my number 2 safety in this class. Go watch his film. Don't let Toledo. I sound like a broken record. Everybody's going to know what I'm saying here. Everybody say it with me. Don't let Toledo fool you. Quinyon Mitchell turned out to be a pretty good corner in the secondary for them a couple of years ago for the Eagles. Maybe top 3 in the league. I would say top 5 for sure. I don't think there's much argument there. Manuel McNeil-Warren's got a chance to be a future star in this league, and he was my number 2 guy. He's got a knack for where the ball is. He's not afraid to hit you, and he makes plays. Broncos probably messed up there, and thought, like you said, thought one of their, we're sitting pretty. There's 6 guys sitting here, and we got out of the 8 pick. We're 8 picks away, and there's 6 guys on our board that we like. Boom, 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 boom. Here come the Broncos, like trying to move up. Nobody wanted to move up for them. Boom, Broncos have no choice to move back, and instead of taking best player available, which would have been a panic move. And if they took the guy to Texas A&M defensive tackle in the second round, would have been really messing people up. So they move back and they get a 6th rounder out of it. And who did they take with that pick, Trevor?
They ended up moving it to go up and get Justin Jolly.
They got Justin Jolly out of it. So it worked out that sense, but I think they messed up by not drafting McNeil-Warren.
I really think that he was the pick at 30 before we got Waddle.
McNeil-Warren?
McNeil-Warren for sure. I was mocking him nearly every mock unless someone slid back. And I think the drama started 13 picks out. Lee Hunter went at 49. Then Golday goes at 51. CJ Allen 53. Stow was 54. And then McNeil-Warren 58. And then Anthony Hill at 60. Max Clare 61, and bang, they're all gone.
Yeah. A possible missed pick by the Broncos, and I think lack of being aggressive. If I had to knock the Broncos front office, sometimes they get too conservative, and they are not aggressive enough to go get their guys, and that's what bugs the crap out of me about this front office. And they're going to tell you, "Oh yeah, we got our guy." No, you didn't. I can read right between the lines. Every team says that in the league. All 32 teams GM says that in their presser. Don't read into that. I don't think they did. I think that they missed on their first guy, and they had to move back.
Showed last year, Glenn. Let's talk about it, Glenn, because you and I are always on the same page with this. 2024. Gonna put you on the spot right now. Yeah, you passed up on Emeka Ibuka, and Jade Barron was the best player available on the board. They went that route last year, messed up with Ibuka. This year they messed up McNeil-Warren. But yeah, you want to come after the Broncos front office, Glenn? The time is now. Go ahead.
Well, here it is, right? We've gone from John Elway, Mr. I think everyone's the best player in the draft, and I'll move up when I want and take trash, to conservative George Payton. Now, the thing I'll say with George Payton is he hits from rounds 2 to round 6, where Elway's missed out on so many players. So we can't be too hard on them. We're in a Super Bowl window, but I do think that we could have traded a future second or a future third and had more action between 49 and 80. We could have got 2 players, a future second's almost like a third, a future third's almost like a fourth. They don't mean anything if you've got players in the building and you're in a Super Bowl window. That's my criticism.
I got to respectfully debate with Glenn here for a couple of seconds. You said George Payton hits between round 2 and 6, correct?
Yep.
Let's go to last year. Has RJ Harvey been a hit?
Yep.
You're saying yes? I'm saying on the fence. I don't know yet.
I would be picked to be a secondary running back to J.K. Dobbins, to be a Swiss Army knife, to be someone with no tread on his tires, and to grow. 4th year this year. Last year was his 3rd year as a running back.
I'll give it to you. Savion Jones, can't give you that one.
He's out of pasture because there's such a long line in front of him. Before Franklin Myers left, you look at who's in front of him. Franklin Myers, Cooper, Roach.
But when you draft a 3rd-round player, you're expecting him to play. He might not even start this year because you just drafted somebody to take his place this year. I don't know. I'm having a fun debate with you.
The jury's out on him for sure. But Pat Bryant, great pick.
Pat Bryant. Injuries concern me though, but you can't. I thought you don't fault the GM for that. I'll give you that. Q Robinson, I'm on the fence. I know people like Q Robinson, but I'm on the fence. I need to see more.
Yeah, but go back. Look at Benito.
What was that?
Benito.
Look at Nick Benito.
Go back and look at Benito.
Yeah.
Look at Jonathan Cooper in the 7th.
Okay.
Look at Crawshaw.
I personally didn't like the draft last year. My favorite pick was Jeremy Crawshaw, but we'll see.
With an elite team, if you pick the players we did last year in the 2020 side, they're all playing.
Yeah. Well, and I think that also goes to show, like, we can try to sit here and try to judge these picks a year after, but honestly, it's multiple years. I mean, it's of course of at least 3 years while you got to give these guys a shot. Because look at Nick Benito. Year one, Nick Benito wasn't doing nothing. Year one, well, you know, it took him a little bit to be that guy. Even PS2 year one wasn't PS2 year one. Like, it took him a bit. It takes these prospects some time to grow, and so I'm still on the fence about the Broncos draft last year. I want to see what RJ Harvey does in his second year within this offense, and I want to see these guys grow before I give a final prediction of, hey, this is how I grade this draft outright. And first, it's just kind of first glimpse of it this year. Just a couple spots maybe they may have missed on, and that's the thing, you never hear about their misses, and that's what's so important, I think, to kind of analyze and break down. Hey, where are the Giants? Where are the Broncos? Where are some of these teams possibly miss upon in this draft?
I will say this when it comes to Glenn Ashley, real quick, and your guys' debate, and if you're truly in a Super Bowl winning now type of mode, and I'll go back to the team that we all despise, but at the same time we all got to admire as far as the Super Bowl window they kept open in the New England Patriots. I never expected the New England Patriots to draft somebody and for them to be a playmaker that year for the team, because that team was so deep. It wasn't very often that you saw the New England Patriots choose a player and you're like, oh, that guy's going to be a starter day one for this team. And the reason being is because good teams with great players aren't going to go ahead and replace them out when you're that close. That's how close you are. You're just hoping that you can add depth and you can add development pieces, especially as the rounds go on. What Trevor said, we'll have to go back. We'll have to look at those picks that went around them, evaluate them in a year or two, and really get a glimpse of what this ends up being. It's tough to judge right now, but for me, a Super Bowl winning team, I think it's really tough to go in there and say, we got a player that's going to come in there and is going to make an impact and take it to the Super Bowl this year, if you truly think you're a Super Bowl team.
Mm-hmm. It's fair.
When you talk about the Patriots too, the room that surprised me the most that they really developed probably over 15 years until Belichick went was their cornerback room. They had really good corners. They would draft a corner in the second, third, or fourth, and 2 years later, 3 years later, he's dominating in the championship games because he's sitting behind good talent. Now, Peyton knows people at Alabama. He drafted players because of conversations that he's had, and they're sitting with one of the best defenses in the league, one of the best defensive coaches in the league, and they're not rushed into it. They've got time to learn, and if someone goes down, they've learnt the system, in they go. But that room, as far as defensive end and as far as the defensive tackles last year, we didn't have many injuries. So I don't think those guys, other than spur of the moment opportunities, really got a chance to even sink their teeth in. Where Barron had an opportunity to go in at corner for 2 games, he had an opportunity to go in at safety. So it comes down to that too, I think.
Dan coming in. He doesn't see the Denver team making the playoffs this year.
Ooh, Dan. Wow.
Broncos
coming
are on the
in
clock,
hard
by
and
the
hot
way.
in a draft show about the Broncos.
I got a take on this though, because
the pick is in for the Denver Broncos. We'll see who it is in just a minute, but the pick is officially and determined.
Then I'll be real quick. Sean Payton's not going to be here for 10, 15 years. He's ready to retire, get a Super Bowl, and get out. But that's what I want. If I'm a Bronco fan, I want a Super Bowl. If you're talking to me, I want a Super Bowl. You got your quarterback. You'll be in the playoffs and contend, but I want a Super Bowl. That's the end goal. And if you're weak at one position, you go and sign a veteran and try and bring it in after the draft now. So we talked about some names in a weak spot. Could be the Savion Jones, the Onyedum, a Wazirike spot that John Franklin Myers left a hole with. So you know what? Maybe you bring a cheap veteran in now that the draft is over. That's the way I would go. And you have somebody there if you need them, like Kurt Valenti said. You got to give Kurt props because he really think he nailed it there with me. And I agree with Tim on that. Go get a veteran that can contribute if needed. If not, the rookies are going to play.
I think the Broncos have had conversations with Jordan and also with David Njoku, and like a lot of other teams that are looking at those players, and they've said, we don't want to affect our compensation hand. We will go through the draft and then speak to you. And there could all be signings post that deadline. And just another thing before we jump into the Broncos pick, again, we talk about a player that we want in Jam Miller. He goes one pick before to the Patriots. And I haven't seen our pick announced, but if you guys have got it, go away with it.
Not yet, but I do have some stars to talk about. Michael Ronquillo, Broncos are coming up with 100 stars. Thank you, Michael. Phil with a question. Trevor, guys, you can hit this up real quick. He's coming with 50 stars. Thank you, Phil. Has Colby Taylor or Will Kazmarek gone? Kazmarek left. Has been gone, right?
Yesterday.
Will Kazmarek.
He went in the third, I think.
Yeah.
How about Colby Taylor?
I haven't seen him go yet.
I'll set it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Glenn, that'd be awesome. And Phil, thank you, and Michael, thank you for both for sending stars with those comments and questions.
It looks like he's still available as far as what I can see right now. So Colby Taylor might. Yep.
And I agree, Paul. Broncos are a destination now for veterans wanting rings. Shelby Harris comes to mind. I know the DJ Reader's been rumored to the Ravens and Giants, unless the Broncos come in with a great offer. Keith wanted to steal him from potentially the Ravens or Giants. Shelby Harris is another name that I would consider. You know, bring a veteran in and let them
bring him back though, and he didn't necessarily leave on the best of terms. So.
Oh, that's right. He was a Bronco. My bad.
Well, it looks like the Broncos pick is in whenever we're ready to announce it.
Trevor don't seem too excited.
It's a name that we really haven't talked about much. With the 246th pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Miles Scott, safety out of Illinois.
Well, you get your safety, guys. I don't have much info on him, to be honest with you. If anybody does, feel free to talk about it. But it's a 7th-round pick. You get maybe you get a special teamer here and a player that will make the roster and be a back end of the defense, maybe some nickel and dime spots. But I don't have much info on him. If anybody wants to add anything, go for it.
Just going to take a look really quick and see what some of his stats were.
Looks like he is 210 pounds, and he's 5'11", 210 pounds. But this is probably, again, more of a special teams guy, more or less, I think, more than anything. With some of the safeties going off the board, like BJ Payne went off the board pretty not too long ago, I should say. And so I think this is much more of a special teams guy. Then that's something George Payton likes to do. He likes to take cornerback and safety later in the draft and use them on special teams. So
smart. It's smart move. You want players in the 7th round that are going to be on the sidelines, in street clothes on Sunday, or do you want a guy that's going to play on at least special teams on Sunday? I'll take special teams on Sunday.
Just looking at Draft Nation really quickly, they said he's a leader. The ability to create turnovers, which will attract attention to scouts. His versatility and ability to play well on special teams will also raise his profile. So exactly what you were talking about there.
And a converted wide receiver as well.
Okay. Special teamer then.
Yeah. Yep.
You might be looking at a gunner, you might be looking at somebody maybe who can play a backup role to Mims, maybe punt returner.
And this is exactly what I'm talking about, off the board kind of guy. I mean, when we're talking about UDFAs, this could have been a UDFA for many people, but here's the thing. The Broncos probably no guarantee they're going to get this guy as a UDFA, so they take him in the 7th round. Maybe you reach a little bit, but it's okay. It's a 7th round pick. You reach for this guy if you really believe in him that much, so you want him in the building. Now you guarantee yourself that he's in the building.
Paul just asked that question as I was talking about it. Go ahead, Keith.
Just to say one thing that his weaknesses was he's maybe not the fastest when it comes to safety. So, a special teamer, but certainly not a returner in any particular mind. He's lining up on the edges.
Okay. So no on the return kicks there in our opinions, Paul. What pick are we on, Trevor? So we got a couple more coming up soon, right? Mr. Irrelevant should be soon.
Yeah, not too far down the board. We are 247.
247. Got it. 10 more picks. 10 more picks, guys. It's been a great run. Uar Bernard, does he get drafted? Does let's make some. Let's have some fun. I'm going to throw some names out. I'll give each of you a name as I'm looking through the board here, the book here. Yes or no. I'm going to say yes or no, drafted. Just give me a yes or no. Start with our guest, Glenn. Efesians Prysock, next few picks, 10 left. Is he going to be drafted or a UDFA?
He's going to go to Denver or Seattle.
Like it. Let's see who else is here. All right, I got one for Keith. I'm going to give Keith a running back. I'm going to give Keith Hemby, I'm sorry, not Hemby, Seth McGowan. Little character issues there in Kentucky. Does he get drafted?
He already did.
Oh, he did.
So yeah, 237.
That's when I was on break. In all due respect. Okay, I was messing
taking a shower.
Let's see if I can find one for Keith. Deion Burks, wide receiver.
Oh, I'll say Deion Burks. Yes, I'll say in fact he'll go to the Ravens. At 253.
And he gave a team. I like that. Just like Glenn get Uar Bernard there, Trevor. Let's give you Uar Bernard.
Oh, man. I'm going to say Colts at 254.
I'm going to say Broncos at 256.
You've been saying that for months.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. And I'm also going to throw in that punt returner, wide receiver from John Carroll. As a 257, I'm Mr. Irrelevant. See if I got any more here that I can have some fun with you guys.
My favorite running back that probably will be an undrafted free agent, though, is Rashul Fashan out of South Carolina. His production fell off in his senior year, put up about half the numbers. He's a little bit older. He came out of the Utah, so my guess is he might maybe LDS, and that might be why he's a little bit older as well. But he doesn't have a whole lot of tread on the tires. 3 years playing at the college level. I like Rashul Fashan.
With another pick off the board, tight end. I'll give Glenn a tight end. How about Trigg? Is Trigg going to go, or is the character issues too much a concern that he's undrafted?
Trigg's going to the Canadian Football League, and I'll go back at you with tight end with Daquan Wright out of Mississippi.
Yes, because we just saw somebody go. I'm going to say yes, he will be. Keith, I got one for you to use your group, Garrett Nussmeier. I mean, we're talking about a drop almost like Shedeur Sanders like last year. We're talking about a guy who could have went as early in the 2nd round. Some people had him going to the Steelers. Undrafted. Could be just a big enough story as Shedeur Sanders, in my opinion.
Could that be a Seahawk pick at 255? Maybe. If not, he goes undrafted, and which is crazy to think about, man. In my opinion.
Me too.
Do we see another quarterback? Because Kenny, your guy Diego Pons is still out there.
Nussmeier just went. Nussmeier is a Kansas City Chief.
I was just gonna say, is he a Chief? I was just gonna guess Chiefs too. It's a Chiefs pick. That's Chiefs pick.
Yeah. What a different profile.
That tells you they're a little afraid about Mahomes.
Justin Fields. Come on, Kenny. You got to have trust in Justin Fields now. Justin Fields, if you're watching this, don't worry. I believe in you.
Jeff Caldwell, guys.
Deontay Lawson.
I'll go Trevor Jeff Caldwell. With about 8 picks left, that's getting a little thinner now.
Yeah, give me Seattle, 255.
I like that. I like that. And Thaddeus Dixon there, Glenn, you think he's got a shot of getting picked?
Maybe the Ravens.
Ravens have been picking some good talent. That could be the spot for him. Yeah. Had a little fun with you guys there. A couple picks left. Let's see who's who else gets picked here in the next few picks as we're cutting it down near the end here.
It's kind of crazy because you have Eagles. You have I should say Ravens, Eagles, Ravens. So the Ravens have 2 picks. They have one of their picks in. The Eagles have 2 picks. The Broncos have 2 picks. Other than that, you have the Buccaneers and the Colts.
Wow.
Kind of just weird the way that ended up panning out, how all these teams have 2 picks right at the end. So
other than the Colts.
All right, I got a fun one for you. Got a couple quarterbacks I'm looking at that are probably going to go undrafted now that you mentioned the teams that are on the clock. But predict who will sign them as an undrafted free agent. Keith had the quarterbacks group, so I'm going to go to him first because I know he probably did some research on this guy. Who will Diego Pavia sign with, Keith? Runner-up in the Heisman Trophy said, I should have been the Heisman Trophy winner.
Diego Pavia will be signed to the Houston Texans.
I like that. That's a good pick. I like that. Let's do there's another one here. I'll give this one to Glenn. Illinois quarterback Luke Altmaier.
Arizona
with Carson Beck over there. That's interesting. I like it. The UConn kid I mentioned, Trevor, with 48 touchdowns, 5 touchdowns. Joe Fagnano, Italian boy.
Ooh. Man. 49ers.
Denver Broncos, boys. Denver Broncos, undrafted Joe Fagnano. That's going to be my pick. I got one more for Keith. Maybe he did some work on this guy. Miller Moss, Louisville quarterback.
Miller Moss, I don't think will go to an NFL team. I think that he could go like Canadian Football League, something like that. So,
okay, you got UFF, you got USFL.
Yep.
You know, USFL's been in the league.
USFL, CFL, something like that. Yep.
Fair enough. All right. Michael just showing us Chiefs selected Garrett Nussmeier. So I had a little fun with you guys. End of the draft here. You know, I thought it was a little fun. Quick, slow segment there.
I could see the Eagles taking a chance on Pavia.
Even though they took quarterback earlier?
Who?
Who did they take?
They took quarterback earlier?
They took, yeah, they did. Who did they take?
Must have been on break.
I forget who they took. I might have to look that up. And I'm
going to have to look it up. They took quarterback and was like, wow.
Why?
It was early, too. Like, he was like the third quarter. He was the quarterback taken after Carson Beck.
Cole Payton.
Cole Payton, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
North Dakota, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so.
What round?
About Rayshon Berry, but he's just been taken by the Baltimore Ravens, and now Phillies picks in.
What was Peyton? Which pick was that?
It was early.
179.
Fifth round.
Round 5.
Fifth round.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, if he's like a 4th round pick, Jalen Hurts, you might want to get on the phone with your agent. Like, what the heck's going on here?
5th round pick doesn't make me feel much better, especially with potential tensions with Jalen Hurts there in Philadelphia. I was a big Jalen Hurts fan coming out. Liked him a lot. Now, that being said, I've been a fan of a lot of different guys, but Jalen Hurts is one guy that at least has panned out.
Yeah.
Right.
Kenny, does Whiteout Burks from Oklahoma, does he get picked or does he go unsigned?
If he's going, it's going to go right now to the Eagles. That is a Howie Roseman late gem that he finds and takes these guys with the character issues. Jalen Carter, they let Jalen Carter drop to first round pick, but let him drop a few spots when he was supposed to be top 3, fell into, Eagles' laps. He's not afraid to take character issues. Took Mekhi Lemon. I think they double up here. I think this is going to be wide receiver. They got 2 picks, though, coming up, right?
Yeah. What about Michael Trigg? Could they take a chance on Trigg? My character issues, Eagles. I mean, because Eli Stowers, if you were going to move him outside to wide receiver,
one of these two picks.
Ooh, yeah, they did.
They did take a tight end though too in this draft, right?
I have the pick in, Kenny, and yeah, they're taking a chance on somebody that you really like. I'm gonna tell you.
Here we go.
Oh,
with the 251st pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles take Uwar Bernard, the defensive tackle out of Nigeria.
Oh,
Howie Roseman. Howie Roseman is the best general manager, unfortunately, in football, and I got to deal with him every year. Uwar Bernard has got the highest ceiling in the draft. I mean, it's 7th round. You don't let him go to whatever team he wants. You pick him at the end of the draft. And now, is he got back-to-back, or are they up in a couple?
They're up
picks?
again.
Here comes Burks or Trigg with the 2nd pick, and he's going to have 2 7th-round potential steals of the draft.
Man,
I got 6% body fat, very limited football experience. Nigeria, international program. They're not afraid to do that. Their linemen, offensive linemen, with all the Samoan names, I forget who he is, but he's had the most successful career in the international pathway program. They need an edge rusher. They're going to develop this kid into one. Watch out, NFC East if this kid turns out to be good. There's a rocket going through the ceiling. That's how high this kid's ceiling could be.
Yeah, the only thing that worries me is that he's looks like an incredible athlete, but has never played a down of football at the same time. So it's like, can you make that jump from just what looks good on paper, what looks good in testing, and then translate that to actual field production? But it's worth the opportunity. I'm going to go back to a name that Glenn mentioned, and I'm hoping just holds out for the Denver Broncos. Deontay Lawson out of Alabama, linebacker. Please just hold out long enough that we can end up picking him up in these next couple of picks. That's the guy I have my eye on.
I will say, Kenny, to give you some light on the Eagles, I do not like the Mekhi Lemon pick. I'll say that right now. Maybe that might be a bold take, but I don't. I think character issues. You can kind of hear it in like how he speaks. I thought, and like when he went to the draft, they had interviewed him. Holy moly! Talk about immaturity at its finest. If you could possibly sense it, like I just like there's got to be character issues there. Like honestly, unless I'm missing something, I just don't like the Mekhi Lemon pick. I'm not a big fan of that. Other than that, Eagles had a solid draft, but the Mekhi Lemon, I don't think so.
He can stay on the how's this work? They can still put him on the roster and as an extra player above the 53, I believe.
Correct.
Yes, they can.
Yeah, you get like a 53 plus 1.
Yeah. At this
for an international player.
That's
it's a sneaky way to have a great guy on your roster.
Yeah. Sneaky way. We got Gunnar Olszewski pathway program. He worked out through Germany. Guy who didn't work out, Judd McAtini, our kicker, cost us 2 extra points when he came in the game. We had kicking problems. Graham Gano's hurt. We bring Judd McAtini in, who was our practice squad guy. Don't miss one, misses 2 extra points. Otherwise, we would have won that game easily. You do the math, and we would have won that game. And he missed like a 33-yard field goal in that game too. So Paul and I were pulling our hairs out of our head.
Eagles picks in at 252, and it's Kayshawn James Newby, the edge rusher from New Mexico.
Double up on edge rushers, huh?
Yeah.
And Ravens ran to the podium. They already have their pick in, by the way, but we'll see what it ends up being. But they already got it in.
This could be a trick spot, too. They need tight end.
I think the Ravens did end up taking a tight end.
46 as well while we were talking.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Raven gets another good one.
Yeah.
You talk 7th rounders. This is where you take your chances, Got to respect the Uwar Bernard pick. Whoever took him, I was going to respect it. This is where you take a shot.
Yeah, it sounded like you're going to take him in the first round, Kenny. You have a rocket shooting through your ceiling.
I got a rocket for his ceiling, but his floor is going to be, I'll be down three stories down with his floor too. Highest ceiling, lowest floor.
Is
But
that your
he's
man
7th
crush?
round. I don't care if he's a low floor.
Is that your man crush of this draft, Kenny?
Yeah,
Or Bernard.
Yeah, you talked about him quite a bit. I think so.
Well, I wish I had. I'll tell you this: I wish I had less than 6% body fat on my body.
So
it's not his draft crush, but he does have a poster of him on his wall. Round 4, the Baltimore Ravens took a tight end out of SMU, Matthew Hibner. So they did address a little bit towards tight end. You were talking about them potentially going out and getting a tight end here at the end of the 7th, Kenny. I'd remembered that they had taken a tight end since that was my team that I was watching over.
Yeah, well, Mark Andrews, my thought, getting older, is he going to be long-term answer for them? Maybe they always like to double up at tight end. So Likely and Andrews, now you bring in 2 tight ends they get this year. So could be something for the future. God bless you, Keith.
Thank you. I guess my mic, however it's not working. I don't know. Shut it off, and I guess you guys can still hear me, and then I'm back. I don't know.
Let's do this before the Broncos picks come in. Jody coming in. Who do you want last 2 picks, Glenn?
Now, go to someone else. Let me have a look and see who went while we were talking.
Jody, I'll go. All right. I want Tyron Montgomery, wide receiver, John Carroll, turn him into a kick returner, punt returner. And you know what? Sign me up. I'll take the tight end Trigg and take a flyer on him. Hope that he can get over those character issues. Talent's there. Trevor, you got 2 names?
Yeah, like Turian York, the linebacker out of Texas A&M. He's one of them that I like. And Fano, the edge rusher, I like a lot too.
I'm going to change my mind. I don't want Trigg character issues. We don't want that on the Broncos. Fessian's price suck. I think he could be a special teamer day 1 and be on the field on Sundays. Keith.
I'll go Deion Burks, and we can use him next to Marvin Mims as a returner. And I'll go Deontay Lawson, linebacker and run stuffer out of Alabama.
Nice. Glenn, you got 2 names for us?
Yeah, I'm going to change one of them because we keep jinxing it. So
yeah,
I want one of them to land. So give me Dalton Bentley at tight end and give me Lander Barton at linebacker.
Nice.
And by the way, you did jinx it, Keith. 254, the Colts take Deion Burks, wide receiver out of Oklahoma. I think some of these teams are starting to watch our draft show. It's kind of getting a little creepy, guys.
If we're going to blame somebody, he hasn't gotten any blames yet today. I'm not talking about Glenn. I'm not talking about Keith. I'm not talking about Trevor. Jody is the worst in the blame for that question because he asked the question, who do we want the Broncos to take last 2 picks? I'm not blaming Keith Brugman for choosing Deion Burks. I'm blaming Jody Moncrief, the judge. Love you, Jody, giving you a little fun here at the end. We missed you today. Hope didn't hear from you, but hope you had a great day with your daughter's Taekwondo tournament. So both your daughters had a tournament today. Hope they did well, and appreciate you coming on here at the end.
Broncos are on the clock. Seattle just made their pick. It's Michael Dansby, cornerback out of Arizona.
Nobody say any of the other names. There's still a bunch.
Well, we're the only team picking now.
Exactly. It's going to matter now. Kenny, I think you need some more coffee,
give
my
me
friend.
Deontay
Lawson.
That's right. 256, 257.
Yeah.
Let's go. Anybody going to be correct? Throw your picks in. Who the Broncos taking here? Next 2 picks. We gave you ours. Chat, if you want to answer, go ahead and answer. Give us who you like here. Who do you want? Who do you think they should go with? I would not be against Michael Trigg. Need a tight end still. You got Jolly. Double up and get rid of the bad apples. Get rid of Kroll. Get rid of Akins. Bring in new blood at a position of need. Ingram gone next year. Win the Super Bowl this year. Ingram gone next year. Jolly and
I think the Colts have had a sneaky good draft too.
They did. They got some good players. They did on defense early. Yep. Round 2 they won. Yeah, they did good in round 2.
Betcha. And then they've just got Burke.
Michael wants Haynes King. That's a good one, Michael. That's a good one. Phil saying
I talked Bishop Fitzgerald, the safety out of USC, a little bit earlier too. He's still on the board, so I guess I could take my my pick that was given away, I guess, to the Colts. So
Trigg and Lawson for Paul.
Thaddeus Dixon for me too. I like Thaddeus Dixon here.
I like Thaddeus Dixon. That's a name nobody's mentioned. He was rumored to the Giants because of the visit he had. Trigg and Lawson getting a lot of Lawson love. Xavion Harris as well from Keith Stober. Get some dogs, he's saying, Paul.
Pick is in, by the way, too. The Broncos are not trading the pick, Kenny. You kind of maybe almost jinxed us with the trade.
yeah. Don't say anything. We might trade this pick to somebody else.
256, 257.
Well, the pick is in. We're trading for Kurt Valenti. You listening out there? No, Kurt's actually enjoying the Knicks game at the Garden. But if he's listening for some reason,
screaming at the
7th round pick, Alvin Kamara. Kurt, let's do it. 256.
You might as well just give up your pick and just tell him keep Alvin Kamara.
we'll give you the 7th round pick if you quit calling us.
Check out our friend Kurt Valenti on Broncos Daily. He'll be talking about Alvin Kamara on Monday. No, but Kurt Valenti, great guest. I want to thank our guests. Kurt Valenti came on early with us. Busy day for him. He's a big Knicks fan. Had a lot of fun talking Broncos with him. Kurt Valenti, Broncos Daily, the voice over there. Go check him out, fanarch.com. On YouTube, I should say. Fanarch on YouTube, Broncos Daily. Stuff over there. He's the voice. I want to thank Paul Rosen for coming on. Paul came on the 3 o'clock Eastern time hour, 1 o'clock Mountain time. We talked New York Giants mostly with him. You can check Paul and I on the K&K Sports Show Monday evenings, 7:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Mountain time, talking New York Giants football talk. Come hang out with us. We got a big one on Monday. And last but certainly not least, guy who spent the whole 6th and 7th round. I'm so glad you have joined us, Glenn. It's been a pleasure. We got a couple more picks in a few more minutes, but thank you, Glenn, for coming on. Hope to have you on a lot more. But anything you want to plug or you want to say anything to everybody? We'll have closing thoughts later, but anything you'd like to plug or mention before we get the Broncos picking?
Let's plug this Pearl and Morgan Trinkets. Kate's going to give me the spiel.
Yeah. Morgan Trinkets, your headquarters for Southwest Jewelry, Southwest Pottery, and Estate Gold at wholesale prices for over 35 years. Once a nationwide company now, they just hang out in your backyard, northern Colorado, southern Wyoming, doing shows all over that area. Like, for instance, May 16th and 17th is the Strawberry Festival Collector Show in Longmont, Colorado, and May 25th, the Red Feathers Lakes Craft Show as well. Check out Morgan Trinkets. They also have amazing wholesale prices on silver right now as well.
And the Broncos pick is in.
Go ahead.
With the 256 pick, and Glenn's going to be happy. Glenn, this is for you. This is a Dallin Bentley tight end out of Utah.
Boom. See you later.
Boom.
Doubled up on your tight end there, Glenn. Gotta love it.
Great pick. Great pick. Moves well. Great catching. Great route runner. And he can block. He's got to build on certain parts of his blocking. He's a bit of an older guy, but I love his height and he's super strong.
Back-to-back years in the 7th round. Look, they go line the Utah tight ends late. But no, I like this better than this is a good pick for them. I do want to thank a couple more people though, real quick, Keith, since we're talking about
yes.
Patrick Wiltsey came on day 2 with us last night. Lion Coffee master himself, gave away a nice 5-package coffee package to Clayton. Congratulations, Clayton. And I want to also thank all of us. Thank Jody Moncrief is the last one I want to thank. Jody spent the first 2 nights with us at the draft, all the hard work he put in. And sorry you couldn't be here today, Jody, but family first, my friend and daughters, both your daughters had a Taekwondo tournament. So, Trevor, we'll do that after the Mr. Irrelevant pick. I saw your comment.
Yeah, all good.
Yeah. So Mr. Irrelevant coming in, fellas. Let's see what it's going to be.
Dolan Bentley's pick proudly brought to you by Lion Coffee. More receptions, more touchdowns, and more yards than Caleb Lohner, who touched the ball 10 times last year. This Utah tight end's actually played football for a decent amount of time. So thank you, Patrick, and make sure Kenny doesn't forget to send me stuff. Otherwise, I might not make it to a pod. I'll be asleep until the season starts.
And you know what? I'm going to give Glenn his props because he cracked the top 12 here on the Athlon Sports tight ends. So good pick for the Broncos. They nailed it at tight end in this draft, Trevor. You got to be happy.
Yeah, I mean, they finally take tight end in the draft other than Caleb Lohner in the 7th round last year. They double up this year with 2 tight ends that I like. I like Dolan Bentley too. Kenny, I believe we had a mock draft, and he was one of the picks, I believe, later on in the draft. So I think I remember that. So, yeah, I like Dolan Bentley here. That's a great call by Glenn, and a complete tight end, in my opinion, definitely worth taking a chance on here.
Come on, Ephesians Prize Sock. I just love saying that name. Be a Denver Bronco. I don't know why. It's one of them names I love saying. Ephesians Prize Sock. It just sounds very well educated, like a football IQ type of guy. Like, get me on board.
Well, we got the Mr. Irrelevant pick is in with the 257th pick, Mr. Irrelevant pick for the Denver Broncos. It is Red Murlock, linebacker out of Buffalo.
Bang!
That was Glenn's other boy. Glenn, talk about him real quick, and then I'm going to talk about Michael, who just gave, it gets some comments coming in. But Glenn, Mr. Irrelevant, your guy.
Yeah, so Red Murdoch's a mid-sized linebacker, but he's got extremely good coverage. Small school being Buffalo, but he was a second-team All-Pro. I love this pick for us because it really fits in with what we need. We need coverage, people who can go chase those tight ends down. So great finish to the draft.
And we will, Michael. Thank you. We'll get that out to end the show. But guys, you talk about it too. You want to talk about Red Murdoch for a couple minutes, and then we'll get some give everybody like a 5-minute warning while we're talking about Red Murdoch. 5-minute warning, questions, comments, concerns, etc.
I'll just say real quick, as Paul's coming in here and saying 17 forced fumbles, you think about the ability to get sideline to sideline, but you also think of that special teams ability. If you're getting in there and you're causing 17 forced fumbles, playing defense, just imagine what you can do for a great special teams team like the Denver Broncos. I love it.
Yeah, and this is a pick that honestly he could have been a 6th-round pick. So the fact that he's still there is actually a little bit of a surprise. And so actually Broncos, I think, definitely with these last 2 picks, Dolan Bentley and Red Murdoch, I think they got some gems possibly here in the last round of the draft, last 2 picks of the draft. So I like both picks for sure. But Red Murdoch, yeah, I mean, you take a chance on a special teamer and see, hopefully develop him into an inside linebacker, down the line. But I mean, you take a chance on this kind of guy because again, he could easily got into the 6th round.
Yep.
Well, another really good stat about him is that he's had the 2nd most tackles in the FBS the last 2 years, 142 in 2025, 156 in 2024. So he's a tackling machine too.
You still want to do that, Keith? Take a look in the chat.
Okay. Well, I think if he wants to, Michael, if you want to save it until we sign off, we can certainly save it until we sign off. I just want to make sure you get all the recognition because you've been a big supporter of this show, man. So.
I'll keep an eye on the numbers up there. If the numbers start dropping, we'll mention it really quick for Michael.
Okay, buddy.
I'll keep an eye on the numbers. Keith Stober, likewise. It's been a blast, guys. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you, Keith Stober, for hanging out with us and being a big part of the show. And all the hard work you all put in is applauded for everybody out there, for all the comments and questions and research you all did. everything. Got to give you all a round of applause. And Paul's I like saying Red Murdoch. Great name. Mm-hmm. It does have like that old school leather helmet type player, right? Does it? Red Murdoch, leather helmet. I mean, Broncos want to have some fun with their rookies. Make Red Murdoch wear a leather helmet at their rookie meeting when they have like their fun little things that they make the rookies do. Make Red Murdoch wear a leather helmet. That'd be pretty fun. Ernie giving us some love. Podcast A for all four. Roy, I fell asleep. Got 2 good picks in the 7th round, though, Roy. I think you'll be happy with them. And I was going to say, I hope he comes back. I want to get his final thoughts in. But Red gets a parade in Long Beach, if not mistaken. And let's do this. Let's get some final thoughts in from all of us. I want to start with my good friend, our great friend, made his debut tonight, and he's done amazing. Glenn Ashley, you need to get some sleep, my friend. So I'm going to you first. You've been on a marathon out there in Australia watching the whole draft today with no sleep. Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate you. Can't wait to have you on future shows. Glenn, your final thoughts.
Well, a great finish to the draft. I think we were sort of all shaking our heads and going, where are we going? What are we doing? But delivered in spades. These last 4 picks, although we couldn't find any information on the safety, they know something we don't know. What more do you say about Jolly, Murdoch, and Bentley?
You're happy, like I'm happy, because those were your guys, and great stuff. Phil McLaughlin coming in, great 3 days. Could not find better people to spend it with. Thanks for the coverage. Congratulations on the Denver Bronco giveaway, Phil McLaughlin, giving us 200 more stars. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Ernie saying awesome job, Glenn. Paul fell asleep and woke up. Brandon coming in, Texan fan. Appreciate you coming in late. Texans draft grade B+. Brandon, you've been hanging out with us on the Pick Is In draft show. Trevor's going to get to all of our shows. Pick Is In mock draft show. We got one last season finale tomorrow. Hope to see you there. We'll talk about the Texans and every team's draft tomorrow night. Martin, you all were great. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate it. I'm going to go to my 2 co-hosts, and then I'll go and get Michael's comment in as well. So let's go to Keith, and if somebody can lower their TV for a couple minutes, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think you said a lot of it, Kenny. Great preparation by all of us. Trevor, thank you so much, man. Kenny, thank you so much. All your mock draft knowledge, everything that you brought to this broadcast for 3 full days, appreciate it. Jody, though he's not here, man, came in, always passionate, always excited to go when it comes to draft. Brought in a bunch of knowledge as well to everybody who joined us along the way. And we picked up a lot of new subscribers in the last 3 days, saw a lot of new faces. Hopefully we made a lot of new friends, and we'll carry them forward as well. We love doing these draft shows, but even more importantly, we love covering football all year long, and Trevor will talk about that as well, man. Just a lot of love, appreciation, and can't wait to see what has happened over these last 3 days. Again, kind of, be born out over the next couple of years for the Denver Broncos and all 32 NFL teams. So can't wait to be covering the players we saw today in the future come back here on the Rocky Mountain Sports Network.
QB saying, hey guys, great draft. Appreciate you, QB, coming in late, but you can go back and watch. We had great coverage today. Trevor, talk about your final thoughts. Talk about our shows that we have lined up for Rocky Mountain Sports Network, and then I'll get the final comments in of the show.
Well, first and foremost, before I even start there, we're going to give ourselves a round of applause. I'm going to do it old-fashioned style. Let's do it. Well, I was going to do it. There you go. For everybody out there in the comment section as well, that is applause is for you as well. Glenn, Kenny, Keith, Paul, Patrick. I mean, everybody that joined us. Just give yourself a round of applause. This is 3-day grind, and it starts a lot of excitement, but it's so easy to lose interest down the line in the 7th round. And so appreciate everybody sticking around with us and just being amazing with your analysis, giving us your opinions, and then respecting ours as well, even though we may differ. But a big shout out to everybody out there as well. And here you go, Glenn. I'll the train whistle one more time for you, my friend. We're going to continue with that train whistle as well. That is not going away. And even the applauses, we're going to get a little bit creative as time goes on. So appreciate everybody out there. But no, you can catch me and Kenny for our final NFL Pick Is In 2026 version mock draft show tomorrow night. We're going to be recapping some of these picks. I know Paul's been asking for grades, stuff like that. We'll get to that tomorrow night with every team, all 32 teams. Kenny and I are back Tuesday, 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time with the Juice Football Talk Show. We're going to be talking, again, all 32 teams. We'll have some college football in there. Fantasy football will be in there as time goes on. You can catch Keith and Jody on Wednesday at the Denver Bronco Roundup, 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. And then catch Keith and I and Jody sometimes as well. And anybody else who wants to join us on Saturday, 8 p.m. Mountain Time, 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Denver Bronco Roundup is right there with you. Appreciate everybody. Really, truly appreciate the support from everybody out there. It really means so much to us. And I know I can speak for the guys as well. I mean, just the amount of support that this show has grown over the last couple of years, at least for me being a part of it, just being able to see that. It's been amazing. And make sure to hit that like and share, subscribe button, down there on the screen. Really appreciate everybody out there. And want you to be a part of us, Posse, Mock Drafters, Juicers, DBR fans. Be a part of us. We really want more people and more football fans just like you. So big thank you to everybody, and we'll see everybody next time.
Thank you, guys. I am going to put up one comment here. My internet's deciding to get a little choppy, so we're going to end the show like this. My co-hosts and Glenn said it all. Appreciate you all. We're going to get Michael Ronquillo coming up here with his comment. Great show today. Keith, Trevor, Kenny, and Glenn on the Pick Is In draft show. Go Bo Broncos. He's got blue and orange hearts. Let's give him a mile-high salute because he's sending us off, guys, with 2,000 stars. Thank you, Michael Ronquillo. Thank you, everybody. The Pick Is In draft show, making it a success. Let's look ahead to 2026 2027 because it's going to get even better. I will probably be live at that draft show. Let's go. Let's get everybody there. Big watch party. Wow. Let's go.
Love it, man. Love it.
Have a good one, everybody. Thank you again.
Thank you again. Thanks for 2026 NFL Draft. Maybe we'll see you back here at 2027. Until next time.